Folks, welcome to the NACE Starleague Conference Finals. We got two teams to watch out for today in Call of Duty. It's going to be a banger. A lot has added up just for this moment, and a lot is on the line between both of these teams. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is my trusty duo, Cruz. We're here to bring you this action. How are you doing today, Jesse?
I mean, I'm doing fantastic. Unfortunately, we ended up losing our match number one. I thought that was going to be a great match, but I don't think it was even going to be anything that is in comparison to our second match, which is now our first match on stream. Because, I mean, we're in for a absolute banger of a matchup today.
Oh, are we? Are we? But before we get to that, we got a lot to talk about because the playoffs coming up very shortly have a lot of implications in this single match today. So talk to me a little bit about the implications in the format that we're looking at coming up in the following week.
Right. So if you missed our stream on Wednesday, you missed my little update that we gave you guys. Our playoff format has slightly changed here for NACE and the Call of Duty subdivision. And in form of, we're not just doing an 8-team bracket anymore where the top 6 teams from every single division, because that's what this conference plan would have been before. It would have been whoever wins this makes it into our 8-team bracket. Now all 12 teams that have qualified after the play-ins have now qualified for a playoff spot. But how this now works for the conference play-ins is the winner of this matchup kind of just adds to their record to then filter in towards a 12-team playoff bracket where the first 4 teams, top 4 seeds, will now get a first round bye, where the next 8 spots 5 through 8 will then play, or 5 through 12, sorry, will then play for a spot to play the top 4 seeds after the first round bye. So it's a little different. It's still a single elimination bracket, but it's now all 12 teams then qualify. And honestly, it's just more Call of Duty, so I think it's just a better format in all honesty.
Like I said, a lot's on the line right now, and before we get to the schedule, I have one little information about to give to you. We got Gummy Shot here for the NACE Star League, just that provides the healthier energy. If you're not a fan of traditional energy shot drinks, coffee, or caffeine pills, now you can have caffeine and great flavor. So gummy shots are made with natural caffeine from green bean extract, real fruit, and high antioxidants from vitamin D. These gluten-free gummies are free from gelatin, soy, and artificial dyes. That's actually really good to be having out here. They're powerful and long-lasting. Each gummy shot energy gummy has 75 milligrams of plant-based, fast-acting energy in each gummy, so you can customize and decide how many you want to eat altogether, 1, 2, maybe even 3. So each one of them, they're going to be bursting with flavor because you can find them with different flavors. And really top that one off, you're looking at sweet and juicy elderberry, tropical, which is brimming with delicious pineapple and mango flavors, and all new to the gummy shot, Valencia Orange, to satisfy that citrus craving you may have. Each product comes as 3 or 8 packs and are available on Amazon. So if you click the link below the Twitch, you can find those gummy shots and maybe pick a few up for yourselves. Jesse, those sound amazing. I honestly, if I was gonna pick some up, I actually might be looking at that Valencia Orange, that citrus flavor. I'm always finding myself craving that citrus flavor.
I mean, that mango pineapple one, I know it sounds pretty damn good. And definitely my favorite version of the smoothie that McDonald's has to offer. So maybe it might just be good in a gummy form. You never know. And I can complain about getting energy as well. I mean,
it's hard to.
I'm here for it.
It's hard to, and I can't complain over the Call of Duty we have either. Let's take a look at our schedule, because not only Call of Duty that we have to look at right now, we also have League of Legends coming up later today. So as you can see on our schedule, 3 matches on the NACE Star League. We're starting off with Minnesota State Mankato up against the Illinois State University Redbirds. That's going to be Call of Duty for the day in the Midwest Conference Finals. Then we move over to League of Legends. We're going to see Cal University of California go up against Simon Fraser University. And then later on in the day, University of Toronto up against McMaster, still on League of Legends, the West Conference Final, and what looks like could be the East Conference Final, if I do know where Toronto and McMaster are.
I was going to say a whole battle of Toronto out there in League of Legends today.
That's going to be an interesting one, and I can't wait to see it. But let's kind of double down right now for our games of Call of Duty. Let's look at the head-to-head right now between Minnesota State of Mankato and Illinois State University. We got the Mavericks up against the Redbirds here, looking to dethrone the Redbirds in that undefeated spot. It's the 3rd seed up against the 1st seed. Talk to me, Jesse.
Yeah, well, we have obviously Minnesota coming off a huge win in the play-ins. They took on what was ultimately an upset victory over top of Northwood University, who came into that matchup at 8-1. Came off of a huge Game 5, Round 11 win, at which point they actually came back from down 4 rounds to come back and win that matchup. So they're riding an all-time high right now if you're Minnesota State Mankato, and going up against this Illinois State University team who has beaten you once before this year. It went to Game 4 where Illinois State was able to take it 3-1, but they split the hard points in that match. The search and destroy and the control, they were both still fairly close matches between those two game modes. So honestly, this game right now, it could be all to play for, and we could honestly be in for another upset here in this.
That's what I'm kind of looking for. I want Mankato to come out here. I want the Mavericks to show their tenacity against the Redbirds, and it's going to be a very underlying storyline on going into the playoffs as Minnesota State Mankato. Can they beat a team like the Redbirds? Because when you go into the playoff, there are going to be a lot more teams either just like the Redbirds or even better than the Redbirds. So if you can't beat them, you are going to have a tough time when you do kind of move out of this into that playoff bracket, and you really need to step up to the occasion right now. Show that you're a team that can make these upsets again and again, and show that you have that championship roster here in the NACE Starleague, Jesse. So let's take a look at the maps that we have for today. A best-of-5 series like always, and where are we going to start off for this hard point? It's going to be Checkmate. The search and destroy for map number 2, Raid 3. We go back to Raid in a back-to-back sequence, and then if it goes the distance, Apocalypse Hardpoint and Moscow search and destroy.
And it's kind of crazy too, looking at overall just this whole map set here, because a couple of these maps were played in Minnesota State's last matchup in those plans. Like we saw the Raid search and destroy come through. We saw the Apocalypse Hardpoint come through, 2 matches that they were able to take off of Northwood University. Everything else kind of fresh going into this one. Even the control, it's going to be a different map than the Checkmate that we saw, which they only lost 3-2 in the conference play-ins. But it's all about the conference finals now. It's where we are now. It's where we're really going to see which team is going to come out on top today. And when you're really looking over the overall on this, I think we really got to put a big amount of emphasis on those 2 hardpoint matches, because the last time we saw these 2 teams play, like I said before, they split the hardpoints. One team took one team took the other one. Don't have the exact maps that they played in that series, unfortunately, but we can guess that we're probably seeing one of the 2 come back through here. I would be surprised if we don't, with how vetoes work throughout Call of Duty. So I think the big thing for Minnesota State Mankato, though, is they absolutely need to take one of the respawns in terms of the hard points, but even more so, I think they might need to take both hard points in this series. I think it will be very tough to take both search and destroys off Illinois State, and even more so, I think it will be very tough to take a control off Illinois State because they're still undefeated in that mode.
Talk to me a little bit, because Illinois, obviously a good team. Now, you look at Northwood, who they played last week, and still a fairly good team in their own division. I would say that was a pretty big upset for Minnesota State going into this, being the 3rd seed, taking down that number 2. Now going up against number 1, stats are going to show that it's a better team. The hard points are where you're looking at Minnesota State of Mankato to come out on top and make sure that the Mavericks can have a fighting chance here in this best-of-5. Now, heading to Checkmate as their map number 1, what makes this different from other maps that you might see the Mavericks have a chance here against the Redbirds?
So what kind of makes it tough for me is when we saw the last 2 hard points that the Mavericks played, they were all very, very close submachine gun heavy maps, and that's where we've really seen this team shine, is with their submachine guns. With looking at Y Dog and Spire Up, and just the way that they run those submachine gun rolls, that's really where we started to see them kind of come out on top, play very strong for themselves. So now heading towards a map like Checkmate, it's kind of a map that worries me a little bit for them, because it's one of those maps where it's a lot longer range. The only really submachine gun fights that you're really going to get that are going to be kind of prevalent and important on the map are 1 on rotations and 2 in that P1 hill. Maybe P3 a little bit. You might get a couple gun fights here and there between the submachine guns, but more so, most of the submachine gun fights will be inside of that top lane. So if you are Minnesota State and you're coming into this one, you're really looking at your ARs to kind of step it up here. They need to be on top of their game if you want to be able to come out on top against this Illinois State team.
And you know, Redbirds aren't going to really hold back when it comes to that situation. They have a good AR lineup, so obviously this most likely looking like it's their veto choice going into this first map. And moving over to the search and destroy in map number 2, somewhere where you can oftentimes see the ARs take over the game, but a chance for the SMGs to really slip the line and find their way in the back. When you're talking about a map number 2, and also the line factor that the Mavericks. We saw them on Raid Search and Destroy last week, if I'm not mistaken. So do you think that anything can really stand out from this team to maybe move over into the second map?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We not only did we see them on Raid Search and Destroy, but they won that map quite heavily as well. 6-2 victory over the likes of Northwood University, who again was a very good team going into that matchup. And I think if you're really looking at Minnesota State here, you're again looking at the submachine guns to kind of pop off. Yes, we talk about it all the time, and we say that Raid very much so can be an AR heavy map, especially in Search and Destroy, where you really need to count on your ARs to kind of overwatch your submachine gun players to give them a good chance to move up on the map, to get into those little nooks and crannies that they can be those annoying players in. But if they can find a way to continue to take mid-map control like we saw in their last series and really kind of hunker down and have really good pushes towards both bomb sites, that's where they can really kind of chip away at this Illinois State team. The only problem and the only struggle I see for this matchup for them is that their last match was on stream. So Illinois State will have that VOD of them playing the Search and Destroy map. And that can be a huge factor going into this one. They can see exactly what kinds of pushes Minnesota State Mankato likes to make and kind of how they want to counteract those pushes. And so if you're Minnesota State Mankato, you kind of need to come out with a couple different looks than what you were showing in your last series. Otherwise, you could probably be playing right to the playbook of Illinois State today.
It is a college league, so these teams are very used to doing their homework at some point. So it definitely can't put it aside the Redbirds to look over that. We haven't seen the Redbirds on stream yet, so that is an unknown factor that the Mavericks, they don't really have a lot of VOD to look over unless they're skimming through the Redbirds' own VODs, like maybe through personal streams or maybe a school stream. I'm not too sure on that end.
Maybe a scrim or two.
When you look at map 3 now into that control, Jesse, like this is where things get tough because the starting 3 maps I feel are going to be favoring the Redbirds in some sort of form, because you look at that map 3 and Illinois State are a very strong control team. You don't normally see that at a lot of teams. A lot of the time that third map is very big toss up back like between both teams, but this seems like it's just one of those cases where going to raid control is going to be a very solidified map 3 for the Redbirds. I'd be surprised if they drop that.
I would also be very surprised if we see them drop a raid control, but I actually like this map pick for Minnesota, though. I will say we saw them play on control on checkmate, and it was all defense. There was really no offense involved for this Mankato team throughout that entire time, and they struggled very hard on that checkmate offense, which is why I think they might struggle on hardpoint as well on that same map and mode. But heading in towards towards raid control, it's a map again where they can get a little bit more aggressive. We'll see some more offensive wins for sure coming into this one, because this one, I'd say it's more of a 50-50 map than usually the 75-20 that you normally end up seeing on defense and control. So definitely have a chance, and I'm right there with you. I think that the second half of our best of 5 really does kind of favor Mankato a little bit more if they do get towards those back halves. So their recipe for success right now, they need to at least win one of these first 3 maps. It could very well end up coming down to just being that raid search and destroy that they can take.
Folks, if you are just tuning into the stream right now, we got the Illinois State University Redbirds up against the Minnesota State University of Mankato Mavericks here in their conference finals for the Midwest. It's going to be a big one for the NACE Starleague. A lot of deciding factors for this team. As not only is it going to decide both of their fates going into the playoffs for their seeding, but it's also going to decide now if the Redbirds lose this, how is that going to affect the rest of the undefeated teams now? Who's going to rise in the standings? Who's going to fall in the standings? There's a lot coming out right here. As we talked about, if you're just tuning in, we did just highlight over a couple of the maps. Checkmate Hardpoint being the first map that we were going to see, Jesse, and a big map as well. Now, is there anything else really to talk about right now that you want to highlight over, maybe from the past game that we saw between these two, or maybe something about the Redbirds that you may be wanting to spill the beans for?
I mean, we really don't have much on the Redbirds. Kind of like you were saying, we haven't seen them on stream at all yet. Unlike the Minnesota State Mankato, who we've seen a lot on stream, probably second most, I'd say, to St. Mary's, who unfortunately didn't make the playoffs. But we have definitely seen a lot of this Minnesota State team so far. We know that they're very, very good. And when you're looking at Illinois, I think the big thing for this team is when we look at their last series and we look at when these two teams played last, the search and destroy was very close at 6-4, in which Mankato lost, and then the control also was a 3-1 in which Mankato lost. I doubt we see the same control come through. I'd be very surprised. Although maybe that might be their best chances if we do end up, because of course we don't have the exact maps that they played, but maybe they did play raid last time, and this could give Mankato a chance to look over that VOD. It could be some of the only VOD that they might actually have. going into this series as well.
I definitely think when we're looking at the Mavericks, a big factor that's going to play into this is going to be that hard points. But obviously, when we talk about Call of Duty as a whole and from the past history of this game, is this the 2s and 5s that win championships. And as we saw from the Mavericks, they really do have that clutch factor when they do get into that game 5. I mean, they were down by 4 against Northwood, and they were able to kind of pull this one out. But as we do get ready for this game, in the game number 1, we are going to cut to a short little break, and when we come back, we will have Checkmate Hardpoint just for you. Just trying to get everything set up. Stay tuned for some NACE Starleague. Welcome back. Apologies for the short break, but we're into Checkmate Hardpoint. Illinois State Redbirds going to be on the blue side. Minnesota State Mavericks are going to be on the orange chassis. We're here in game number 1. Teams are ready to go, and off the break, you can see that the Mavericks, they are going to be holding on to the preferred side. Just right now from either team contested. Is going to be trying their best to keep the Mavericks out of the point, but finally a break, but only a short bit.
This is one of those hills where I really think that Minnesota State can start to chip away at any lead or any kind of deficit that Illinois State might be able to bring in towards their way. This is one of those hills where some machine gun players do shine through. And I mean, you can see it here. They get the majority time. They're not by a lot, but by enough to the point where they've got a little bit of a lead here heading in towards our second hill. But the full focus right now goes towards trying to hold on towards these P2 spawns.
already presence here from the Redbirds, trying to break through the front line. You do have contention through yellow. Finally, player number 3 gonna get out there. Leo Bears catches the nade from Saint. Not the best case. So look at player number 2 hooked up. Gonna be on your screen for the short time, but he can be a big presence in the backline. But you see the Mavericks are taking care of business right now, cleaning up their spawn and making sure that they're minimizing the damage out of the Redbirds. Y-Dog's gonna find Anthony. You do have Leo Bear one last time into that tool, the tool in the back, but the break's gonna be out for the Redbirds. One last chance for Lindsay to get on, but still a contested kill to something you don't normally see.
You can't complain about this at all here. You didn't have those initial spawns over towards this hill, and even without them, you are able to get split time with Minnesota State. You somehow walk out of that hill with a tie game while not having the spawn. So at any point of that hill. So great work from Illinois State throughout that first round, and starting to see why this team is very, very good at this checkmate hardpoint. And heading over towards our third hill. Again, this is one of those hills where you would expect to be a little bit more scrappy of a hill, but I like that Illinois State, they never put too much emphasis on trying to break those spawns towards the later half, so they never get those spawns flipped over towards this new hill, and this is when they can really start to pile on some time.
They can surely dominate the back half of these hills. Look at the group from the Mavericks looking to flood in from the bottom of that mini-map. Y-Dog swings around. It's Bladesy for 2, though, for the break. Mavericks now inside the time, soaking up as much as they can to claw their way back into a tie game. And only a couple seconds out of that as well. They flip the spawns, Jesse, so now Mavericks are in a good spot to rotate from hill 3 to 4.
It's been super contest heavy here through the first 3 hills, and honestly not something you're normally used to seeing. Usually we see a couple setups here, but I don't think we've even had any team really get a good chance to get a setup throughout this hill, throughout this first game so far here. No breaks have had to come through because nobody's gotten a setup, and we'll see what happens now. This is probably the first solid setup we see for Minnesota State Mankato over towards this 4th hardpoint. They've got every single angle covered. They know exactly where Illinois State's going to be coming from, and this is a good chance for them to build some time.
There's an opening immediately closed by Noah. See a big battle here from hooked up, but Blazy sneaks around. Gonna find that one. Still 2 kills out of the hands of Mavericks. Finds a third. Noah bringing their team to this lead right now on that front line as you're kind of grasping for straws right now. If you are the Redbirds, Leo does make the overextension through the plane, looking to get it behind finally on this point, but surrounded by Maverick players. Redbirds struggling right now in the early games now. This is a phenomenal start of the Mavericks.
It's a beautiful hold on this P4 hill as well. They're going to get the full 60 here, and usually a hill that can definitely be contested, but not normally one that you see teams find full 60s on. And I mean, absolutely anything you could have asked for from Minnesota State, they get it done there. But now we need to put our full focus on hill number 5. Rotational battle over towards this hill. It will be Illinois State with the favored spot and that right-hand side of the map. But Minnesota State Mankato, they are spawning very close, and they might even actually be able to hold this from the front.
Well, oftentimes we do see this. Y-Dog's about to get a rude awakening as soon as he peeks out here. Leo waiting. There's Y-Dog now out of the picture. However, Mavericks still favoring that kill feed. Another 3 down in their favor. So where they can push the line of scrimmage up to this plane now. Van is going to be waiting for these players to come on in. They have the pitch on now. The crossfire is good for 1. Can they find a second one? The nade's going to be in. A little bit of chip damage. Comes underneath the plane, and that's a little uncomfortable for that one. Still 17 seconds here. You're looking at the Redbirds now to put most of their focus into this hill number 1 on the second set of rotations. But after the first set, this is a big lead out of the Mavericks.
I'm not too big on how far up Saints is pushing right now. I would love to see them just try to kind of get a good amount of time here on this hill number 1. It could really bring them right back into this game with a good solid hold here on P1. And right now it's looking like it's going to be very contested, very similar to what we saw through the first set of rotations. They will find a few kills, open it up, and start to gain a little bit of time here. They do hold on to those right-hand side spawns as well. So things are looking up for Illinois State heading in towards the second set of rotations.
And you know, it hasn't been really dominated too much in a flashy way out of the Mavericks here. As you look at Bladesy, he's got full streaks, but it's really been outshined by the team play out of the Mavericks right now. They're doing a great job at making sure they lock down the routes, and what you wanted, Jesse, the ARs to step up, well, here they are.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Colin, but Bladesy is a sub for this matchup. We did not see him in our last matchup with the Mavericks in it. And, I mean, he is absolutely tearing it up right now. He has streaks 17 to 12. maybe they just needed one person to answer back towards the series, and this is the guy that they picked up to do it for today's matchup, and he's absolutely showing up in every way possible, and they're just going to gain more and more time here on this first hill. Now looking to head over towards second hill. This was very contested from the front from the last time we saw it. It was Illinois State that was the team trying to break this time through. It's going to be Minnesota State Mankato that needs to make the push from the front, and we'll see if they're able to do it this time.
45 seconds. I wouldn't be too opposed to seeing the Mavericks dedicate one of those streaks into breaking this. They're giving up a lot of time. Wydog's found his way into NASA. That's going to be the opening there. Still having trouble slipping around the back as Cantley is going to be watching that line. Saint's going to come up big on the point for 2. Make it 3. Locks things down for the Redbirds now. With 4 down, they should be able to collect the rest of this hill.
With the rest of this hill, this should bring them, what, right to around 115 seconds. So right back into this game, only going to be down 40 seconds, heading towards a hill that they honestly dominated quite a bit of through the last set of rotations. Yes, it was a little bit scrappy, but they definitely got majority of the time here on P3. It was really P4, P5 that we started to see the lead from the Mavericks start to build up. So we'll see if they can do it again here, but right now it's going to be the Mavericks actually in control of the hill as soon as it pops, but a very wide spread of Illinois players here. They should be able to get it pretty easily.
Oh yeah, they have the Mavericks trapped. Leo's going to find one, allows Saints to slip the line now, break through that setup, get into the hill now for a little bit more time. A 40-point lead and 40 points into this hill. They can get right back into this tie. Blaze from the top ropes. Leo's hooked up, watching the back of Saint. Still inside this hill. Van's going to give himself away. Chow's back into this night. Excellent team play from the Redbirds to start clawing their way back into this game. They're building themselves back one round or one hill at a time, and now only down by 20. They are definitely on the brink of a tie game. You can see Redbirds have also flipped the spawns, Jesse, so now into this back half, this is a position that the Mavericks kind of found themselves in early to allow themselves to get such a lead. Now this is where Redbirds can flip this on a dime and start to make this a little dangerous.
That kill from Saints, it should give them full streaks as well, so both teams now with 2 streaks in hand. And honestly, I like the play earlier from Minnesota State not to use the streaks in that situation. That's a very tough hill to break, whether you have streaks or not. So kind of saving it for either this P4, P5 hill. This is where those streaks can really kind of come into effect, because it is one of those more contest-heavy hills. A little bit easier to break it and be able to hold on to, as we're seeing Saints actually commit with the rocket and completely whiff on it. Don't find anything. All of his players around him actually fall, so no follow-up from the rocket either. I'd say that's a little bit of a whiff of a streak, but they do finally actually get the break-in, so.
Yeah, Leo finds 2. Noah finds 2 as well. It's Wydog to kind of split the difference, get back into the hill for the rest of the time. Cantley is going to be spotted into this plane, and he's going to be dropped as well. Mavericks now looking to pressure out this plane, put a little bit on the doorstep of this Redbird squad moving into this 5th hard point, but spawns in the back. Oh, but look at Saint. He's going to spawn out now. A few kills go their way. Mavericks might be able to flip this.
That's exactly what they did last time. They were able to get the early flip early on, and Bladesy actually is going to spawn up near wood. Not sure if they're going to realize that Cantley is inside this hill, or inside this wood area, and they need to try to hunt this player down. There's only one other player now left alive here for Illinois State. It's just Leo Bear just trying to stay alive in the back. Oh, and those missed shots are not going to help out your team.
Oh, but he's got hooked up. Wydog pinched. He's going to force the gunfight into the first one. Having to stay alive in the back, be a little bit of a nuisance to this team. Well, the rest of the team looks to reinforcement this from the front. Finally, Leo's going to clean up that lurking player. Wydog out of the picture. Redbirds get right back into this and Blade. Finally going to drop this straight. Finds hooks. Bends it right into the point, but not going to find Saint still. The last little bit of time, it gave up enough so that Mavericks can get into this for a contention. Not going to be a tie game moving into this 3rd set of rotations, and honestly, this is where really the Redbirds were able to start bringing their comeback back in the 2nd set.
It really feels like, though, whoever is holding on towards this right-hand side of the map has gotten majority of time here on P1 so far, so keep that in mind when looking at the fact that Minnesota State is inside of this hill. They actually have a really good setup going for themselves right now as well, as everybody's kind of just in and around the hill. They can continuously try to reinforce this, but Illinois State now being able to get it from that left-hand side. They can just sit inside, contest. They don't really need to get over-aggressive here, because right now it's more so for this battle of P2.
3 down. Cantley has to stay alive for possession. They're going to be flying right at him now. 222 to 202. 30 seconds here. They can still end game number 1 on this first hill. Hooked up. Going to have to climb in here. Work with Leo Ware to set up this pinch, but Blaze going to win the first one-on-one. Still working around this. Kills coming up for the Mavericks. 3 go down. Make it 4. This is where it can all end, Jesse. through 35 to 202. 13 seconds, just enough to win. Leo's gonna slide on in. Blaze is gonna find it. Now that should give us the second hill, and who's there? It's the Mavericks.
I was about to say, they might have the chance to be able to get towards the second hill. Streaks will come down as well from Saints, so we'll see if those streaks can find that player that's inside of the hill right now. He wisely, T-Bam will slide inside of yellow. He gets out, and he can just stay inside the hill. That is still active as the part of the hill, and Minnesota State Mankato come out, and they take map number 1.
Holy smokes. One of the things we thought they were going to struggle in, well, a few changes to their lineup. You bring Blazed into it, and a big map number 1 now for the Mavericks to start their upset. Something that we talked about, where their hard points and how good they can be inside of them. Well, they just showed that it doesn't matter if they're the number 3 seed going up against the number 1 seed. They're still going to come out to win.
Well, exactly like in the first time these two teams played, Mavericks come out, they take map number 1 away from Illinois State. Now it's going to be all about the answer from Illinois State and how they answer back towards Search and Destroy, towards Control, 2 of their stronger game modes that we've seen this team play in, especially that Control. We know they're still undefeated in that mode, so that's going to be the very tough part here for Illinois State, is because we'll never fully have that team out of it.
No, we will not. Now, looking into the second map after that one. I mean, actually, I don't want to talk about the second map just yet. Let's still talk about that first one, because one thing that we were worried about going into that first hardpoint was the AR presence. And yeah, Blaze had an excellent run as an SMG, but I have to talk about Noah, Y-Dog, or I can't think of their fourth right now off the top of my head, but I mean, all the ARs really kind of came up to play for the Mavericks. I'm very impressed out of this team and what we're seeing, and I think that if you're the Redbirds, you have to be scared. This looks like an improved Mavericks team, even from Wednesday when we just saw them.
It really does. I mean, with that addition there, he has absolutely turned up for this team. Really impressive how good Minnesota State Mankato has really come out and really shown off here in that map number 1. And like you said, that was a map that we thought that they were going to struggle on. And what did we say going into towards the first 3 maps here is they needed to take one of them, because the second half of the series kind of looks like it favors them. Now, on Apocalypse Hardpoint, with how strong they just looked on Checkmate and how strong the submachine gun players really did look, we really didn't have a big AR battle on that map like I thought we were going to. Most of the time, it felt like it was the SMGs that shined, which is kind of something that you don't see on Checkmate too often. So heading towards Apocalypse as that 4th map, which we're, I wouldn't say guaranteed yet, but I would expect Illinois State to take one of the next 2 maps. So almost guaranteed the fact that we're going to get an Apocalypse Hardpoint. And if we don't, Mankato, they don't care. They'll win the series either way. But the fact that we get to see that match now and that map, it's really a good sign for Minnesota State. It's a good spot for them going towards an Apocalypse Hardpoint.
And although last week, or just on Wednesday, feels like last week, but it was only Wednesday that we saw the Mavericks go to raid for Search and Destroy and come out with a 6-2 victory. That also provides just VOD review for the Redbirds to go over, try to adjust to their setups now, and try to take this game number 2 back to them. We know how strong when it comes to the objective-based games that the Redbirds can be. Now, what are you looking at in Raid Search and Destroy specifically that the Redbirds can shut down the Mavericks and tie us up with?
I mean, it's kind of tough. That submachine gun, I can't remember his name off the top of my head now. The submachine gun that Minnesota brought in as the sub for this matchup, he has really turned it on his head. He looked like he could have been a very possible leader for this team that we just haven't seen on the roster yet. And if he's able to kind of play out the way that he was in that map number 1 and kind of just run around and roam the map like he was, this is where Illinois State could honestly be running in towards some trouble here. So I think the big answer for Illinois State, they want to be able to come out and they want to be able to kind of answer this. You kind of need to find a way to minimize Blaze's chance of being able to make big plays.
Same going to get aggressive with that. Oh, he is going to be pushed back immediately. If you look at the mini-map, you can see that the Mavericks are pressing for pressure through the ring. However, they lose that mid-battle now. An opportunity for a flank route for the Redbirds. Mavericks looking to push into this flood, into Laundry. Well, Leo into the play, or into the Laundry. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Leo now looking to clean up this last player. Y-Dog's going to drop that bomb in the back. T-Birth is all alone. And he's going to be cleaned up from behind. First round out of Illinois State. It's a big one.
Big play from Leo Bear, too. He kind of just gets the right timing on that play to be able to find the first one, but to be able to transition this and get Y-Dog as well as the second, really showing up, trying to bring his team right back into this one, and they were completely ready for that A side hit from Minnesota State, so clearly doing their homework from that first series.
Now you flip the sides early into this. I'm never too worried about the first 3 rounds that we do see out of this. It's really going to be Mavericks and the Redbirds, kind of a little bit of tug of war, giving initial shots. Saints takes a lot, but not gonna fall. You can see a majority of these Redbirds players are looking at B.
Yeah, say, look at where this bomb is moving over towards. It's right over towards this B site, and T-Bam actually the only player that was over there for Minnesota State. And he was a little bit late off spawn as well, so he didn't get into the right positioning that he wanted to be. So that just makes the bomb plant that much easier for Illinois State. And actually, look at State trying to make this flank play in from behind. He can absolutely be a nuisance here in this play.
Yes, he is. Catches plays on the rotation. 2v3 here. Y-Dog loses the one-on-one inside the courtyard. Now Noah all alone in between everybody is going to put some shots down, hunt down that last player. But just look at the setup out of the Redbirds. You can see that each player have each side of this site locked down. You're going to peek out at Tiki, finds him out of money, and that's 2 quick rounds out of the Redbirds here, combining a defense and attack here. It's not going to be good if you are a Mavericks fan.
That's a great start for Illinois State, though. Really good bounce back after that map number 1. It wasn't even a bad loss in map number 1. Just kind of felt like one that Minnesota State Mankato was in control of the entire time through. Now heading in towards round number 3 here. We'll see what Minnesota State decides to do on offense. Last time through, they went towards A. They got snuffed very quickly over towards this side, but it looks like they're going to try to double down on this hit, go over towards A once again, and T-Bam, he'll find the first blood over the middle of the map.
Yes, he does. Trades out for Noah. That might get some good timing. Caitlin didn't even know what hit him. 2v3 now. Saint has the opening in behind. Can set up a flank here, but you're really going to be playing off this timing at a hooked. You can win this one-on-one in the back. It should give that opening, but bomb's going to go down here. Post plant set up for behind. Y-Dog cut in the open, but the backup. T-Bam's here to help. And the recovery out of Mavericks have been phenomenal right now in this round. Y-Dog's going to swing, find that victory, and put a nail in round number 3. Finally, the Mavericks put themselves on the board here, stopping the momentum of the Redbirds.
I cannot believe Y-Dog got away with his life there after planting the bomb. I thought for sure Saint was going to be able to find at least that kill there. Must have missed a couple of shots throughout that round, and unfortunately for Saint, his first death of the game will not force us into a 2 versus 2. Unfortunately, leaves them in a 1 versus 3 where Leo was just in a terrible spot. They really didn't have much of a shot towards the end of that round there in 1vx situations. Now Illinois State, though, looking back towards the B site. They know what they wanted to do. They did it in the first round, but this time through, T-Bam, he will be here. He'll have a little bit more presence and be able to back this up. They won't just be able to get a free plant down.
Island right now, hooked up, has the angle just outside of the bedroom. That should open up this B side a little bit susceptible for plant, but you do have the early rotations out of the Mavericks here. Noah has some presence towards the pool staircase. Can he catch some sights if they do decide, but it's going to be a disengage out of the Redbirds. They're going to move back through mid here. Leo leading the charge inside this, and eyes onto Noah. It's going to force this player back into the kitchen, and now Mavericks with that lesser player, they have to worry about this pressure at A.
I love this repositioning, though, from Illinois State. They realized, hey, you know what? There's a little bit too much pressure here from Minnesota. Let's just push this bomb up, try to get it down over towards A. Blainsy can't find the shots. But luckily for him, he's got Noah over the top of him. He's finding kills.
The complete collapse out of the Mavericks. You had Y-Dog through pillars. You had your AR and Noah around laundry, just the outskirts, and this kill from Y-Dog just opens up so much because Caitlin thought he was protected through the pillars, but that close one-on-one, just, again, perfect timing through the middle of the map for Y-Dog to bring that victory. Ties us up 2-2.
And now, we thought it was a big thing just because Illinois State was able to win 2 rounds in a row off the start, but Minnesota State, they'll answer right back with 2 rounds of their own, and Saint almost gets caught out in the middle map. Speak again, he does get caught out, but a nade will trade his life at the very least, gets the afterlife kill. Now Minnesota State, they want to try to work this bomb over towards the middle of the map. It looks like they might try to be repositioning it into B, and hooked up, he'll find another one through the middle of the map. So just putting Minnesota State in a rough spot here.
Yeah, Blaze gets caught in no man's land, and one less player for Mavericks now to work with. They are having that slow burn over to B. It's quite open at the moment. You are having this rotation out of Caitlyn in the back line, so could maybe catch Wydog trying to stretch this plant, and there it is. Shots aren't going to find the kill, but enough to dissuade him from planting that bomb. Look at this one. You're going to have the pinch out of Hooked. If not him, it was Leo on the opposite side. So one last player, it's T-Bammoth inside bedroom. Craig in hands. Very good position to be if the bomb was down. But in a 1v3 with the bomb inside this pool staircase, you are going to have to go collect that bomb. Take these gunfights one by one. And with 17 seconds left, this is just way too tough.
As soon as he touches that bomb, they would have given them the audio cue anyway. Illinois State didn't even really have to challenge that in the slightest, but nonetheless, they must have heard him jump down or something, because they were completely ready for the fight. Hooked up, peeks around at the right time, and Leo Bear will be able to finish off the gunfight. Just a good round out of Illinois State on defense there to shut down the A push, and then ultimately shut down the B push as well, as the rotation tried to come in. They just seem to have every single angle covered throughout that round on defense. They're very, very clean round. Now back on offense, we've seen them head towards B twice. The last time on B, they got shut down. They had to make the rotation over towards A, and it just didn't work out. This time we're going to see a little bit of a 2-2 split. 2 players going towards mid, 2 players going over towards the A site. And if they can work a plant up towards the site, they have enough position right now, and with basically nobody on Minnesota towards A, they could probably get this bomb down and play towards their own side here, actually.
A little bit overzealous on his end. You see Leo trying to do the exact same thing, but towards Laundry is going to just tuck on low and information into the minds of these Mavericks players. Oh, Wydog gets caught right through mid. That should open up this map now. Leo can strike through that 3, go down in an instant, and Blaze is all alone. Right in the backline is going to catch Leo. Bomb down, 1v2. 40 seconds to work with. He's going to get out now with 10 HP. So right back into this position. Caitlyn's going to spot him. They still know where he is. Hooked up on the exit. This is perfect now for the Red Bull setup for the post plant. They know exactly where this player is. They can set up this crossfire, wait from 4 on out, and then even if he gets close to the site, just have to let him kind of flood into this trap right now. Hooked up, putting some shots out. Whoa! Plays now, 1v1. The nade's gonna flush him out, and Caitlyn's gonna clean it up.
Such a perfect nade at the end of that round there, Seymour. I mean, yes, he's one shot, but that nade just makes the round that much easier for Illinois State. Once he throws that down, it basically turns it into a 2v1 for himself. It's like having an extra angle watched already over you, forces him out of that cover, and you just get the easy shots to finish the round off. Beautiful finish there from Caitlyn to close that round out from Illinois State. And now back on defense, another 2 rounds in a row go their way. And I mean, if we're following in trends, it would be Minnesota State who now need to pick up 2 rounds in a row.
Quick push to B. Maybe looking for a quick plant. Are the Mavericks here really crossing their T's and dotting their I's quickly at this B site? Bomb's going to go down from Wydog. Planted in favor of these pool staircases. Saints speed, but as soon as Wydog gets into that pool, shot's going to be out. Leo opens this up. Kill onto Noah. They follow up with Blade Z going to go down. Now Wydog's the only one here, and Tatiki is able to find 1, but that's about it. That's 3 rounds in a row now out of Illinois State. They're going to go up to 5-2 here and looking to put themselves back into the running of this series in a quick fashion.
You can tell just by the way that Illinois State was playing that round. They knew where that bomb was going, and they did not care. They had a full setup ready to go, pinch from every angle at once to break back into this one. I think this is going to be the first one here that Leo finds, just to open things up, and then him being able to find the second one. Like, T-Bam needs to be watching over his players in that situation from that top window, but he must have gotten pushed off from somebody pushing in from the garden side of the map on B, and just completely shuts down that push. A beautiful pinch set up from every angle from Illinois State to be able to push in, break that play up, and really shut down that B push.
The default pressure here from the Mavericks, 1 to B, 1 to A, 2, right through the middle of that courtyard, and they're actually finding the perfect timing. Wydog might be able to catch Hooked Up here, looking the wrong way. The shot punch out of Hooked Up. Walks away with that, however, off screen. It's Noah to try to pressure out these players. Big kill out of Leo. Should make this a 2v2. Kaylee and Leo on their own. Looking to push into the back line is very very bold effort out of Leo. Is going to walk right into the shots at Mammoth. Lazy trying to close the distance, and he does. Plenty of time to get this bomb defused. Minnesota State Mankato are going to stay alive here inside of Raid.
Let's not forget, Minnesota State is never out of a search and destroy. We saw it last week, Game 5, Round 11. They were down 5-2 at one point, brought that game all the way back, won 4 rounds in a row, was able to close the game out and win it for themselves here. And now trying to do it once again here today on Saturday. They were able to get the first round of 4 that they need in a row if they want to come back into this game. And it was a very good round out of them. They're completely ready for any push that they saw from Illinois. They got the first blood and just played off of the first blood. Now, here comes the hard part for them is their offense. Their offense seems to be what's struggling more so for them. More defensive wins so far for them than offensive wins. And it's just been tough for them so far here today to find something that has worked against Illinois State, because even last round they get the bomb down at B in a spot and a setup that you would think that they should be able to hold on to, and they just weren't able to. But Noah Rue finds the first blood through the middle of the map, quickly traded out. But with how much pressure they've got over towards the left-hand side, this should honestly be a pretty free plant over towards B if they choose to push up and get it down.
You have to be careful, though, if you're wide eye. If you push up too far, you might be caught out here by this player. And the rotations are already here. The Redbirds are going to spot that bomb. Oh, no. Canley got bad timing.
Did he not
White
spot
Dogs,
that?
White Dogs going to get this plant down for free. Now looking to bring themselves back. They line up, but the shots aren't able to finish it. Up now, Hooked Up and Cantley, the 2 ARs for Illinois State, looking to pull themselves back and end this. Very distant now on the angle. Cantley finds the first easy trade out of Mammoth up in the bedroom. Now Hooked Up 1v2.
This would be a really tough spot, too.
Look at Y-Dog. He's getting in behind. Hooked Up has no idea. That's going to be the round.
Yeah, much harder to take that back in a 2 versus 3 rather than a 4 versus 4 situation. You're seeing exactly why here. Even though Cantley finds the first, it was an easy trade for T-Bam to at least be able to find that kill. And then as the rest of that round just goes through, it's just easy trades from that point on, and they didn't even have to trade out because just because of great positioning from Noah Rue on the flank to be able to find that final kill. So we'll see what Minnesota State does here, but that's back-to-back rounds in a row. And if they can win one more round, it's going to force us right into a round 11 and into a very similar situation that we saw them in last week.
More pressure out of the Mavericks here in the ring than they usually show. Noah's going to fall. Second up, Hooked Up's able to double down. That's going to put Mavericks now in a really tough position. A 2v4 to stay alive here, to send us to a round 11. And look at the Redbirds. They're just flying out here. They're looking to take the fight to the Mavericks. The stun's going to land. They got information now. 3 players looking one way. They find Mammoth. They overwhelm Y-Dog. Say goodbye to Raid. We go tied up in the series.
Love that round 11, or love that round play to not get us into the round 11, I should say, from Illinois. What they do in that round is they force the players off over towards the A site, completely bully them out. They don't allow them to really get set up, get a good positioning, and then as soon as they get the first 2 kills over there, they know that site's open, plant the bomb, get it down right away. And what that does is it just forces Minnesota into such a bad hand. They need to basically either make a full wrap or just push through, and they're in a 2 versus 4 at that spot with a bomb down very, very quickly. It's hard to be able to break into that. And we said that it was hard to break a 2v3 in the round before. Well, a 2v4, just, add another player. It's going to be that much harder.
See, I'm not too sure at what the Mavericks were going for there in that round. I think that presence at the B site or at the A site so aggressively out in the open as well, like not even covered naturally by that ring, by the pillars that are provided around it. They push right into that, and they know that the Redbirds have been getting aggressive time and time again there at that A site, especially on the attack. I mean, the Redbirds have a good chance at setting the pace of the round while they come out the gates flying. And they catch them wide in the open. I have no idea what the Mavericks were thinking there. They had a good thing going the past couple of rounds, and they just kind of tossed it out the window with a bad play call.
Yeah, and I think you got to think as well, though, if you're Minnesota State, to kind of play devil's advocate here, is Illinois State was making a lot of pressure over towards both bomb sites. They played both bomb sites very well throughout that entire game. So if you're the Mavericks in that situation, you're looking at that and you're kind of saying, hey, we should just 50-50 a site. Now, I'm kind of with you. I would have rather seen them just play 4-man on a site and try to retake the other site. That's kind of what they were doing throughout those last couple rounds. But this round on defense, they do a 2-2 split. It just does not work out for them well there.
And it wasn't their recipes for success, as you stated. So now you're going into control. 1-1 apiece out of both of these teams, and this is where the Redbirds shine. This is probably their best game mode in the NACE Starleague right now, and something that you don't see a lot of teams specialize and look the best on control. It's always usually that, I guess, that icebreaker when you do go into a 1-1 tie going into this map number 4. It is going to be a big swing game right now for the Redbirds, and now if they take this control on Raid, they're going to be going into Apocalypse, where we originally favored the Mavericks. They're going to be going in with a lot of momentum into that game 4 if they can find Raid in control.
They absolutely can. And Raid, like a double dose of Raid going into Apocalypse, are 3 maps that are going to be very similarly paced in terms of just those submachine gun pressure and having to make sure that you're always constantly, like, as an AR, just kind of watching lanes to open up kind of avenues for your submachine gun players to make their way through, to get into ratty spots, to get into those annoying positions. And if we do head towards that Apocalypse hard point, that's really where you might start to see Minnesota State. Like you said, we're favoring them, but if Illinois State's able to take this Raid, a double dose of Raid, this, I think I might even start to maybe favor Illinois going to that final map. It was just how good their submachine guns looked in those last, or in that first Raid for themselves. I think we're starting to see a little bit of a case of deja vu here, though, Colin. The very first time these two teams played, it was Minnesota State that was able to take the first hard point. Then it was a 6-4 win on Search and Destroy for the likes of Illinois State. So you never know. If we see a 3-1 victory here,
yeah.
I mean, I might have to give up a call to somebody and start looking into it, because I mean, it's really looking similar to the last time. But nevertheless, heading in towards game number 3, it's going to be Illinois State on offense here first. Looks like it's going to be an all-out 8 hit to start this off.
What a break off. They find Noah. If they take that wide out, that should be a stack at A now to get rid of a lot of this pressure early. You are going to lose Leo. Looking for this. It's up to Blaze really to pull this one out. At the A side, he's going to walk right in behind. Finds Sage. Doubles down on a hooked up. Not going to give up that second tick. And look at these spawns are going to be blocked by player number 6. Bam, if over down in that bedroom. You can't even get that follow-up to B right now if you're Illinois State.
Love that play from T-Bam. He recognizes exactly what he needs to do in that situation. And what it is, hey, let's just push up. We block the spawns. They can't play zone tag. And it's something that you see a lot of the pro teams doing. Not so much in college, but fantastic to see it starting to make its way in towards these players being able to make these easy reads to really just shut down these pushes. But Illinois State, though, will find a few kills in succession over towards A. This should allow them to get right back onto the site. The second tick, you would imagine, is imminent at this point. And honestly, if you're Minnesota State here, you take probably one more shot at this. And if you can't stop it, that's when you need to put your full focus on holding on to that B site.
Y-Dog is standing tall right now. Hooked up's got to be careful. Finally healed up on top of this pillar, though. Second tick goes through. Here comes Y-Dog into the mix. Around the corner is a big one-on-one. Nate is stun in hand. 18 HP. Y-Dog's trying to hunt this one down. Is he going to find him? This is crazy right now. Finally, Hooked Up is going to take him down. And that's going to continue this progression over at A. But Minnesota, they don't want to give this one just yet. They are going to travel back. They can reverse on that one. Shut him down. And now 2 kills go their way. They're able to shut down the bottom of the minimap. They give up the taking. Blaze is going to have to come up big once again, and there it is.
So unfortunate there. For Illinois in that gunfight. I mean, you really thought they had a good chance, but nonetheless, Minnesota State, I mean, they're doing everything right that they need to do here in this round. They have not allowed them to really get onto either side and get a good amount of time. And with only 22 seconds left, now Illinois State, they need to kind of just make a commitment to one of these 2 sites, try to get this final tick of progress. And it looks like their commitment is over towards A, but with that kill from Noah and the 4 down, this could absolutely spell disasters for Illinois State.
And now Y-Dog is going to put some pressure onto that spawn. Set up can't here. Leo's going to have to double back, take him out. And a quick rush over to the A site. Who is there? It's Noah from the top, able to find the first one. Finally, they take him down. 3 seconds left. You see 2 players here from the Mavericks. Y-Dog again. Looking to put some pressure inside this. Caitlin's going to be down, but they give up the site. A minute onto the clock. However, look at the life factor. Only 3 left for Illinois State University, and they are dropping like flies right now. A 2v11. This is looking like Mavericks are in a great position to find this first round.
It all comes down to that kill lead that they built earlier on in this round. Now really becoming a factor, like you said, towards the later half with a 2v9. I mean, they're practically just stuck in their spawn, nowhere to go. Leo Bear should fall, and that's going to be Minnesota State Mankato coming out. Beautiful round number 1 from them. And I mean, honestly, that break off in the early portions of that round looked very good for Illinois State. But once they were able to get their feet in the round, find a couple of kills, and really start to lock in that spawn trap, that's when you really start to see Minnesota start to pull off that round and really take it away from Illinois.
Gotta give it to the Redbirds. They were able to slow it down at the end, battle out of their spawn trap, and find their way to the A side to finally capture it. It's just, it was too little too late. So now you're going into the second round. On defense this time, then what did we see out of the Mavericks? It was Bladesy and Y-Dog, who were constantly shutting down the sites. Just, yeah, Bladesy is only 5 and 6, but was constantly getting rid of these players inside the ring. Let's see if Illinois can do exactly that. 3 down early. Mammoth is going to still be there, but that 3 down is going to sway them. You got player number 1 hooked up to block those spawns over towards B, and now Mavericks again, they have a battle. Back to the A side. It looks like they won it. Gately shots are going to be down. The nade in hand. Oh, you got to get that up if you're T-Bam. Still no slays out. Finally, 2 big ones. If they overwhelm Gately in the back here, they can put some pressure onto A, but take a look at their spawn, Jesse. Saints coming in for flank.
And this flank could absolutely be everything. He gets 1. It's all about finding a few more here in succession. They need to also sniff out Y-Dog as well on the top of A, just to kind of just shut him down. You don't want this player lurking in behind you, because that's when things could really open up towards another site. But actually, Minnesota State, they're going to put full focus now over towards B. But again, Saints in the back. I mean, if you're wondering where Saint is on the map, I think you just need to start turning around at some point here if you're Minnesota State.
Plays for that little kind of spew. That was Leo to put some pressure onto the spawns. Mavericks are going to go to B, but another flank here from Leo. Love that we're going to be catching this, because you're losing the fight on front, but this could really be the savior of the round right now. Has the break, hops into the bedroom. Noah shot from behind now. Less pressure out here. Blaze down to 101 HP. The pinch is going to be through. Another 3 down. 21 lives to 16, but look at the time. Only 20 seconds for Minnesota to get to one of these hills.
Look at the positioning from Gately as well. He's at least able to slow down that push by finding 1 and forcing the second player to really have to make a fight onto the site. And Saints, again, will find 2 kills in from behind from Illinois State to shut that down over towards A. They don't have positioning over towards B, so maybe Minnesota State might be able to just hop onto that before the time runs out. But with having only 1 player there, this one-on-one is everything.
He's there. The nade's going to flush him out. Oh, the trophy system to help. So hooked up has to take the gunfight. Finally going to clean him up inside. 3 seconds left. Y-Dog forced into the pressure. Oh, he's got backup too. So 2 takes a pressure here. If Legal Bear can come up big, he can really put a pin in this round. There's 1 down. T-Bam pinched, and now with those spawns, they luckily get over to A. It should be another minute onto this clock, but again, look at the lives. 4v13.
It was such a heads-up play from Blazy just to hop onto A, but like you said, with only 4 lives left, they basically would have had to have a perfect rotation from A over to B, not lose a single life, and then be able to stack the hill for that final point. But now in a 12v1, you're pretty much in an impossible situation here as Noah, and you would think that this round is probably over at this point.
You would definitely think. There it is. There it is. Minnesota's gonna, or Illinois State are gonna find a defensive round of their own. Very coordinated to make sure that they backed this team against the wall. I would say that the Illinois State, even though it was pretty similar defenses, Illinois State looked a lot better on their defense in general. Because it was, what, 1.6 seconds left when we finally saw that last 3 takes come out through A. And that's gonna be troublesome if you're Minnesota. If this goes the distance to a round number 5, those early first rounds, I think Illinois should be winning with the tick advantage.
They did look better, but actually it was Minnesota State that found 5 ticks in that round to only, what, the 3 that Illinois found in the first round. So that's tick advantage already towards Minnesota State, towards trying to get that final defense. And if it comes down to being the battle of the defenses, that's when it could absolutely be everything. And I mean, speak of the battle of the defenses, Minnesota's trying to make you bite your words right now, as they're going to come out and very quickly shut down the A push.
Up around the corner, Y-Dog's here. Big saving grace out of the team. Tries to go for the wide swing, but hooked up reads it. Early pressure out from each team. Noah tries to read it, but it's going to be the backup T-Bam to slay out this squad on attack. And the spawns coming up for Illinois State are going to be immediately at the A side, gaining that first tick. Y-Dog here off that respawn, finds big 2-piece along with Bladesy to clear off that third. Not giving up that second tick yet, just to A, Jesse, and that's a big hit if you're the Redbirds. That was a perfect hill time off spawn. You You got to A, but Wild Dog and Bladesy are just not allowing you to take this site.
Once again, them in the perfect positioning top bedroom to just not allow that spawn to come in. They can try to enforce the spawn trap that we saw work so well for them in their first defense, and then once again it's starting to work for them here. They just keep coming off spawn. They need to just keep stopping these players over towards A, and another wipe or two, and it could honestly end up being the round here for Illinois.
Saints finds oh no, okay. Oh, hooked up was there for the shots to the wall. A site's gonna be lost. Minute 43 on the board. Finally, we get a good attacking round out of one of these teams. A 5-life advantage for the Mavericks. They need to clean up their spawn first before they can take care of this. There you go. Noah's able to find Caitlyn. And now all the blue arrows are going to be grouping up as a conglomerate towards this B side. Oh, T-Bam gets caught. Leo's going to find the opening now. This is going to be a big one. Saint slides in. Wideout shuts him down.
A huge two-piece through the middle of the map there for Minnesota State Mankato. They completely shut down anything that Illinois State had going on there with those 2 kills. It just really just kind of staggers that push, doesn't allow them to get up and get into the positions that they want to. Because we say it a lot, but there's 2 steps to really trying to break this B hill. You want to be able to get that back right hand, the top bedroom, get them out of it, and you want to be able to get inside of kitchen control. Well, they got job number 1 done, and with those couple of kills coming through, and with having 1 player on the hill, they might just be able to push up and get inside.
Bladesy somehow found his way into the bedroom. If you are the Redbirds with the last 7 players, you have to take him out first. Hooked. Here's the pressure in. Leo clears out this bedroom now. He's going to pick up that gun. A little bit more. Diamante's going to clean this up, but again, the help out of the Mavericks here. 9-5 in that life lead. Saints again in behind these spawns. Has found his way into the bedroom. You got the time stopped at 30. Progression is going to be here. Nade's going to land on Leo, try to flush him out. Able to get that trophy down, but it's too little too late. Wydog and Bladesy, with the help of T-Bam, are going to clear this one out. 24 seconds, 2 lives, nothing inside of Illinois State's hands to really bring them back in. They're going to hope that they can take these players out and stack this site one last time, but they are going to have to find this player number 7 that's behind. It can be Wydog to pray out, now gets into the Tiki, finds 1, and there's the second.
Minnesota State's defense, it's looking good so far here, and they actually only allow 4 ticks of progress to come through again. So if you guys are new to Call of Duty and you don't know how the final round of defense is decided and with how strong defenses looked in this round, it could end up being what ends up making the decision of who ends up coming out and winning the round. It comes down to who has the more ticks of progress on their offenses and who's going to be able to get the final defense. And so far, with 5 coming in from Minnesota, I believe that's only 8 from Illinois throughout the first 2 rounds. As long as Minnesota gets 4 ticks of progress here, they're guaranteed to get the final defense. If they only get 3, it goes down to kills.
2-1 here. Both teams finding defensive rounds. If the pattern stays true, we should be seeing a round number 5. But Minnesota's going to go right out the gates to A. Send 2 players here. Saints looking to put some pressure on from pillars, but not able to find a kill. Leo's going to be the one to open this up, and here we go, the pinch. Caitlyn, a second one. Bladesy forced into the action. 3 go down. Wydog all alone in an island here. Still contesting this time, but soon to be cleaned up.
15 seconds in, 1 tick of progress already through. And now the rest of Minnesota State, they're just going to try to come off spawn, get these players of Illinois out of their spawn. They don't want to be dealing with these players constantly shooting them in the back, constantly being able to find these flank plays. But nobody really on Illinois over towards that top bedroom, so the spawn will come through there. But now that they're able to push up on the map, this could absolutely start to turn into a really bad spawn trap here.
But still the Mavericks are fighting their way out. I think by Saints here. Good read here. The second one hooked around the corner onto the run. There we go. Mavericks have found their way out of the spawn now. Quest number 1 is done. Work on the second one, but as soon as they walk out, it's another 3 down. Wydog alone here is going to pressure himself now into this kitchen, try to get in behind and just stay alive, be a nuisance to this team, and look to draw them away. Saints hops into money around there, cleans up Wydog, and can turn around, snaps over to Noah. He's going to find a second. By the time the nade comes through, the damage has been done. Now the follow-up can be here from the Redbirds.
Bladesy stays alive.
And he's able to slip into this basketball court, and still the kills are coming through.
They finished that tick.
That's a big one right there.
And if they get A, this is guaranteeing them at least the final defense with this final tick coming through.
1 minute to the clock, Jesse. Now look at the lives, a lot more even than we saw in the last rounds. Dog and Bladesy can find their footing here into this round. They might be able to just snowball this over to B.
Great amount of front control right now. And Noah still just going big inside the hill. So the tick of progress is still just continuing to come through. And the life count, it's still 4, but with the ticks continuing to go up and up, this is where you could really start to run into trouble as Illinois. But Leo Bear makes a huge play. He at least slows down that. But with 5 ticks of progress now, whether or not they got, 4 or 5 in the first round, now it's guaranteed that Minnesota State are going to get this final, even if they don't win this round.
And Leo splits the water, runs it right through mid. However, now into the back line. Can prey on these players from behind. Only good for 1. He's able to damage the 2. Hooked up, looking to follow up. Only good for 1 on his own front. Still, the trades are going to be favoring the Redbirds here. They just need to go 1 for 1, and they're going to put away this round. 8 lives to 3. 47 seconds left. T-Bam, 1 Y-Dog. They need a perfect 4 just to finish this round in 4 rounds. But Saint's going to be rocking in here. Straight behind, cuts the difference out and cuts out the round. Illinois State's force a round number 5. But as you stated, this is going to be a confirmed defensive side out of the Mavericks.
And it's pretty much all they really needed to do with how this game has looked so far. If we're being straight, with how good both teams' defenses have looked, it really feels like either team has struggled with getting the first zone without losing a good amount of lives to the point where it's too hard to come back from. Even that last round, it was only a 4-life lead for Minnesota in that round, or for Illinois in that round. And Minnesota, was, with all the map position they had, still weren't able to bring it back and win that round out. So I think if you're Illinois State here, you're going in towards this round. Your big focus is not only getting the first tick of progress in the first zone, but also getting it without losing a good amount of lives this time.
Shots on the Saints through the wall, only minimal, but Noah's gonna pull this first blood. Still Bladesy inside the mix is gonna split down the middle. Saints is gonna clean him up. You got Y-Dog in behind. An excellent pinch out there, not even giving up that tick to A just yet. And already Y-Dog Leo puts some pressure on that. Leo's able to clean him up. You do have that spawn box again up in that top bedroom. This has been so good out of the Mavericks. They constantly do that. It has to be annoying.
It's just, it's T-Bam every single time up in that spot, making the heads-up play, blocking that spawn out. But nonetheless, Illinois, they'll be able to get onto A. This should probably be the A zone done. They only have 1 player really close enough to try to be able to contest. 1 player goes for the flank through middle of the map off screen. He's not going to be able to find it. And nonetheless, A zone done, dusted. They need to focus on B now. And again, a 4-life lead will be the life lead here for the life. Or actually, it's for Illinois who has the 4-life lead now. So this is great for them. This is their best chance of being able to win an offense.
This is the first time that we've seen an attacking team come out with a hill captured and the life lead, but it's been nullified immediately.
Very quickly, yeah.
Yeah, you got Saints in the back line, but he is on an island here right now, just dedicating some of these Mavericks players to clean him up before the damage gets out of hand. And there you go. Noah's going to find him. Y-Dog, a big one-on-one through the middle. And look at this setup. Look at this spread out of players. T-Bam. Oh, Leo gives him the work. That would have been a huge pickup, but now Illinois State, they have the chance to go to B.
Just realized Leo is on 42 kills right now as well after seeing that last kill come through. Absolutely turning up here for Illinois State. Trying to put the team on his back to win this round out, but like you said, they had a 4-life lead, now down to 3-life disadvantage to Minnesota State, now 4. So I mean, just going on streaks as Noah, Rue, and Bladesy right now, and it's really just nullified anything that Illinois State had going on for them here in this round.
Leo is being a sneaky snake right now. He's gonna find 1. He's allowing Saints now to get into the mix off screen. They're picking up these players as they spawn up inside Laundry, but Saints is gonna fall. That's Noah now, very safe and sound for the middle of the map. Leo's still in the back line here, still finding kills, but it doesn't matter because on the front line, Illinois State are losing the gunfights. So Leo, all this is doing is just getting him progress towards these streaks.
Well, it also spawns them out as well. Minnesota State now have that deep spawn. They're not spawning up as close to basketball as they would be able to like to, and that actually opens up the lane for Illinois State to be able to get in as well, and they might just be able to hop onto the hill and start to stack it down.
Big from Noah. Leo's still alive here. There's the streak number 1 on 7. 16 seconds though. Bladesy cuts the map through the middle. A's able to pick him up here if they can find Noah. They find Leo. Ian actually invests that streak right off the bat, and he's still on that. Gets the cruise missile. Saints is gonna double down on top of him. Leo look for another one, but Bam finally shuts him down, and here's the artillery strike. The big guns out of Minnesota, and it's not gonna matter. There's no time. Minnesota State of Mankato. They find map number 3. Who would have guessed that?
It's the first time Illinois State has dropped a control all year long, and now they do it in the worst possible time for themselves. Yes, your life is not on the line, but you absolutely want to take this win. You want one of those top seeds. You want that first round bye, and they weren't able to close it out there for themselves. And it just came down to Minnesota State's offenses through the first 4 rounds, just that little bit much better. Nobody wanted offense, but they got 5 ticks of progress through both their rounds. It gives them just enough to be able to solidify that final defense. And honestly, can we really talk about anybody but T-Bam in that final round? Or sorry, not T-Bam, Noah Rue in that final round there. Fine streaks. Those streaks end up being the implication of what closes that round out for Minnesota, because I don't know if you saw, but he used them at the very end of that round. He put them in the middle of the site, so when they tried to push across water to get in late in that round, they either died to the streak or they had no time to get towards the hill. Beautiful plays coming in. They end up closing that round out for Minnesota State Mankato.
Yeah, Noah and Leo both doing their damnedest to find that round. I have to give it to Leo. He found an 8 spree inside of the spawn of the Mavericks. Gets both streaks, but not enough time to use the second one. The artillery strike, it came out with 1 kill, but you saw that Noah used his right away as soon as that streak came out. And it found a few kills, but most importantly, it denied the presence onto the side. It denied Redbirds from pushing on into B, so I mean, that is a very interesting game 3, Jesse. Something I never saw coming. I mean, with Redbirds dropping this. I said it. I said there is no way the Redbirds drop control, and here we are.
Here we are. I mean, we said we thought they would win one of the next 2, and we were pretty much certain that we were going to see an Apocalypse. Well, we definitely are going to see the Apocalypse hardpoint come through. But now Minnesota State kind of put themselves in a spot where they might take all 3 respawns against Illinois State and take the game win. That would be something absolutely crazy, considering we never seen Illinois State drop a control. Their only hardpoint loss all year was to Minnesota State. This could absolutely end up turning this division on its head and possibly even taking Illinois out of that undefeated column and taking them out and not allowing this team to get that first round bye.
Who else but Mankato, the upset kids right now, taking down Northwood and now having the Redbirds right in their sights. 1 map to do that upset. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Apocalypse is on the menu. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Conference Finals for the Midwest between Illinois State Redbirds and the Minnesota State of Mankato Mavericks. What a banger matchup we have so far. The Mavericks on that number 3 seed so far, set up for the upset. They found both the hard point and the control, only dropping that search and destroy 6-4. Jesse, this is quite the game now. We're heading into the back half, which we both said is going to favor Mavericks. Going into Apocalypse, they're looking like they just might be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we said the first 3 really looked like Illinois State had a very strong possibility of 3-0 with the maps that we were going to, and the fact that the Search and Destroy was a map that we saw Minnesota State play 3 days ago on stream. But now, it's kind of flipped on its head. The backside looks very good for the likes of Minnesota State Mankato, and not only does it look very good, but they're feeling good going into it. They're up 2-1.
Yeah.
They took the first control now off Illinois State. In the entire season, Illinois State hasn't lost a control. They lose the raid control in that last map. And now we head towards Apocalypse Hardpoint, where if you're Minnesota State, not only are you feeling confident, not only are you feeling strong with your gun skill, but you're looking at this match like, we need to put these guys away before we go towards the Search and Destroy, and that's absolutely what the main focus is going to be. Now, if you're Illinois State going in towards this one, though, I think the big thing for them is Leo Bear was really, really picking it up at the end of that last control. If he can find a way to build that momentum on his submachine gun roll going in towards this hard point, I think that's a really big chance for Illinois State to bring this one back and possibly tie our series up.
So we got this set up now between the Mavericks and the Redbirds. They finally take that control off of this Illinois State team, something that no team has ever been able to do. And what did I mention? I'm just going to echo it a little bit, but right before that control, I said whoever takes this control is going to have the momentum going into the hard point. Now, the fact that Minnesota was able to kind of keep Illinois State away from that map win, that's very strong. You're going to keep them now out of that confidence factor. They're going to be fighting from a deficit, trying to build themselves back up and force that game 5. Now, if by chance we do see the Redbirds take this hard point and push us to that map 5 at the end of it, I think that is going to be an interesting Moscow, because taking that Search and Destroy, talk about a lot and how those Search and Destroys win championships. Well, the fact that I saw such a strong Search and Destroy out of the Redbirds, I think it's going to spell disaster for the Mavericks. So you want to see them, if you're a Mavericks fan, you want to see them close it out in 4 here.
Yeah, it really does worry me if we do go for the full to the game 5 Search and Destroy. As good as Minnesota State looks, I think Illinois State could really kind of bully them on Moscow. We saw it on Raid. We saw how they were kind of able to just pick them apart little bit by little bit, really play both bomb sites really well on offense. And if that happens once again, that's when Illinois State might be able to do it. But they need to get there first. And up first, it's going to be that Apocalypse Hardpoint.
Talk to me a little bit Apocalypse. We mentioned a lot, but for the viewers at home who might be first-time viewers or not used to seeing Apocalypse, because we don't get to see it very often in Cold War, and towards the end of the year, this kind of map, it's finding its own little niche, and a lot of changes have been made for these teams. So what are we looking at when it comes to Hardpoint on Apocalypse?
Well, you're looking at your submachine gun players to really set the pace for your team in this map, and you're also really looking at the rotations and trying to really make sure your team is locking them down, because there are so many possible hills on this game and this map that can really be bunny hills. You're looking at hills 2, 3, and 4. Really your chances to 2, 3, and 5. Really your chances to lock down a lot of time.
This is the break in the back. It's going to be a race out here. Big battle on rotations between player number 6 and players number 2 and 3. A 1v2 out here. Saints is going to be rushing out, looking to clear out this back temple. Lazy's going to find the first one. Caitlyn still alive, but you got Wide Dog to back him up. It's going to be Caitlyn still alive, but 3 down for Illinois State. They are going to be on the rotation here. If Caitlyn goes down, it is going to be less than that pressure from the front. And look at that. Noah comes out with a big one-on-one inside Broken Ruins to slow down this retake. And here comes the reinforcements from Minnesota, now already up by a whole 38 points and counting.
It's a perfect start for Minnesota State here. The Mavericks, they just completely bully their way into hill number 1. They get, 35 seconds through hill 1, and then hill 2. They have not lost these spawns yet, but Caitlyn has something else to say about it. He will finally be able to hop onto this hill, but a big one-on-one in the back here should not only solidify where these spawns are going to go, but who's going to be able to hold on to the remainder of this time. And T-Bam once again. One-on-one win.
Saints in the back. Noah spots him out. 18 seconds left here. Hooked up is going to find that kill. But you got Snow back here. Everything from here on is just scrap time in this last hill. Finally, Illinois State on one away from breaking double digits here, but they do get the rotation here. Wide is going to find Saints. Can they double down onto Caitlyn? No, it's going to be the split out here. The collapse for both teams favoring Illinois State at the moment. Caitlyn's going to find 3 in a row for the side of the Redbirds, and that's going to give them stills control right now. But look at Minnesota. They're going to be able to pressure this out right away.
It's not something you normally see, though. A good rotation from Hills 2 to Hills 3. It's normally the other way around. If you hold onto the scrap time of Hill 2, you normally struggle early into Hill 3. But Illinois State, they were able to get the early break, but right away, Minnesota State breaks right back. You called it out. They had a great pinch set up to go in. And speaking of pinches, Caitlyn, he's going to be trying to do the exact same thing back to them. Doesn't even need to. All the kills are found from the front from Illinois State, and they're able to hop right back into that hill.
Time. Now to bring it back in for this back half of Hills. They could dominate. Noah finally gets the break for the scrap time. Still going to be fighting in the mix, and the trophy system, the beatdown, a lot coming out of the arsenal from the Mavericks right now, but breaking into the Hill 4 is definitely going to be some troublesome factors here. Leo's going to drop, makes it a little bit easier. Now the pinch is going to be set up from T-Bam. 3 go down in unison. Caitlyn, the only one alive in the backline, and he's surrounded by so many players right now. You got pressure onto this hill. Progress being taken up for Minnesota State. That's a big 2-piece to keep them on the hill.
And they completely clear out the left side as well. Only one player left here now is hooked up, and he actually does find a huge kill. That's going to force a couple of the arrows on Minnesota State to have to turn around, have to watch their left side, which will then allow Illinois State to set up this huge pinch that you're seeing come through now. But it's actually Noah once again inside the hill. Finds a huge 2-piece, stays alive for just enough time to be able to solidify these spawns and lock them back down for Minnesota State to not lose P5 spawns.
It's just constant split spawns on Apocalypse that happen again and again on a map like on a hardpoint like Turtles. That just allows Minnesota to set up these pinches so many times. And Noah found 2, not able to find a third. Now rotating over to this hill 5, last hill in this first set of rotations. Leo's going to win a big rotation battle onto T-Bam now, looking to stay alive now as there's plenty of Mavericks players here to provide that spawn back up for T-Bam. Noah's going to fall in the back line. Leo gets traded out. Inside that trench, Saints here to get in possession. They drop on down. They walk right in front. Saints able to find one. Now Caitlyn back into the mix. Clears out that break now. Spawns here for the Redbirds. They're looking to reinforce this right away. 35 seconds still on this time. And it's going to be big time here for the Redbirds to bring this one back, Jesse.
Leo staying alive as long as he did towards top bedroom or towards that top building really allowed him to find one kill, and that one kill opened up an avenue for Hooked Up to really stop the spawn from being able to come in from Minnesota State. And what that did was it just kind of took away a little bit of time here from them. And I love this play from Illinois. They're not going to put a full focus on trying to hold on to the remainder of that time because they know that this game can be won and lost here on Hills 1 and Hills 2, and they've got Minnesota State spawning exactly where they want them on the left hand side. They just need to just try to find as many kills as they can and force them and stop them from being able to get in towards this next hill.
Here we go. Back to the zone. Finds the first blood. Saints following. That is going to deny a lot of pressure here. Shots out of Noah. Leo cleans up 2. Back into the hill. He's going to fall, but already enough damage to allow Saints to get right back into this T-Bam from above. Slides on in. Shots aren't there. Has to swap to the Demoni. Breaks on in now for the Mavericks. 30 seconds into this hill now. If you're looking at the Redbirds now with 2 lacking players, they need to kind of back themselves up, dig deep into their spawn and come out on top with these trades. Hooked Up, already finding one. Y-Dog looking to break this, take some shots. Wants to clean this up. He's going to force the gunfight right into Y-Dog. Luckily, Leo's there to clean him up.
Minnesota State, they've got 3 players attacking from the front and only Caitlyn there right now to try to shut it down, but it does not matter. That's all they need right now. Apparently, he'll do just enough. He finds a 2-piece, slows it down, gives his team enough time to be able to break right back in, and this could honestly bring us right back to a tie game if Illinois can hold on to the remainder of this time.
Yes, it does. Plenty of time to find a lead change here. Mavericks trying to get to this hill, but it's so hard to approach right now. Caitlyn on that front line, slides on in. Noah, that's a big one. 2 down now. Still got the spawns in the back so for Illinois, so it's not over just yet, but with these kills that are coming through, you can see that the Redbirds are going to be spawning out in Narnia still with the 25 seconds left. It looks like they want to take another swing at this hill for the scrap time, as long as Hooked Up is still in the back line. He's going to pop up with one. Bam's gonna have to put his presence into the back line. A nice two-piece out of T-Bam, or out of Hooked Up, and he's gonna give up these spawns for this Hill 3, but he's gonna deny it, mitigate this damage.
Dog finds 2 to get the scrap time there for Minnesota State Mankato. And they hold the rotation as well. That is so huge. Basically, them being able to find the back 30 seconds there just voids out the front 30 that Illinois State was able to get. And now when you head over towards the rest of this time here, it's just a bigger and bigger lead beginning to grow, as opposed to us heading in towards a tie game and towards this third hill.
In control are the Mavericks here, looking to push their lead a little bit farther. Saints on the flank. And he could be the one to break this one. Shots a little bit early on to T-Bam. Has to snap over to Y-Dog. Good for 2. 3 are going to go down for the Redbirds. This is a solid hold out of the Mavericks right now. Over 200 points now. Even closer to striking distance of a victory. And as the trades come on through, it's all orange in the kill feed. T-Bam's going to find a third. 2 in a row. Mavericks now, they can put this away.
Craziness too, because they've got Y-Dog on the other side, close towards the new hill. We've seen what he was able to do there before. Unfortunately for him, he does fall. And right now, though, the slowest player in the lobby for Minnesota State was Bladesy, but he just found himself on 5 in a row and just absolutely helped them try to break these spawns on the left-hand side, which they've done now. They should be able to spawn there. Very weird spawn, actually, for Noah to spawn out in that situation. I thought for sure he was going to spawn up on the left.
Constantly, we saw the last time around where pinches out of the split spawn out for the Mavericks here. It does seem like those 2 players that spawned out are going to be taking the middle of the map. Here comes the big guns from Y-Dog. Drops an artillery right in. There's the break.
Oh,
and now
no.
30 seconds left. They can end this, Jesse. Look how far the Redbirds are spawning.
That pinch, I mean, the spawn out wasn't great originally, but they turned it into something so good here. And Illinois State, they put their full focus right now. They know they need to break. They're going to make it a push through the middle of the map.
10 more seconds. Noah finds 2 with the nade. You got to get into this if you're Satan. Behind Reed from Blades. T-Bam's going to reinforce this hill. 4 seconds left, and nobody is close enough to touch this hill. The Minnesota State of Mankato University. They're going to upset Illinois State Redbirds here in the conference finals of the Midwest. Get the top seed into the playoffs and do what I thought was going to be the impossible here. What a showing out of the Mavericks.
Wow. I mean, if this is what this team is going to look like going in towards playoffs, you need to just throw, and I mean absolutely throw any notes you had on these teams out the window. Mankato has come out in back-to-back matches with huge upsets over the top 2 teams in this division. Yes, this isn't a knockout match, but one thing that this will absolutely do for this team is build a ton of confidence on Minnesota State Mankato. They can come out, they know that this team is 100% ready to go. They know that they are able to take down these top dogs, because Illinois State was looking like a top 5 team in this division, in this whole entire league. And now Minnesota State, they come out with a dominant victory like that. That was all 3 respawns. We say it a lot that Search and Destroy wins championships, but when you come out and you can dominate respawns like this, that's when your teams can really start to take that next step and really become one of those top teams in the league.
I think this means a lot more than just seeding right now for Minnesota State University. One thing that I was very afraid of was if you're going into playoffs now from that number 3 spot, you're able to take down Northwood, but if you can't take down the Redbirds, what does that mean for the rest of the playoff? Because there are a lot of teams that are just like the Redbirds, undefeated in the NACE Starleague. Tough teams to go up against as well, and now that we see them take down the Redbirds, that just shows that this Minnesota State of Mankato team, they have a chance at upsetting more teams going into the playoffs. And I think that's what's most exciting now, looking at the next week.
It really is. I'm becoming a closet Mankato fan right now, because I mean, these guys are turning up. I didn't say it on stream, and you know I didn't, but you heard me call it before. I said that I thought Minnesota State was going to take this match, and they did. They came out, they make the big upset. I'm really starting to like watching what this team is doing, and they're doing all the little things on the map right now. They're making a lot of really good plays in terms of just positioning on the map, trying to spawn their players out where they need to. We saw it in the control a lot, but even so, in that hard point, they just made constant plays over and over again where they were able to just break in towards these hills, set up very important pinches, and just really recognizing where the other team is going to be all the time. And that's where you're really starting to see this team start to make those strives and those pushes in towards their hard point and towards their control. And if this team is able to continue to play on this level, I mean, the sky's the limit for them. And it was all to play for them, and a lot to lose for Illinois State. And Illinois State is going to lose that first round bye now.
Well, let's talk about a couple big changes that we did see about Minnesota State Mankato going into this conference final. They bring in Bladesy, and Bladesy didn't have the biggest showing on the control, even though they came out with the control. He was kind of overshadowed by the likes of Noah and by the likes of his counter SMG inside Y-Dog. And I think the two of them working together, though, Bladesy and Y-Dog, were enough to keep that pressure off of the hill countless times on the A side. And he was just doing a lot of the dirty work right now for this Mankato team. And I think Bladesy coming into this roster for the conference final was what Mankato needed to really kind of push past their limits and just exceed even more over this Redbirds team, Jesse.
I couldn't agree more, and I think map 1 is honestly won because of Bladesy, because of the streak he found himself on through the middle of the map. What was it? It was hills 4 and 5 that we really saw the Mavericks kind of dominate on in the first map, and it was him. That was when he went on that big streak. And you got to think, without that streak, they don't find that big lead. They don't eventually build a big enough lead where even when Illinois State started to make the comeback, they couldn't close it out. And I think that you're 100% hit the nail on the head. Bladesy is that difference maker for this team right now. We didn't see him in the last series, but in this series here, he whether or not he didn't make a big impact in the APOC or inside the raid control, just being able to single-handedly win a map for yourself in map number 1, it shows this team is making leaps and bounds.
It was enough, and enough is enough right now. We're getting ready for the interview, and I have a little bit of news for you all. Every 180 seconds, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer, and 40% of all pediatric cancers are in fact blood cancers. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns lives upside down, and when this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS, they're here to help. Since 1949, LLS have invested more than $1.3 billion into research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments that they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. And returning to the desk today is the LLS hero of the game once again. It's T-Bam. Welcome to the desk. Congratulations on finding the first seed, exiting the Midwest. How you guys feeling?
Oh, we're feeling great. We just had a last-minute substitution, but we made it work.
Yeah,
I
I want to ask
awesome
about,
feeling.
sorry, Jesse. Yeah, sorry, Jesse, for cutting you off. But I asked, bringing Bladesy in. You guys looked good today. I mean, that checkmate, he really showed his all. Is that going to be a sure thing now, Bladesy in the team, or is that just for today?
That was just for today. So our Spirit he had work, so he couldn't show up. So we had switched our Noah to AR. So we had me and Noah AR, and then those two are the subs.
Well, it seemed like it didn't make a difference for today. I mean, you guys came out swinging, and you guys showed even growth.
Awesome.
You guys showed growth from just Wednesday when we saw you. So that's something big. And my first question about the match today was, what did you guys prepare for the Redbirds? Because we haven't seen too much on stream about this team. Was there anything that you guys solely changed up from just Wednesday to today?
Mostly we only just played 8s. We didn't really get enough time to watch VOD because we were gonna do that today because we thought the match was tomorrow. So we didn't really get that much preparation. So just to show up and actually play like that, I'm super grateful for.
Yeah, it was honestly really, really impressive today. The fact you guys were able to take 3 respawns, the first control that Illinois has lost all year as well, you guys were able to pick up there. And it really seemed like, honestly, like the substitution kind of worked out like great for you guys. In all honesty, the roles looked like they were still on point. When you guys were in that game against Illinois, I think the game 3 is really where you guys won this series. When you're looking at that game 5 and that last round, or sorry, the game 3 in that last round, what were the things going through your guys' head? Like, because you guys obviously took 2 defenses before. What was really the stepping stone and finding that last round? Because you guys had to dig deep to finish that off with some of the positioning that Leo was able to get up and push himself into.
Yeah, so Leo was in our spawn. I was trying to focus him, but Noah was able to pick up streaks on that last round, and like straight up, he was doing a lot of stuff by mansion. I was just over getting spawn killed by Leo. I was trying to focus him, but we ended up getting him, but it was a nice pickup. I think we won by the last like time on the last hill or the last control. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. It was honestly one of the best controls I've watched all year. It was so super fun to cast over, and honestly, you guys did great today. Very, very impressive win coming out of you guys.
So what's next?
I can't wait to
at
rewatch it.
Minnesota State. Yeah, what's next at a Minnesota State University, T-Bam? I mean, you guys looked good today. You beat Redbirds, and who's next on your sides? Who do you want to take down really most?
And we're ready for anyone. I'm not too sure who we're playing, but we're for sure gonna get prepared for whoever it is. I'm excited.
Anything you guys want to work on as a team now? Anything you guys kind of feel like you need to work on?
I feel like we just need to play more in general. It's like Vanguard's out, and we just need to get everyone on the game and get more reps in.
Understandable. The balance must be tough right now between the two games.
Yeah.
But right, come on. There's a decent prize pool on the line here. You guys want to be able to win this NACE Starleague.
Well,
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I want to thank you for coming out to the interview, T-Bam. It's a big game right now. I'd say a pretty big upset. You guys must be feeling great after that one. Is there anything you want to say before exiting the stream, maybe to some people back home?
Oh yeah, just thank you everyone that showed up. Showed up and watched us play. Like we'll be back next week.
All right. Well, have a great night. Go enjoy that victory with your team.
Oh yeah, thank you guys. Have a good one.
You too.
Jesse, that's it. That's the conference finals right there. Next time you're gonna see everybody's gonna see us, it's gonna be the playoffs, and that is just showing us that a lot of these teams, they are not giving up, even though they might be the lesser team statistically. They are not going to be giving up in this whole thing. I can't wait to see the results of the rest of the series that are going on today, because if some of these undefeated teams are starting to fall now towards the later end of it, it might just show that the best of the best can actually bleed going into the playoffs.
It's just going to make things more and more interesting as we head towards playoffs. And we talk about it in any sport, any esport, whatever you want to call it. Playoffs always the best time of the year. And I mean, with upsets like that starting to happen already just in the play-ins and in the conference playoffs, I think we're only looking up from here, and things are just going to get better and better for the NACE Starleague.
Well, folks, as I said, the next time you're going to see Cruz and I is going to be into the playoffs right now of the Call of Duty NACE Starleague. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, two new casters in Maisel and the Coco the Dragon to bring you League of Legends for the rest of the NACE Starleague for the day. Stay tuned for some more NACE League after the break.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing the action here because it's the playoffs, and why not? We're in the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV playoffs, and it is the West Conference going up here soon, Cole. But first, it's halfway through the day now. We got to get some energy, and for that fact, we do need to look at Gummy Shot, because the fact that now I have a physical copy. I know, Cole, you don't have yours yet. You'll get yours eventually. But I just think that these things are awesome. Unfortunately, I don't have the read for me because it's broken. But I do just want to say, like, these things have been amazing, right? Like, I've gotten to try the tangerine. This is the berry. And then there's also the pineapple. I have them all right here. Yeah. And they are actually really, really awesome. I think that, like, the natural flavors, as well as the fact that you can have that energy boost without having to drink a Red Bull or like a Monster or something along those lines, is super nice. Because as a gamer, right, like, it's not always that healthy to drink Red Bulls all the time. So the fact that Gummy Shot's able to provide like a natural source of energy is absolutely amazing. But
I'm still waiting for my package, man. Like, it's just you got like 2 packages. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Where am I? I'm like, I need my Gummy Shots too, guys. Like, come on. I know he's
they're
playing
pretty good. They're pretty good.
Yeah,
they're
true.
hey, yeah, I was gonna say I need the energy.
Yeah,
all right,
you're
give
the
them
play-by-play,
to
so-
me. Give them to me. All right. Well, Gummy Shot has been amazing. Thank you for them for sponsoring the streams and being a part of the collegiate community, because it does mean a lot. But now we got to talk about our matchup. It's our first playoff matchup.
Yeah.
It is the West Conference. It is the Cal Golden Bears going up against SFU.
Yeah, and University of California, honestly, being the first seed, you give them that benefit of the doubt coming in as the sort of Goliath to the story. They've got an amazing roster as well. I'm specifically looking at the mid lane as well in Stabsy, someone you need to watch out for, one of the best mid laners out here throughout the entire NACE JV League, I'd have to claim, even outside of the West Conference. But, you know, you're not going up against no pushovers. I'm in Fraser University.
Mm-hmm.
They have a very, very powerful bot lane in Nincison and Cobb. So we'll have to see how they're going to be able to perform against Issy's Cutie and Rex Required. Because in this grand final, if you're representing that West Conference going through the rest of the NACE Star League, so being that real mass, like a massive representative, and having all that weight on your shoulders, you got to prove your worth.
You do.
And I don't think either of these teams are going to be going out without a very big tooth and nail fight.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, one of the key factors right now for me is the strength in team cohesion.
Yep.
Supports roaming. That it literally is just the meta right now, and that's where I'm going to be looking at how quickly can these teams kind of cohese into this best of 3 and find that good decision making, and especially around these objectives, right? We've seen so many times things fumbled around big objective moments and things along those lines, but if these collegiate teams can find control in a map, it gets a lot harder for the enemy team, right? And I think that strangleholds exist for a reason, and especially for University of California.
Oh, definitely. And I think you touched on the right point in the fact that you having a very heavily support roam focused meta, needing to unlock those players and those champions is very crucial. And going into the draft, you have to give all the tools required for that to get into play. Those roaming mids like the LeBlancs that we've been seeing very recently, as well as the Twisted Fates, but also the very safe bot laners as well. Something like those Ezreals that can help give you that safety. Or, you know, if you're feeling a little bit spicy, I know that Jinx is kind of up and coming at the moment, as a matter of fact. If you're looking to...
Have you seen the stats on like the increased play rate for Jace, Vi, and Jinx? I think it's actually crazy.
It's been insane, and you can definitely tell that some hot fixes have come in since Arcane has been shipped out. But it is something where if you're trying to go away from that roaming support meta and you're trying to create more of a hyper carry and creating a lot of attention down there, Jinx and Aphelios are those other options that can really pack a punch and can be a very strong surprise factor when it comes into the sort of later stages of the game. But with the bans already gone away, you can
look
see...
at these bans, man. Yeah. It's all supports. It's literally just supports. And I love it. And the fact that we don't get the Bard for Rex Required, a little sad. I was wondering if it was going to sneak on through. The Kennen also gets thrown in there because, Kennen does what Kennen does.
True.
And it's a very strong pick in the meta. But first pick was Camille for Simon Fraser University on the blue side. And it's looking like a Lee Sin angle for University of California.
Let's keep a very. I like the Lee Sin. Like we said, we want something that has a little bit more maneuverability around the rift to get to those plays faster than your opponent and have that priority without really needing to win lanes per se. Be able to just get into that very sneaky avenue of approach and take it out. Then also with like the Camille, I like the Camille too because it's threatening that whole top side focus, right? And immediately with that Zigzag in, this is 100% top side focus. Twisted Fate is still up because, as you pointed out, it's support banned across the map. So this is very much looking like Simon Fraser going to play that top side meta, get into a focus of creating a 1-3-1 or a 1-4-1 side push focus, and then try and overwhelm University of California through their control of the map.
Absolutely. And talk about control of the map. We have a Graves locked in as well for Simon Fraser. I absolutely love it for themselves, but as well as the Ziggs. And Ziggs right now into an Aphelios, more than likely, right? We've been seeing Ziggs consistently bot lane instead of mid. Still some flexibility in that avenue, but can be a little bit difficult, right? And I feel like Aphelios has just risen so much in priority for the team fight potential that you can have with him. And paired with the Lulu, that gets even more terrifying.
Oh, definitely. And especially the fact that with the Ziggs being already shown so early, it gives University of California that tell to say, well, we know that they're going to be playing very, very safe bottom lane. They're not going to have a lot of kill pressure on us. So let's go ahead and get that hyper carry, AD carry in Aphelios. And with Lulu paired with it, that is going to be very oppressive when it comes down to fighting around those objectives, around Soul Point for Dragons, and around the Baron as well. So keep a close eye on how well they're going to be able to perform on that with Issy's Cutie and Rex piloting those in the bottom lane.
Very heavy focus into the individual lanes here in the second phase of bans with the LeBlanc Galio by the Golden Bears. And Jax on top of probably another solo laner here, I would expect, especially with what University of California have already displayed for their picks. And it is going to be the Akali.
Finally getting into some solo lane focus, because that's all that's really left for both these teams to try and prioritize. And with them having to blind pick one of those solo lanes, I feel like top is the best opportunity for them here. Something that can either just sort of stabilize or survive underneath turrets. Sion, a great option with that. Not something I would say I've seen recently with these collegiate teams picking up, because there are like the Orns and the Gangplanks that you can play that give a little bit more team presence. And Sion sometimes feels like he's sort of blocked down in that lane until either your team is able to break open bottom lane and then start to move your lane assignments first, or the other way around with Simon Fraser possibly picking that one up as well.
True. I will say it has nothing to do with this, but I have been seeing a lot of Sion in the NEST tournament, the LPL off-season tournament. So who knows? Maybe priority in Sion's raising across the board. Malzahar, though. It's a sneaky pick here for Simon Fraser.
It's an interesting blind, right? Because usually you see these kind of lockdown utility mages there when like the LeBlancs are available, or a more assassin central mid laner is being played. But blind, it leaves a lot to the imagination for the Golden Bears to try and maneuver around. Because yes, Malzahar is oppressive when it comes down to pushing the lane, but if you have something that can freeze the lane efficiently, but can match a little bit faster when it comes down to team fight presence, then you will be able to create a lot of problems here for the Simon Fraser, because the Malzahar is straight up going to be either hitting that lockdown R button onto either the Aphelios, or is going to be doing that onto the Lee Sin to deny any engagement. But because of that, it leaves him in that isolated position for someone to drop down whatever they want, i.e. the Victor with his gravity field, to keep him in that position, force the rest of the team fight to happen, and it gives the Golden Bears that pressure to then reassess the situation and play it on their own turf and on their advantage.
So I looked over to the op.gg's, right, and I saw the Soraka for Cobb, and I was like, that would be interesting. I don't know if I want double enchanters, and then let alone he picks it as the last pick for Simon Frazier. So it's going to be a Lulu versus Soraka support. I don't know if necessarily that's going to be the roaming aggressive potential that maybe I was looking for.
Sure.
But I am still excited for when we get to the team fights, right? Especially with the Victor locked in for the Golden Bears. I think that being able to weather the storms of the early game for both these teams in different fashions is going to be super important.
Well, it does feel a little bit bitter, right? In a sense that we were looking for those roaming supports to be unlocked, especially with like the Ziggs coming in so early to create that pressure. But you have like that additional harassment that the Soraka and the Lulu can provide, and once the Lulu is put down, you have to match it with an enchanter. You can't just say, all right, well, we're gonna have Ziggs on his own, and then pick up like an Alistar to go roam and then never touch the lane again, because Alistar is going to get bullied by that Lulu in lane. So if he leaves that lane and he leaves for a long time, he's going to fall behind in XP, he's going to fall behind in presence, and then inevitably that Lulu and Aphelios are going to get enough confidence to start oppressing onto Simon Frazier's bottom lane, who's just isolated on his own, which is just going to be an absolute bummer and just ruin the whole composition of what you want for the Ziggs to do. So to that end, matching it with those, I like the change up. I'm curious to see how well the composition of UCal is going to be with getting onto this Soraka, because that's a lot of heal, that's a lot of sustain that you're going to be able to provide to this rather squishier composition that Simon Fraser has built up, but still has at least the durability to to survive enough for this Soraka to get those heals on, get the silences, and sort of try and slow down the advance that the Golden Bears are going to try and pressure you with the Aphelios and the Scion and the Lee Sin.
I still wonder though how. So one thing with the Aphelios, I feel like, is it's all about positioning, especially later game and especially around objectives, because and timing, right?
Sure.
That's the kind of double-edged sword or double-edged gun. I don't know if that makes any sense. With the Aphelios, is the fact that you have to have those right times. You have to always be heads up in what the team is planning and what the next steps are ahead of time, and especially against the Malzahar and the likes of a Camille and a Graves, who can just be up in your face, and the target selection from Simon Fraser will be interesting. But for the Aphelios itself, like, this is going to be a key for the University of California to find success, and if it falls pretty much on the ADC shoulders, which I love as an ADC main. But I'm very interested in how that kind of plays out through this series, especially into a best of 3, right? Because it's always so crucial how these little adaptations come through. And to have these kinds of compositions for our first game is always a good step forward for, I feel like, both of these teams, because they kind of got what they were looking for.
I think you're just counting out the fact that you could just cleanse the Malzahar ulti. Like, if Isses doesn't take cleanse here, that's already a big red flag for me. But then immediately after that, you have Mikhail's Crucible that could just be rushed by Rex anyways, and then that's just 2 cleanses already in your back pocket against this Malzahar. And it's not something like a Skarner where where the Malzahar is going to have the tankiness of a Skarner to just like go in, hit the lockdown button and drag you back into his team. He has to expose himself with a little bit of that shorter range of the Malefic Visions and such to get that damage in, hit the suppression, and then sit there for a good 2 seconds with you, to where the rest of the compositions from both Simon Fraser and from the Golden Bears to set up and try and appropriate the situation, right? And it's like, if you take a cleanse out of that, and then you're able to jump back in the fight, I feel like UCal just has the superior follow-up and the superior engagement to it. But they have the easier tools to access the backline for sure, and that's where I think it comes down to the mid laners again, right? Because it's like, if you have a proper gravity field to separate the front and the back line from Stabsy, there's no way that this shorter range damage composition of Simon Fraser, which we're looking at just like the Camille, the Graves, and the Malzahar, to get to that back line, which sure, Aphelios is a little bit of that shorter range, but I'm looking at the Victor once it comes down to the very late game fights. Like you're right on the majority of that. Aphelios is going to be that one damage output player for UCal, but Victor, once he gets like 3 items and gets all of those augment upgrades as well for all of
It's
his
pretty
skills,
nuts.
he is insane. So I'll be
Yeah.
looking out to see how well Stabsy's going to be able to sort of run the rift when it comes down to piloting this Chemtech in Inventor.
But another big, at least I feel like big portion of this is going to be the Graves versus Lee Sin matchup.
All right.
And I'm looking to see if there's any aggression early from UCal, especially, and seeing if the Graves doesn't just get let to farm early and get to this next team fight or the next big objective and be that strong presence that we've seen Graves to be. And that, I feel like, is another way for UCal to really find an early advantage and snowball that into that kind of control you're talking about.
Sure, yeah, because we haven't really touched too much on the jungle matchup in this game particularly, mostly due to sort of that gentleman's agreement, right? Of you're going to have Kiosios on this Lee Sin, who's going to be a little bit more proactive in the lanes and in trying to set up those macro plays when it comes down to prioritizing neutral objectives, and it's a team effort when it comes to setting those up. He needs an additional lane member there to do just that. But on the other side of the coin, it's a Graves, like you said. He can just power farm as fast as possible. If he sees a Lee Sin on the opposite side of the map, this Graves is going to do exactly just that and walk into that jungle, check if there's any camp still available, and just continue to power farm to level 6 and get those items to where he can eventually find that Lee Sin and just gun him down and then be able to take a neutral objective by himself. So to that end, I think that's the early game priority for Simon Fraser here, is to at least give some confidence and give some lane proximity. With like a Camille, that's totally going to be possible. Malzahar, totally possible. The only question in this laning phase is going to be that Ziggs and the Soraka, to see how effective they are into pushing against the Aphelios and the Lulu, and who's going to be able to win that one, because that will determine a lot of how powerful this Graves will be when it comes down to the early mid-game performances, when it comes down to the mythic cash-ins, and getting his team that advantage that they need to close out this game.
Well, here we are on to Summoner's Rift for the first time of the day. It's the West Conference Playoff Finals. It is the Cal Golden Bears versus SFU, and it's going to be a banger. We got a best of 3 ahead of us, but this is a strong start for both these teams.
Strong start, that is. General 5-point spread for both of them. Neither of these teams looking to get an early advantage within the waking hours of this game 1, but I wouldn't put it past any possible like late vision prodding that either of these teams would be looking for. I'd specifically would favor Golden Bears to try and get something onto one of these buffs or into one of these camps here, just to find where Ricky on this Graves is, just to make sure that you are either going to be matching with that Rift Herald timing, or with that Rift Scuttle timing, excuse me, or are you going to be trying to look to maneuver away from him or see where he's going to be when he tries to look for those counter jungle invades to continue power farm. But as that is, both the junglers opposite sides of the map and already poking and prodding from Izzy's Cuties and Rex.
I mean, you gotta assert dominance at this point. I'm still sad that it's a double enchanter bottom lane, but you know, I'll commiserate with myself in something. They just don't stop, and they can do this because this is the strength of a Lulu in the early game and that extra damage you get. But also on the back end of it, that's where Cobb is strongest, when you can regen back up and keep the lane topped off so you can keep the presence.
For a bit, you kind of need that level 2 for Cobb, and I'd also say for Izzy's to get that maximum output in the early laning phase, because you need either that heal or you need that additional silence for the Soraka, or you need actual skills for the Aphelios to start harassing with when it comes down to trying to fully abuse the starting guns that they're able to grab up. So, knowing that the Graves for Ricky is starting on the bottom side, they're getting off with this with a little bit of luxury. They didn't check for any general vision overall, but you know, you expect this Graves to be starting on that red side, and knowing that trying to do as much damage as possible and dropping both Ninison and Cobb down to like 30% health within the first 3 minutes, he has a pretty appetizing setup for Crucius on this Lee Sin to maybe look to force some summoners to happen in this bottom lane in maybe a couple moments.
Yeah, sorry, I just almost died.
Oh.
Trying to get a drink of water. Sorry about that. But we are looking at the early roam timer here for Rex required, and I was wondering if he's going to actually pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, just some priority for
to
Skull
some
is all.
extent. Well, yeah, exactly. And I was wondering if we were going to see like a full roam maybe from Rex required, but also just keeping that presence in the bottom lane is super important this early.
Well, I don't know if you'd want to do a full roam just yet. I think it would be pretty interesting, especially if Tell didn't happen. You might be able to sort of take some EXP away from Stabsy and give Solo over to Issis. But
Did
oh
they
my
just
goodness!
win here, the Gravitum?
Oh wow!
Oh, the damage on the Issis.
Oh.
So. Flash from Rex required, and that's what you get from a challenger player right there.
Oh, wonderful job from this bottom lane of UCal. I don't think they're done yet. Cobb is looking
going
in danger.
for it. Rex is just going for it. That's 2 kills for the Lulu. Probably gonna die after Nin has just sealed the deal here. Gets the shutdown. So honestly, all things said and done, not too shabby for SFU.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'd be really puffing my chest off too much if I was the Golden Bears there. Yes, you get a first blood. Yes, you get 2 kills. But both of them going over to Rex required and sort of enabling that shutdown gold to come online, and Ninsison cashing in on that, it pretty much neutralizes a lot of like the lane advantages. Sure, you're sitting at a place where across the board your team is so far dominating in the CS department, especially with Stabsies here in this mid lane, who's doing a very good job on this Victor. But also with the 2 kills, sure, that's 400, 500, 400, 600 gold right there for Rex required, so immediately gets Ionia boost of Lucidity and a Fairy Charm at that. But Nisison now has at least 600 gold in his pocket where he can look for it, and that's before the Tear of the Goddess. He had to TP for that shutdown anyways, so when it comes down to that next recall, he's going to be able to cash in on a good chunk of equipment. I'd say even possibly a lost chapter when it comes down to it. So having lost chapter in your back pocket when you come to that last recall is going to be very important when it comes down to challenging for these turret plates and for these neutral objectives in the next few minutes.
And so far what I wanted with Cuse trying to get in Ricky's way is not happening. Up about 10 CS at this point. Not too bad for the Graves farming early. Gonna start the Dragon as well. Something I did want to mention is I'm definitely putting a spotlight on Rex required and Stabsy in this game, because these are the challenger players. They're very high up in LP and challenger as well, so like they definitely are some of the better performing in here. But that's where collegiate is amazing. That's where the team matters more than the individual players. And yes, they might be winning lane, but it's all about these objective calls. It's all about the macro. And there you go. First Dragon is secured by SFU, and they're going to take the fight afterwards. Cobb trying to get away. There's the Chaos Storm as well. Jinsoul in some trouble here. They're stuck in the pit as well, and then has the flash. You've already picked up 1 for UCal. They do have the blast cone to get away. That's all she wrote for this little early skirmish.
And then without really too many members dying away, Jinsoul, the only one to lose his life there, but giving it over to Stabsies at that, is overall a success for Simon Fraser. They kind of got that win condition that I was sort of teasing about in the early stages, right? Of the fact that you have a lot of lanes that already give over just passive lane presence and priority, so you can look to solo these neutral objectives early. I think the fact that Ninsison and Cobb sort of forfeited that bottom lane to help fast forward that dragon take to make sure that Crucius wasn't going to be in the vicinity to try and steal it, does give that till over, and that sort of comes at the cost of Jinsoul's life. But overall, a good success, and going straight to the top side here to see if they can get some pressure for the Rift Herald coming up in just 30 seconds to really just double down and shift to the next gear when it comes to looking to control this early game with Ricky's Graves.
A lot of damage on the Samson though. I mean that was a chunk and a half, and Millennium Fox doing just fine up there on this Scion. No early blood for Ricky either. And as this Graves, we were talking about the farming aspect of it, but you still want to get active. And you still want to keep the skirmishing up, right? That's where Graves thrives. But Q's kind of playing away from the Graves at this point, but still finding success.
I'd actually be in a little bit of luck here if he can catch this bottom lane off guard. He is level 6. He could look for that insect, but he just also doesn't know where Ricky is. Yes, he was on top side, but within this time, you know that reset came in. You know that this Graves is somewhere else on the map, and where exactly that is, you saw that shockwave come out. That is exactly a tell of just we feel Ricky's down here. His camps are up, so he's in the vicinity at the moment. He's actually recalling on a ward there too, so Cusios just getting out.
Oh, that was so cheeky. He does make it out though.
So from here though, it's a lot of motion to this top side of the map with this Rift Herald, and I think this is where we're also a little bit bitter as, hold on, Ricky.
There we go, Ricky's looking for it. The Chaos Storm right back into Jinsoul, separates the fight. Now it's a 1v1, but Ricky is this Graves. Still has a lot of follow-up potential. Now here comes Q, though. He's turning the fight now, and Cusios misses the Sonic Wave, so won't be able to follow it up, and Ricky is still playing aggressive.
Yeah, he has that clear advantage. Push out Stabsy and Cusios from the river here, but he doesn't have the confidence to try and push for anything further. He's got a lot of camps here on this top quadrant of the map to go ahead and finish up, so grab those. Check how the state of the map is going, and possibly look to pressure for a little bit more. And sort of back on the Rift Herald point, I think this is where it's a little bit sour, right, for yourself, because you were the one out of both of us. I was really trying to promote the roaming supports to try and get online, get this macro state into a place of just like constant neutral objective domination. But without that, it's a little bit more awkward, because you don't have that fourth man or that additional fifth man when it comes to looking for this Herald early to try and acquire plates early on, and you're just sort of sitting in a 2v2 bottom lane between those. And when you look at the priority between the 3v3 setup on the top half of the Rift, it is very much a coin toss. You don't know who's going to have the inside track between Ricky and Cusios, but Ricky by far wins the damage department, so have the forfeit on that for now, as Isios and Rex, they're looking to try and shed some blood here.
Cusios is here, misses another Sonic Wave. We'll see if later game maybe can pick him up, but at least Isis and Rex Require gonna get the back off that they so desperately need at this point. Mega Inferno Bomb back. Nope, they're not gonna be able to. I literally just caster cursed them. I'm sorry.
I think
Nin is also just too good.
Also, there was a ward in that bush, so there is the fact that he kind of got the big tell from that. They're going for a little bit of a greedier recall and trying to get there early. But you know, with that, Izzy's Cutie Rex having to really lay recall on that will give some time for Nin to send to damage there. On the other side of the map, Millennium Fox checking on this Herald. He knows that this Graves can solo it. He's found him.
Ooh, on the other side of the Decimating Smash though, and now he's gonna have to turn tail and run as the Herald getting a little bit low. Q is very far away here. See Millennium Fox, there's the smite down, and Hextech Ultimatum comes out too. Stabsy is here, does not have the follow-up damage, but does indeed. Sam's actually dies. I thought Millennium Fox was gonna die first, but they just turn it around. He is able to get there in time, and Cusios pulls them away from the Rift Herald pit. Nobody's grabbed the eye yet. The eye disappears, and UCal just run away like bandits with this fight. And there you go, double kill for Stabsy on top of it.
What an amazing fight there from Stabsy and Cusios to finish out that battle. And not to mention Millennium Fox, too, didn't even die there. I thought he was going to have to proc the Zion passive and then sort of try and chase Ricky off of the Herald eye. But like you pointed out, no one was prioritizing that Herald whatsoever. And unfortunately, we didn't really get the announcer to sort of see who that was, but it was an obvious Ricky.
It was Ricky that had it. Yeah. And what's worse is like he committed, not worse, I guess.
Well, like he was sitting there like right next to
Ricky was, he wanted to go help the fight instead of going for the Herald eye. And you got to think like at this point, they're so far down that Herald is going to be hard to use and to really utilize well. But to an extent, the fight didn't go their way either. We'll see, because later on, this is where the lockdown, the target selection comes alive for SFU.
Yeah, and that's where it's the whole argument of just like when you accept cutting your losses. and I just don't think Ricky was in the proper like sort of mindset or just sort of tunnel visioning there a little bit just to try and get a kill for a kill, but he could just take a Rift Herald instead for a couple plates, a little bit sour. And speaking of plates, 3 plates have already been taken by Millennium Fox on this Scion, who not only is winning in the CS department by almost a solid 30, but also with those different plates, you know how much gold that's going to be up on this Scion. You could see it even in his inventory as well, that having the Bramble Vest and the Kindle Gem good to go, or the Bomby Cinder, that is. They just look the same to me at this point. But you know he's going to cash in on that Mythic very, very shortly, and that's where Samza, who we were sort of promoting this whole like Camille topside, want to get the side lane pressure going. With the Malzahar, of course, that's not as possible because of how well Stabs has been able to sort of counter that point. Is a little bit of a room for concern, and speaking of room,
we got a double fight here. Samza's getting dove top, but there is also a catch out on Stabsy. But in this fight here, Samza actually outplays it back under tower, but there you go. Kusios does not miss after 13 minutes, and here we go. That is 1 kill over. And also, Stabsy did not die to the catch out by Ricky.
Oh, that second fight off screen was just Stabsy seeing if he could disengage from Ricky and Jinsoul.
He popped the ult. I'm pretty sure he forced a
Disengage.
reset there. But now bot lane, Wild Growth just used to get the knockup. This dude is ruthless. As Rex required, as flexing the muscles, helping Issus get a kill, helping Stabsy get a kill. And this is a snowball and a half, all rolled down the hill by a giant golden bear.
Well, it's not winter just yet. We're still staying in the fall season at the moment, and it is definitely just all the leaves are dropping left and right here on the trees of Simon Fraser. This is
Where's the bear reference?
the bear reference? I don't know. They're stacking up on the honey from Simon Fraser's
There you go. There
hives
you go. There you go.
for hibernation for winter. But besides the puns that are absolutely unbearable at this point, you have to be looking at this 7k or 6k gold lead, almost approaching onto 7 for the side of UCal, and thinking, all right, when do the floodgates really break open, right? Because yes, they're pretty much like broken and shattered, but you don't have any of the turrets just yet in mid lane done. You just got your first brick there in the bottom side of the map, which unlocks Rex required and Issy's onto the rift. So how quickly will the rest of the turrets fall? That will be the question that will be answered, honestly, fairly shortly here. I think Fox is looking to break open the top side.
Rex required is just so cheeky with the gameplay. Just not showing. Maybe Samza wanted to commit to that fight, but they will just get this top tower, and that's even more pressure unleashed for UCal. And the fact that they just have the one tower in the mid lane still standing strong to defeat is something that they're going to have to focus on here. But now that the team composition has been unlocked, it's really easy to do so as Dragon Rage Kick comes out and saves Samza for the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if PCOS intended to kick Samza over the wall, but we'll just go with it for now as sort of a diffusive Dragon's Rage. So, looking at the dragon spawning in a minute, that's gonna be a while for Simon Fraser to have any sense of confidence here. Ooh.
TP. Use the TP.
No.
Oh, he's just gonna turn it. Oh my god! They have families! Jinsoul! This is a 1v3 turning into a 1v4. Stabsy gets the collateral damage by Ricky, but now Cobb might go for the kill on the Stabsy. See Ricky finish it off here eventually, maybe. Here comes the knockback, and the bomb not enough. Stabsy!
Oh.
Stabsy! What is happening? And Kusios is here to wipe them up. Millennium Fox is also there. Gets the knockup, gets the kill. Oh my god, Christmas has come early, and it's all for UCal.
I was asking myself, you know, when were the floodgates gonna break? Like, just absolutely.
They've already
open?
busted.
That was it. That was it right there. Stabsy just took the Death Star and just shot the gate wide open.
Jesus, that's
Absolutely
insane.
That
Is still loses the stack. So shame, Stabsy.
I think this is the first time I think we're gonna be able to have the NACE Starleague on a YouTube highlight reel. for Stabsy's YouTube channel. I think that's the first achievement that we're getting so far. But my goodness, that was very well done. And you know, there's nothing else to say, but that was just mechanical outplays. It's just Stabsy's knew the limitations of Victor and the champion, and knew what he could provide with the Ludens Tempest. And he hasn't even gotten to the Archangel's staff. He's still sitting with sort of on the, just trying to stack it up as it is. Just, you know, almost there. You know, 3-3-3, close to 350. Pretty good for himself. But yeah, grab this Rift Herald, just drive a wedge straight into this mid lane and close it out. Because at this point, this is where we go back to that whole circle of just how quickly can you close these games. And with this kind of composition, with the composition of a Lulu and a Phelios, this is fine. For like the side lanes, I know you can win these Stabsies. I've just seen it before.
He's turning it with the Chaos Storm. There comes the Unstoppable Force as well. And Ricky, oh, that did so much damage. Didn't get the knockup, but here comes Moonlight Vigil to finish him off. And Isis is able to get the killing spree now with the Aphelios. They're pushing top lane. They are going to smash through this tier 2 tower.
And with all of this, bottom side of the map is just trying to
just
catch
abandoned.
up.
Nobody's backing. Nobody's doing anything about this.
This was very much once I saw that rinse and repeat again from Ricky and Sansa up there on the top side of the map, you get immediate flashbacks of what had just happened 30 seconds prior, and you tell yourself, okay, well, Simon Fraser is going with like reckless abandon to trying to find a shutdown and trying to get that side lane control back online. Well, no, because that's still a little bit of a,
I guess.
it's still a bit of a tough cookie to crack. No, Samza is intentionally
They're just
dropping
gonna
this.
let it. Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, that's fine for SFU.
Just don't let it charge
I
onto
was
the turret.
just wondering, like, the thing for me is like you still see 2 out of the 5 members missing, and you have 4 or 5 on the top side. I figured they would commit to it, but now they're gonna commit onto Nin in transition, and QCO's is just ridiculously strong. The wish comes out, but there you go. The combo's too lethal.
Yeah. No, leave a Ziggs out to dry, and he'll do exactly just that. Uses a little bit too short, though. Even with Samza trying to find some sense of failsafe and control in this top side of the map, allowing that inhibitor to go to sort of catch up to Marmon, it is too far gone at this point. 10,000 gold in the lead here for the Golden Bears of UCal, and already knocking on the doors of the other 2 lanes inhibitors too. Again, it's that whole sense of this composition that UCal has the durability to survive turret dives that they're looking for, and are also playing the map a lot better than that of Simon Fraser, who Simon Fraser's composition was all about playing the map, about having a Graves that is everywhere and anywhere, and having that side lane control with the jungle presence for Samza's Camille to really oppress anyone who tries to challenge him. We didn't get that Camille because of how well Millennium Fox did on this Scion in the laning phase, and now with how Stabsies has survived 2 3 versus 1 ganks, pretty much, like put a little asterisk there because of how quickly the rest of UCal is able to collapse on these advantages or on these fights. There's really no win condition left for Simon Fraser to sort of have access to themselves. They sort of need UCal. Really, they definitely 100% need UCal to trip over their own shoelaces multiple times over, and then also like probably just take a big hibernation nap as well for Simon Fraser to get back to this game. So I think Simon Fraser is looking to see what other errors UCal is going to tell them that they have while they're in the lead, and then try and abuse those points when it comes down to game 2 here. And this is where this big Baron fight could be one of those errors on how UCal manipulates this bubble.
They're taking
to try and
so
challenge
much damage from this Baron, though. They have held so long, and now they're just getting engaged on by SFU. They've got the Baron now, and they're turning the fight. The gold lead's just too fat, and they decide to pull the trigger. SFU are in the way, and they will be taken out one time. Oh, I thought Millennium Fox might die. Samza is actually buying a little bit of time, but this is UCal marching into the base, TPing also to the top side for Stabsy, and he's just putting the finishing touches on the base for SFU of this game number 1. But that raises the question of how do you turn this around? On the blue side for SFU, do you change sides? Do you go for different bans? There were a ton of bans towards Rex required, but still popping off on the Lulu early on and being that aggressive stance even on the Enchanter. There's a lot of questions for SFU.
And as Simon Fraser's Nexus does get taken down by UCal in Game 1, that is concluding the first game of this best-of-3 series, though a dominating presence at that and a dominating showing from UCal, and to how they were able to snowball not only their bottom side of the map, just how oppressive Rex required was on that Lulu, but also with Stabsy, who played something that was very just lie low and just control the mid lane, and then just decide to win every single side lane fight there from there on out. So very well done from them. Though to touch on your point as you had sort of approached on, I feel like one of the big things for me was just to readdress that draft and stick to those win conditions, even if you're not getting all of the tells from your opponent. Twisted Fate was available instead of Malzahar. You could have looked for that to do the TF Camille, or even a Galio Camille if you're looking to try to fill that. But yeah, that's just only one of the drops in this bucket that you can sort of drink from the side of Simon Fraser to sort of revive themselves and prepare for Game 2.
We'll have to find out how that Game 2 is all going to play out. We're going to step away for a little break, but we'll be right back with the attempted comeback of Simon Fraser University. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV. We're in the West Conference playoffs. We get the finals continuing on here as the University of California took a very convincing game number 1 to start off this best of 3 against Simon Fraser University. I am Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon, and we are here for a wonderful day of action.
Yeah, and what a wonderful sight it was in the very first game. And honestly,
For one side.
for one side at the very most. And honestly, it was a grisly situation that Simon Fraser was in against the Golden Bears.
That's
But,
you.
Hey,
That's you.
That's how it is when you go up against the challengers of Stabsy and Rex, because they really put on a masterclass on how the new meta is changing. And I think this is also a great teaser as well. Into what the preseason is going to offer us, with a lot of more of the utility mages not having just the lane priority to give over to the compositions, but also team fight prowess, and back into the sort of season of late game team fight ADCs. Sure, that's been around for a little while, but the majority of season 11 was a lot of just like Lucian priority in mid lane and marksmen sort of wearing the hats of other laners and other positions to sort of give themselves that viability in the earlier stages of the game. But with that being said, we also have to look at the other ones on the Rift, and I feel like one of the other big standout here was actually in that top side of the map with Millennium Fox, who did very well on the Scion. Wasn't something that like made any of those impressive plays because you are playing tank duty, you're stuck on that, so you don't get to make highlight reels in game 1. But I'm curious of what is going to be drawn out in this game 2 when it comes down to either switching of sides or switching of game plans with what Simon Fraser needs to change up in their draft.
But the question is, where does that change up come from? Because I do feel like the bans were pretty solid from the side of Simon Fraser last time around, and especially the focus towards Rex, who obviously showed us his skills. He had 3, or I believe it was 3, but in total I think there were 5 support bans across both sides, and a lot of these champion pools for both these supports are flexible, and they both play a lot of the same champions, and I'm wondering if that still takes priority after the game 1 that we saw for Simon Fraser.
I think the draft, the picks and bans specifically, like you were pointing out, was where I think Simon Fraser hit the mark for the most part, to try and isolate and suppress as much of that domination that Rex has with Itzy in that bottom side of the map, because you know that is where you're going to be sort of leaking the most. You could try and do that, continue to ban that bottom side of the map and then get that winning bot lane into something that's more aggressive in that own right, and sort of double down on that disadvantage that you're playing into, But also, the other part for me is more of just sticking to your guns when it comes down to those drafts, because it's like you go Camille first into an oppressive jungler that has high damage output. It just gives that tell of like you're going to be focusing on that top side. UCal is going to take that bait. You also have to play with it. Don't just blind a Malzahar that is going to be dealing with something in that mid lane and doesn't have that priority to just detach from the farmer and then focus elsewhere on the map. Look for the rises. Look for the twisted fades. The Gallios, which aren't that strong in the meta per se when it comes down to flavor,
And it was
but
banned
has
last
that
game as
priority,
well.
right? Also, that it was banned out last time around. So it's like, give yourself a little bit more accessibility in the early game. I think is like the biggest thing for them, because leaving everything else up to the wins and leaving other things in the hands of your opponent to make just creates a very passive composition and a passive team that doesn't get anything done. And I think that's where they'll have their biggest issue. But in a sense of glimmering hope, and I think this prepares us for the draft as well, is helping out Ricky. I think Ricky was the shining star of Simon Fraser in that game 1. He did very well on the Graves and trying to get his power farming
Yeah.
online, trying to get onto those neutral objectives, to try and get those early advantages ahead. So all he needs is that extra bump and that support from the rest of the team to really become that early game jungler to dominate the rest of the map.
And getting that early, lane presence as well. I felt like that was a little bit lacking. The farming is good, but I still feel like you need to have the presence as a jungler right now, especially with the comps that we had in the lanes, and putting a little bit of fear into
Yeah.
UC Berkeley, because they were playing no holds bar in the lanes, and it showed beautifully as they were able to crest that into those team fight wins consistently. So I'm very, very excited for the bounce back of Simon Fraser University.
Oh, sure. And they'll have a chance to come on back and see if they can create maybe an additional win con within there, and also maybe to get some side lane control this time around too, because of how well Stadzy was able to run it through. Though there's not much else to say outside of how well the Golden Bears were able to take over that game, right? It is this situation now where you're left with not a lot of room for error when it comes down to winning the second game, getting that early game prio on lock, and then transitioning into a strong mid game performance as well against the composition that the Golden Bears will eventually try and draft up against you is already a daunting task. And I think the other big thing as well was when we were sort of wrapping up that game one, and I was saying, all right, well, Simon Fraser's trying to at least exhaust as much time as possible to give room for errors to be told to them from the composition of UCal, and then say, all right, we found those mistakes. We found where they can sort of try and ego on us. We can use this to exploit and abuse when it comes down to game two. Immediately after that, we came into a Baron fight of the objective, and they just got wiped. And there was just like, all right, well, they took a lot of damage from Baron, but they still just dominated us with a 10,000 gold lead. So what can we take away from that just slight instance to try and improve ourselves in this best of three?
I feel like if you take away the Lee Sin as well going into game two,
Sure.
It obviously there's a lot that QCOs can still play, but the Lee Sin definitely was able to enable. Was an enabler for the team itself, for UCal. So I wonder, again, it's all speculative until we get into the second game, which hopefully will be soon. But the fact is, like, there are so many strong points, and as you said, trying to find those strong points and like how can you deal with that and change that up going to game number two. But when there's so many strong points, it gets a little bit more difficult, right? And that's where I feel like I want to transition the conversation into comfort for Simon Fraser University. And yes, that can be banned away to an extent, but I still feel like comfort is going to get Simon Fraser into a game three here. As we do see draft has started, UC Berkeley on the blue side, Simon Fraser University on the red side. Kennen is the first ban, was missed, but it is Kennen. And the Thresh following it up for UC Berkeley. Rel and the Nautilus banned away against Rex again for Simon Fraser University.
We'll see how any adaptations that either of these teams are going to dish out in game two. Though already the big side, well, with that Lucian ban, that's a little interesting to see where the rest of Simon Fraser is going to be looking to prioritize. Because like looking across their champion pools, it's really only Ninsasin and not even like there's no flex, from Samza or Jinsel. So like that's just straight up Ninsasin ban of saying, all right, if you're trying to go aggressive this time around, we're not going to give you that luxury to do so. And Simon Fraser banning the Ziggs away from UC Berkeley says that they want to play aggressive. They don't want someone to just sit past him and just harass from afar. And they also don't want that Ziggs in their hands either. They didn't succeed on it in game one. They don't want to give that capability to UC Berkeley to do that as well. But Aphelios immediate first pick lock-in, man, it's fight fire with fire here in the second game already.
I mean, Aphelios just right now in the meta is so ridiculously strong. You're seeing consistently picked first in a lot of areas, and especially if you know what kind of composition you want to go for, right? This has been a bit of an answer in the Xayah for Simon Fraser, at least in the meta right now, but I do want to see what they pair it with here.
Remind me with the first ban. I believe it wasn't a Rakan, was it?
It was Kennen.
It was Kennen.
Kennen.
So
No, so Rakan was banned last game.
yeah,
by,
but it wasn't this time.
by UC Berkeley on the red side. Yeah.
I would have felt like you could have just Xayah Rakan there, but this is sort of dropping down a little bit of a T, saying like, go in Xayah first. If you don't pick Rakan here, we're most likely going to go with it if it's a good matchup. And it gives that capability to have some winning. Yep, that's how it is. Like to wrap the point up, it's like you throw the gauntlet. It's either you pick Rakan here, or we're gonna pick it if it's a good matchup. Yeah, boom, right? And UC Berkeley is just like, so we're gonna take the Rakan. This is so where.
Did you see how bot lane went last? That's what they're saying.
Yeah, it's like, are you
sure you want to do this?
It's like that double check when you're like downloading some like you're downloading a new game and it's like, are you sure you want to download this game? And you're like, yes, download this game, please.
Yes, I do.
But yeah, at least Simon Fraser in this position is just like a little bit of an awkward state. It's like you saw the win con. It almost reminds me of like last game draft where it's just like, okay, cool, Camille Graves, where's your roaming mid laner, and then they just have like something within the draft just sort of mixes it up. It's like blind pick Miles, big question mark. Just leaving Rakan open for UC Berkeley, kind of a big question mark. I kind of understand because it's like, yeah, you could go with other things. Though, nonetheless, to break it down, we are having that change up of Xin Zhao from what Ricky played was the Graves previously. A little bit more lane presence, a little bit more early game dueling. So I like this switch up because it just sort of invests into the jungle here for Simon Fraser to try and double down on that one.
So I will say, very interested at the Leona pick. And want to see how that kind of works out for Simon Fraser. At least the information that we have, op.gg is right. It's not the most perfect information. There's always other accounts, but Leona definitely not one of the most played, not in the top 10 at least for Cobb. So I want to see if they just need that engage, because right now they have a ton of CC on their composition, especially the fact that they insta-locked the Shen going into the second phase. I think they have a pretty good idea of what they want to accomplish, but the Camille for UC Berkeley is definitely going to throw a wrench into the works.
Oh, for sure. Though the Camille, I feel, is much more of just the counterpoint to what Simon Fraser is wanting right now. Because everything Simon Fraser has on the table at this moment is, when it comes to level 6, and sometimes even before level 6, if they win a bottom lane trade between Xayah Leona and Aphelios Rakan, if Simon Fraser wins out on that, and Ninsasin and Cobb have that pressure to look for a dive, everything in Simon Fraser's toolbox right now is built to win that dive and have an efficient dive and get out. And then just make this Xayah an unstoppable machine. Though to that end, that's where the Camille comes into play of saying, okay, cool, well, if you're going to be doing all of that, well, Shen's going to be away from the lane for a good while. Let's go ahead and add a good side lane fighter that can split push this game, create a 4-1 situation, and then force this Shen, who is going to inevitably lose out on that fight, to then start to look elsewhere when it comes down to the mid-late game performances. Though I do also have that question mark thing in the back of my head as well.
Is that real?
So,
can we get confirmation from
we need to check
production?
That. I don't want
to see if that's real, because that would be a very interesting addition to the composition.
Okay.
It's Seraphine. Okay, that makes 1,000% more sense. I was like, Simon Fraser, I don't know what you got cooking up in the crock pot, but it's a little spicy.
This looks like a TFT comp more than anything. I was just
yeah. Been playing a little too much Set 6. Yeah. But the fact is, the Seraphine locked in there does provide a lot of flexibility in the mid lane. Maybe not that kill pressure, and I do worry after we saw the Victor pop off last game for UC Berkeley. But it does provide that safety in the team fight that Simon Fraser is obviously looking for with the composition they have.
For sure, because it's a front-to-back team, 100% focus on the Xayah for Intasin to be that success point and be that high damage output player, which in comparison to Aphelios, I feel like Xayah takes a little bit longer to ramp up and get to that stage to be there and be that one man, that one champion damage output. Though, back to your point on sort of this Seraphine Victor matchup, Seraphine doesn't have, if you can agree with me on this one, Seraphine doesn't have that good of a lane pushing priority in the early game, and has a smaller base health pool than that of Malzahar. So
So what you're saying is it's gonna be a lot like last game.
I feel like we're gonna have another Stabsies highlight reel here coming up fairly shortly, but at least this time around, we're also gonna have a Millennium Fox highlight reel because now we have that fighter against tank matchup switched here for the top lanes of UC Berkeley and for Simon Fraser. So overall, pretty good draft here for UC Berkeley once again into game 2,
Yeah.
and I feel like it's just another tale that has been retold here for SFU. It's just they had cooked up a draft. 4 out of 5 of those picks tell a story, and then that 5th pick is just sort of wedged in there as sort of a finishing touch, but it doesn't really fully fit. It's like putting a circle. It's like putting the circle block in a square hole and be like, yes, I solved the puzzle. But it's like, yeah, just because the circle block fit doesn't mean it's supposed to go there.
I will say, the bar of execution is a little bit lower, I feel like, for the composition this time around for Simon Fraser, and I think that's going to help them a lot. But they still have that, target selection. We gotta kill this target. Perfectly done with their composition. They have so much CC. They can layer so much of that as well, and that's what I'm looking for now.
Yeah.
Yes, the bar of execution is lower, but the execution still has to be there, and you have to be able to take those team fights front to back.
Yeah, it's tough because not even now, like, because even like last game, you didn't have the tools of the Golden Bears to actually jump onto the back line. It's like they had the Scion, the Lee Sin. Like, yes, the Lee Sin could technically get there, but he had to wiggle through a lot of the short-ranged maneuver, like, sort of stopping points that was in Simon Fraser's composition. But now they have a Camille, and they have a Leona, or excuse me, not Leona, a Rakan that can immediately get to your back line and then cause some havoc. And thankfully, you do have that Xayah there for an instant to be that disengage point and to be able to peel for themselves a little bit better. Though that leaves everyone else up to the tables of like, that doesn't feel like how the fight would want to go for Berkeley. Though it feels like that's what you want for Simon Fraser for sure. It's like, yes, use all of your crowd control, use all of your engagement on the Xayah so that the Seraphine is left in the open to hit that encore, get everyone on lockdown. So when Xayah descends from her Feather Storm, everyone is just immediately in a kill zone and get that massive one champion DPS powerhouse. To that end, of course, it's front to back situation. Though that is only counting in 2 members of the composition that Simon Fraser has. You still have the Xin Zhao, you still have the Leona to sort of see how they're going to want to play out the fight, and even the Shen, who is inevitably going to do his darndest to survive these side lane pressure points against this Camille and Millennium Fox. So hopefully Samza has some good some good laning phase results when it comes down to either like farm pressure, or if he's able to get some of those dives off in the bottom lane without giving too many plates or giving too much pressure and experience over to that top side of Millennium, then this could be a recipe for success for Simon Fraser to come back and bring us to a game 3.
But that's where I want to dive a little bit more into the jungle matchup and the fact that we do get to see the Lee Sin again for UC Berkeley, which was a huge driving force as well in their early game successes. But this time you have the Xin Zhao, and still a lot of skirmishing potential, a lot of clearing potential there, but I'm expecting that Simon Fraser University want to approach the second game with more aggression, more presence from that jungle role. And I feel like at that level 6 mark, that's where everything really turns on. You have the Stand United to come in those jungle skirmishes to really turn the tides. And it's all about timing those things correctly and making sure that the communication is clear, because that's something that I felt like was a little bit misfortunate for them in that first game. But again, back to the other side for University of California, or UC Berkeley rather, they still have like a lot of that lethality that we saw from them in the last game, but I feel like it's honed a little bit more directly this time.
Yeah, I think Yes, yeah. Just sort of rerunning through the compositions in my head on that one, and like I think you're on the right point with that, because like having it honed down is going to be so much more beneficial for them coming into this early game, and doing exactly what they need to do with getting Ricky online and getting that priority in the jungle, because that is, I think, the best outlet for them to succeed in this game. Yes, we can hype up as much as possible of how volatile this bottom lane is going to be, but at the end of the day, if you don't have that third or fourth man to come in and secure those tower dives for the bottom lane of Simon Fraser to start getting those kills, to start shutting down Rex and Itzy, and to then get some gold onto your carry players, then it really every other win condition becomes a moot point, because, well, yeah, sure, well, if your jungle doesn't lead on, then yeah, the bot lane doesn't succeed as much, or you don't get that neutral objective pressure that you need so much, and you then start losing resources out, you start bleeding resources, you start losing structures, and inevitably we might get that reciprocation. And I think looking into this game as we're loading onto the Rift, if I'm looking at Ricky, sure, you don't have the greatest priority to take these neutral objectives as quickly, but rinse and repeat. I think Ricky's performance in focusing on these dragons, getting that lane priority for his team, sort of through a indirect way, is going to give so much for Simon Fraser in this segment.
Indeed, as we will see Summoner's Rift loaded up, all said and done. SFU, the backs against the wall here in the finals of the West Conference. As UCal looking to step away with a quick victory today. They're already up 1-0. This level 1, though, from SFU is trying to get a little spice. Will be spotted out by the ward by Isis.
So that is a creative word there from Itzy, but also just a bit of bitter news for Simon Fraser. Their level 1 invade. But, you know, you can always just stick around. You can always chill out, say, all right, we may have not gotten a first blood, but let's force some vertical jungle. Let's make sure Ricky is always on this bottom side of the map to always punish Izzy's and Rex when it comes down to trying to challenge these 2v2s in the bottom lane, and look for getting this instant Xayah ahead early, because like I mentioned before, Xayah is going to take a little bit longer than the affiliates to really feel the full brunt of force when it comes down to those team fight powers, and using a jungler and having that third man down there to really access that and sort of unlock it later down the line is going to be huge. But already,
Jinsel doing a lot of damage to Stabsy there. It was a cheeky little move from Kusios, trying to get the invade there, but Jinsel and Samza were right there to support Ricky. Now bot lane, this is getting engaged on. That early damage from the Xayah is pretty strong.
Able to dish out. Oh my goodness. With Issy's looking to try and get that trade there on a half health. I'd say overall, this is where I'd say tell the tale to Ricky, looking for some attention. Honestly, here's a gamble. Do all of your camps bottom side. Don't even look to the red side, because at least us as the commentators and as the viewers know, your red buff is gone. So get to that level 3 off the wolf camps and check on this bottom lane and look to break it open immediately. Just be like immediately level 2 gank. Just level 2 gank, level 3 zids out. That's huge. And this could force some great summoners there and force some trouble for Berkeley later down the line.
Ricky going for a little bit of an invade here. Will be finding Kusios very soon, but it's Rex required and Isis that are on the roam at least. Rex is going to find Ricky here in the transition. Not having any backup, actually won't be spotted by Ricky.
Goodness.
Oh no. But Isis, okay, there you go. I was going to say, you got to save your ADC, but Ricky goes straight in. The flash is available for Isis, but he can't get out. First blood goes to SFU. Cal do not want to let this go, though, and they're trying, but Rex dies. That's a double kill for Ricky, who dies quickly after. Now TP committed by Samza, but too late. As SFU come out on top with first blood and 2 kills.
And very well done there by Ricky to turn that fight around. Unfortunate from Rex missing that great entrance on the recon to start that entire fight up. But off of that mistake, Simon Fraser is able to manipulate and force that fight back into their favor and be able to come out on top. Wonderful start here into game 2 to get that early advantage online. Though both the top laners didn't even participate in either of those kills, in any of the kills. But might be able to get one hit.
He does have smite. He still dies. Didn't actually use the smite. Rip. Ricky gets the scuttle crab, and SFU are on a roll in this game number 2.
Already. And I was gonna be a little bit bitter with the fact that both Samson and Millennium Fox used their TPs and got nothing out of either of them, so they're both TP down here within the first 4 minutes. Though getting that assist there for Samsa, landed that 3rd kill of the game for Simon Fraser, to give them a lot of pressure to start abusing here in the early stages of the game to force UC Berkeley into a room of uncomfortability.
Yeah, and this is a completely different look for Cal going into game 2, right? They were constantly in control last game. From almost seemingly minute 1, right? The lanes were going well for Cal. But in this game, it was that early skirmish decision. It was the greed a little bit in the pathing for QCOs going up towards the top side that was punished by SFU, and that's the kind of communication we wanted. Now Isis has to flash away. Grand Entrance came in. Nice blade collar, and they just get the kill for it. Meanwhile, Stabsy dies in mid lane. It is tragedy right now for Cal.
There's an absolute riot that's being run here by both members, both jungler and of support here for Simon Fraser. Cobb is getting right on top of Issy and is forcing all the summoners to be popped immediately. And it's really Rex who's having trouble here on this recon to try and lock down any kind of damage from the side of SFU. And this is that whole gamble, right, of during the draft of you pick Xayah first, but you leave the recon open to the field, and you sort of challenge the Golden Bears saying, all right, you either take this recon away from us and we don't get the Xayah recon, or we're going to grab it and we're going to be able to have a little bit more success in the bottom lane. But I think overall they're winning that gamble, that risk that they took, and having this Leona really just across the map and causing havoc is doing wonders for them in this early game and setting up for the dragon, which is available. I feel like if you can find that tell of the recall timers, you could just go ahead and just take this dragon for free right here, right now, and then prepare for the Rift Herald in the next couple of minutes.
Not too much priority for Cal in that early Cloud Dragon. Meanwhile, priority in mid lane, though, the CC chain, that's exactly the beautiful execution you want to see. Cobb gets the kill, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But you'll take it as SFU are up 6-1 at 7 minutes into the game.
We take those. Already 2,000 gold in the lead as well. A lot of that gold is just piled on top of Ricky and Jinsol here. Also got a little bit of a killing spree started up top as well. Here we go. Dragon's gonna get started up. You have all the lane priority in the world between mid and bot lane to go ahead and take this objective 3. There. It's a question of where else do you look now? Sure, you've got a little bit of time to go ahead, catch up on some farm, look to cash in on some items here and there for a couple of your members, and then push forward for the next neutral objective. But I want to see some potential turret dives here. I feel like at this point Simon Fraser is in a place where they can look for this Herald, dive in, and get some success. I think Sam's fine. He's got flash.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sam's not going to die here. I don't think this is going to go well for Millennium, who just dies. There's a 1-for-1 trade the top side.
If you were just maybe a couple pixels closer into that turret, I think you got a 2-for-1 there, because QCOS does not have a big health pool, and that turret hits, and it hits hard. So that overall great success there on the top side of the map. Sam's
Oh, Cobb's going for the Hex Flash play here.
Yeah, this looks like it. I think they're just waiting for Ricky to show up. But Ricky just got spotted on a ward.
Stabsy playing pretty soft here in the mid lane right now. Will ward the wall, sees Cobb. Cobb spotted out. We'll have to back away from that roam timer. But honestly, Nin is feeling perfectly fine in bot lane, farming out by himself.
Yeah, so he's totally fine as it is. This is where now we've got the roaming supports online, looking for this Herald play. And even being down, you're being down 2,000 gold and 5 kills here. I feel like UC Berkeley needs to forfeit this Herald and just focus on trying to stabilize these lane conditions and get to a point where they can at least get to their mythics within a reasonable time. Because if they try and look for the higher risk play of challenging this Rift Herald, it could just lead to more disaster. It could lead to a bigger gold lead for Simon Fraser. And for Simon Fraser, that's nothing but up. Like, even if no one challenges you at this Rift Herald, which had happened, you have this Herald in the back pocket to try and punish any more plays. Let me see if we can get a kill again on Samson.
Yeah, Stanza this time probably not gonna be as lucky. Oh no! Misses the combo for the Lee Sin, but doesn't matter. The Millennium Fox gets on the board with a kill of their own.
Trying to get this side lane online, at least for some glimmer of hope and win condition coming into mid game. So that is still a far off tail. But overall, got a kill for yourself each, but a 30, almost 40 CS advantage there on the top side for Millennium Fox is nothing to scoff at when it comes down to cashing out on those mythics early and trying to get that split push online. We're back to this bottom lane once again, seeing if Simon Fraser can start getting some kills for Ninsasim, who has been reaping a lot of the rewards of the success of Simon Fraser in the early stages, but none of the economic advantages when it comes down to wanting to cash in early on those mythics, getting this Azaya online. Overall, I think you're pretty happy here with the slight advantage that you have and being able to cash in and see if you can start breaking open this map with this Rift Herald that Ricky has is really the next step for Simon.
It is, and he's pathing down towards bot lane, so I wonder if they're going to try to get in a little bit of this gold since his support has taken all the gold so far.
Yeah.
Cobb doing pretty well for himself, but a lot of bodies hovering down towards this bottom side for SFU. I mean, the damage profile is literally nin. And I mean, Ricky to some extent, but Jinsoul does do a decent amount. Also is starting to stack up the Dark Seal, but they are definitely putting all their eggs in the late game Xayah carry.
Well, they need to at least, because like still you have that whole early base damage spike that a Xin Zhao and a Shen and Leona bring to the table. But yeah, you need to get gold from Xayah to have that team fight capability that is really required for this Simon Fraser team later down the line. And Rex required says, you know what, bot lane doesn't matter, it's top lane that we need to get rolling.
Oh my god. I mean, they're just targeting the global.
Yep.
And Stand United not going to be able to be used on yourself there.
So,
is this actually getting engaged on by Ricky? It's a little aggressive there, but I like it. They're going for the dive here. It is QCO's pretty healthy. TP now coming down. It's 4v3 after all. Rift Herald was spawned up. Gonna get the charge off here as well. Onto the tower. There's the engage, and Isis just dies outright to Jinsoul. Cobb flashes over the wall. Encore comes out. Tower not dead yet, hitting Nin for a decent chunk of health. Next wave is coming in as well, so it looks like SFU might want to just back off of this. TP for Jinsoul is available if he wants to commit back to the fight, but it looks like SFU will pull off.
We're pulling off for this dragon, which is spawning in 10 seconds, and I think with all the resets that are going to be coming in from CS as well. And Issy's just sprinting to the mid lane to try and catch some of the farm there, while Stabsies is stabilizing this bottom lane. Should just be a second dragon there for the members of Simon Fraser to see what this soul is going to be. And overall, Simon Fraser was trying to hunt for a little bit more in that bottom lane turret dive, seeing if they could really look for not just one kill, but also a turret as well. So I feel like UCal really was able to defend that turret dive efficiently when it comes down to what they were able to have lost in a sense, right? Like if they lose the turret and lose more than one person, that is a huge boon for Simon Fraser when it comes down to sort of the different investments that both these teams are looking to get going in this early to mid game.
I will say, I'll make the point after this. Cobb gets caught by the two, but goes for the re-engage here. Ricky is right behind him. Rex just goes in with the charm, able to get away. So I will say that the unique thing for me, and what I'm actually really liking at this point for Cal, is they realize there is serious strength in a side lane presence in this game.
Oh,
because
100%.
SFU are all inning onto the team fight comp. We already said it's front to back. You've got to find that execution. But if Cal find a strong Millennium Fox in the side lane, oh, we got the double knock up here as well. They might just die. Encore comes away, hits 2. Rex wants to get back into the engage, but nice Aphelios, 200 years, all the memes. They just get obliterated. And here's the Hextech Ultimatum, stand united, not in time. And the execution comes through for Cal, because Jinsel actually looking for some smoke on a Millennium Fox, but not able to find the kill. Does not die either though, so at least he gets out.
He was able to get away, but that is a huge win there for UCal. The Golden Bears are able to cash in on a good amount of shutdown gold. The only one that they need left is Jinsel's Seraphine with that 300 that we have on the bounty. But overall, getting a gank, getting sort of a Fnatic push more or less into Simon Fraser's own jungle at that means that not only are you starting to win back some of the tempo and the map control over to your side, but also you're able to get some repercussion when it comes to winning out after that fight. You can cash on some of the jungle camps that are still left up. You can drop some wards down to have some late vision as you reset. And as we check in on the gold now, it's still a 2,000, just actually over a 1,000 gold lead, excuse me, for the side of Simon Fraser. So you've started to close the gap a little bit here for the side of UCal, but anything within that 1,000 to 5,000 gold deficit is nothing to worry about too much, just because of how well you start to control like either the side lanes, like we mentioned with UC Berkeley, or how the team fights and neutral objective setups are for Simon Fraser. Because if you have a good setup, it can really neutralize a lot of those minor advantages in the economy between the sides.
It can. Yeah, it absolutely can, but Millennium Fox is starting to run away right now, and I'm getting a little worried because, you have almost double CS over Samza. He's been getting focused down. He has 3 kills now, and it's starting to come alive that there is going to be this side lane presence that SFU cannot really deal with without committing their entire team. And I want to see how they can utilize. I mean, the decision and how they problem solve this is going to be crucial if they want to stay in this series.
So far, their first step is saying, let's not go for this Rift Herald. Let's try and cash back up on some farm and some other pressure elsewhere on the map. Taking the entire bottom jungle of UC Berkeley. I guess that's a move. At least Ninsasin getting red buff is but lose all this mid lane control, and it's just to give some security over to Jinsel, who really shouldn't be on this side lane, should help the mid, but here comes the spike, here comes the TPs.
Ooh, that was a really good crescent guard. Issus is already down now. Samson gets the nice taunt on QCOs. This big encore as well, and all of a sudden, SFU back in the driver's seat say, nah, we just needed a little break.
And what a break they got, just a little bit of reprieve. Sure, they didn't give over too much, but immediately after a single fight, just jump over to a 4,000 gold lead and start to break open this mid lane. Wonderful job there from Jinsel and Ricky to start that fight off. Also the Cobb as well. Cobb really was the kickstarter to all of that, getting in on this Leona, getting onto Issis on that Aphelios, and then just immediately locking people down within the kill zone that Ninsasin and Jinsel are looking for. There, you just need to rinse and repeat for this Ocean Soul point coming up in the next 10 seconds. Got the vision kind of set up for it within the river. See if you can get some extra vision around those flanks to make sure that Kusios doesn't come in and try and steal it. But at this stage, overall, this is looking like a soul point here for Simon Fraser without any big signs of resistance from Golden Bears.
We'll see if QCS wants to do anything finicky here. Might actually go for Rex here. I was wondering if they just pull the trigger there and try to get Rex out, but here goes the Dragon Star up by SFU.
Drag it out just a little bit. Make sure that you have that extra room of comfort away from the Lee Sin. Out. Not worrying about this dragon whatsoever. They need to get back online with controlling the map again. Because remember, this is all a game of side lane and tempo here for the side of UC Berkeley to become victorious and to have that control in their own hands for just a moment, while Simon Fraser is totally fine grouping up, losing a little bit of that side lane, because if they see 1 or 2 members on, sort of on those off lanes, doesn't matter. You know you have the man advantage, and you can just siege up, create that battering ram of a team fight composition, and run down this mid lane with absolute force and threaten a potential inhibitor at 19 minutes. But here, kind of cash-ins are coming in with the items as well. I'm seeing some items, second items are already getting finished up. The Essence Reaver for Ninsen is actually rather huge, while Death's Dance for Millennium Fox is going to be not something to scoff at either.
Can I just say I'm happy that nobody is building the lethality anymore? Off his Zaya.
Yeah, that got
That feels
hotfixed
good,
really,
man.
really fast, didn't it? It was just like,
Yep,
two
it did. But then people were
days.
still building it. Like we literally last night in NEST, all the Zayas were building
What?
the
All right.
lethality build still. It's hilarious.
maybe
Anyways,
China's on a different patch. I don't know.
but Nin is on the next line. He knows what's up, all right? He knows what's up.
The other thing, though, that's a little bit worrying for me is that Samsa still hasn't finished his Sunfire Aegis yet. So, it's kind of like one of the more difficult mythics to finish because of just how expensive the ingredients are. But at this stage, it's 19 minutes and you don't have your mythic yet. That's gonna dampen a little bit of your side lane control, and that's the big room for concern when it comes down. When it comes to the Shen.
It is, but the fact that they're on Soul Point at this point and like they feel comfortable not taking any of these fights, kind of waiting it out till they can force Cal into a team fight, I think is fine for them, right? We've seen already multiple times how sickening their composition is when they can layer all that CC. We highlighted in the draft, we see the execution unfolding right in front of us, and if they can get this Ocean Soul, that solidifies that side lane for Samsa against Millennium Fox. You have the sustain, you have the region to be able to put up with the constant force of pressure of Millennium Fox.
For sure. And almost after this point, thank goodness he also just cashed in on that mythic as well, so don't have to be sweating bullets anymore. Though from here, I guess the other question, right, for all of us is just the Baron and Dragon Soul at this point, right? For Simon Fraser to be looking at, because it's tough for them to force anything without having that additional threat point, just because of how well UC Berkeley is controlling these side lanes and playing passive and sort of keeping Cobb and Ricky away with at least with a 10-foot pole at that to dissuade any engagement. Though I like this adjustment, you know, shut down some of the vision and create a sense of anonymity within the jungle here for Simon Fraser to play with and continue to cut away some of those resources as well. Sure, you're cutting away resources away from Kusios and Isses, but, you know, at least you're cutting away that Aphelios resource, which like is the one big team fight player on the side of UC Berkeley that could really send Simon Fraser for a roll. Though on the side lanes, this is where it's like Stabsies and Millennium Fox come into play of just being that inkling of concern of, all right, they are very far ahead when it comes down to trying to cash in on this side lane pressure. Sure, you're keeping up with them in a sense of some farm. The only difference is that 50 CS that Samsa is having to sacrifice to just try and hold the defenses against Millennium Fox instead of being able to keep up with the farming department. Though, to that end, how long does that defense last? Or how long does this patience play for UC Berkeley? It comes down to these objectives. Because Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, you have to at least try and challenge this one, if anything else.
You do. Nin got the blue buff as well before this. It is going to be Cal set up in front of the Dragon Pit first. They need to be here. Stand United available for Sam's at the side lane, but Cal know they cannot give up this Ocean Soul if they hope to get this side lane pressure in their favor. Cobb just walking straight in here, wants to go for the engage. There you go, Solar Flare's coming down as well. Stand United on top of it all, but they've already used all their CC. This is where Cal can potentially turn things around. Isis is on the side, can do a lot, but the Blade Caller is going to separate the fight now. You've still got 4 members strong, but Isis is caught. There's no way the double grand entrance does not matter, or does it? You can get so much of this CC and damage from Stabsy, but it's not going to be enough. Samsa doesn't land the taunt either. Grand entrance back, gravitational field is not connecting. Oh my god, QCO just goes in for the kill, but gets immediately turned back on by Ricky.
And what a phenomenal fight there from the members of Simon Fraser to try and create as much space and use the terrain to keep the members of UC Berkeley away. You're going to try and finish up on
This is a little worrying.
Yeah.
I don't know. Stabsy has a lot of damage on the side. Checking the bush there, utilizes the bed. Double knockup here as well. TP's now coming in from the base. The dragon gets smited away, but can they take the fight afterward? Cobb is not dead yet. Jinsoul needs to be the target at least. They will eventually bring them all down. Ocean Soul does not matter. Will be secured for SFU. And they continue to find that objective dominance we've seen all game long.
And with that fight, with the Dragon Soul going over to the way of Simon Fraser, I feel like that might just be the tipping point when it comes down to late game fights. Have to keep it in play, but this is an ambitious play here. Trying to
got the speed. They've got the speed.
Yeah, with the 100%. Red white for sure. They're chunking it down. Ricky nowhere to be seen. Kusios could secure this easily. This will be a Baron power play for the side of UCal, but
they just even up the gold with that.
Yeah. So like, this is where the second half of that dragon fight comes into play, right? Of the sense that UCal was not fighting, or at least they were trying to fight for the Dragon Soul as always, but the main priority was getting those shutdowns and getting some gold back onto your carries and winning the fight overall. And with Stabsies being able to survive for so long, able to cash in on a lot of those kills, jumping himself up to four kills, 3 deaths, he and the rest of the Golden Bears are now at this place where, with this power play, they can now take the 5v5 fight to Simon Fraser, but just for a little while. They have some heal cut on the side of Rex and on Stabsies. That's some good overall heal cut, but it's not that massive 60% heal cut just yet. You don't have the Mortal Reminder from Istis just yet. You don't have the Chemtech Purifier either, or Putrefier from Rex cashed in either. So this is still
Solar Flare lands directly onto Isis. There's the Encore, does land as well. He's trying to get in there. Rex does not make it in time. The ADC is down for the Cal Bears, and that is unfortunate.
They're able to get that kill. They can still try and push to force some of these turrets to fall inside of UCal. It's all about wasting the time, using the Baron to stall Simon Fraser's advances in the mid lane as much as possible while you have Millennium Fox on those side lanes. Millennium Fox actually recalled to try and take the fight back to Simon Fraser in this mid lane. As that happens,
but Stand United is available, so they could just join the fight here.
Good disengaged, and to this end, you know, you only have a minute left on that Baron power play. Isty's Cutie backup, and to this point, I feel like you just have to try and get that side split going once again. That split push needs to come online here for UCal, and just using the Baron power play to use that to be used as a stabilizer is good enough. Though this end against an Ocean Soul and a late game Seraphine Xayah, not only are you having to deal with the difficult to keep down ADC and that massive damage output that this Xayah is going to be able to dish out on Ninsen, but also the fact that you have so much sustain now coming out of the Seraphine. Seraphine's team fighting all comes out is that the fact that she's just a massive utility support when it comes to keeping your front line alive, when it comes down to slowing the advances of a lot of these divers like Lucios's Lee Sin and Millennium Fox's Camille, keeping them at bay. So you can see that in a lot of these fights, it's just the reason why they're winning is not just because of Ninsis's massive damage output, but because everyone is just getting locked down in the field zone
Juicios,
by
that was
Jinsol.
not the play. Oh my goodness, I thought he was going to die. They don't commit onto him. They actually just want to go for Stabsies because they know where they need to focus, but that's an immediate turnaround. Stabsies goes down first, shut down to Nin. Big Moonlight Vigil, but it's on the Graviton, so you don't get much off of it. And Jinsol gets the second kill of the fight. This is looking like SFU kicking and screaming want to bring us into game 3.
Yeah, they are definitely trying to break open this defense. Only real curiosity is if they will be able to break this turtle shell that is UCal's base. We're looking at this mid lane once again. Baron has waned away. No more power play there. And there's no wave clear on the side of the Golden Bears either. Stabsies is down for the next 14 seconds. So they're going to have to forfeit this inhibitor. I see a little bit of a scramble going on in the river, sort of close to the mid lane. I think they're trying to get Jinsol here. They just might.
Has to burn the cleanse. There goes the inhibit mid lane. Meanwhile, yep, Jinsol will die. It's caught out, and now the rest of the 3 need to make it out alive. Infernum is available. They're going to copy the TP with Samzik here, and now the AoE is there. They turn it around on Millennium Fox. Nice grand entrance there to bring it back up here for Cal. They still have Istis in there. Gale Force forward. Nin is not going to die just yet. The Blade Caller saves him, but just for a little bit longer. Ricky is now back on the side, and it's just Istis. It's just QCOs. The CC chains are too much. Oh, it's tragedy for Cal. They drafted themselves into a corner, and that corner is bloody as SFU charge into the base.
And with the easier to execute composition, the team fight focus, and the lockdown from Simon Fraser, they're able to quell the side split pressure that UC Berkeley was trying to cook up. They are able to revert the mistakes that they had in the early game. They're going to be able to take the second game, bringing us to the third match.
Indeed, it will be so. We will start off with some bangers here in the finals, as it will be going to game 3. SFU completely changed themselves going from game 1 to game 2, and Cal are just caught unawares. Cool.
Yeah, caught unawares for sure, especially at the very beginning of how this game all kicked off, with Rex trying to create a little bit of river pressure between mid and bot to secure that scuttle, and then just missing that grand entrance to where it gives that room for Ricky on the Xin Zhao to find the entry right onto Issis. Gets onto that Aphelios, starts the fight up, and then you start with a 2-0 Xin Zhao. So much pressure already there for the early game for Simon Fraser to start using and working with. And then a lot of that success also came off of the back of Cobb assisting with Ricky in roaming around the map, securing those neutral objectives, and just jumping constantly onto this back line of UCal.
Cobb and Jinsol stepped up. I mean, these guys, from game 1 to game 2, night and day. The fact that Cobb was able to continuously be aggressive against Rex, and Jinsol smashed the mid lane. There's no questions. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. So I'm very excited for both what Simon Fraser University can continue with going in game 3, but also what UC Berkeley can respond with, because we know these players are good, and they're not going to go out like they did in game number 2. We're going to send it away to a little break. We'll be right back with game number 3, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV West Conference Playoff Finals. We're here with UC Berkeley and Simon Fraser University. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon. And what a series we have in front of us.
It's been a series that we've had not just in front of us, but also behind us as well, as we are already 2 games in out of the 3. And to be fair, it has sort of been back and forth between these teams as well. Game 1 was a very dominant performance from UC Berkeley with a lot of pressure from Stabsies in the side lane. But then on the side of Simon Fraser, it was a complete flip-flop. They were able to get a quick early game catch there for Ricky, and then it was nothing but up there with the roams that they were able to come in with like the Leona and Xin Zhao kill army of 2 kill combo that they were able to really push off. But, quickly through the pick and ban we're going to go through now, not much changes, but Zig still left on the bench, but whoa, immediate first lock on Zai from Simon Fraser on blue side.
Hey, they know where their confidence lies, and that Zai looked pretty darn good last game. I do want to see what UC Berkeley's response is here for themselves, though, because I'm just very surprised that Game 2 went the way it did, and that there was such a difference from Game 1 to Game 2.
Yeah.
So I wonder what kind of ease of execution we'll see out of UC Berkeley today, for Game 3 at least, and Jin is the first pickup for themselves. So we live in a world where ADC is first picked. Lee Sin, though, also going to join the table for Berkeley.
I like the Lee Sin again. I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. He's just been sort of outmaneuvered by Ricky constantly, no matter the pick, whether it was Graves or Xin Zhao. So it feels like, even though it is a good pick for UC Berkeley and for Kuzios individually, it's more of a composition outside of the jungle that is a necessary change, it looks like, for their formula. Hence why the Jin is there, something that has a little bit better lane presence and can scale very efficiently against a lot more of those side lane 1-3-1 comps that UC Berkeley favors. Simon Fraser, though, I feel like this is just going to be another rinse and repeat team fight.
Yep, they're just drafting the exact same things they got last time, which, if it don't, like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although it is on the blue side this time. So far, red has been king, so we'll see how that all plays itself out. But here is a actual nice pickup into the Leona if they do want to go for it, and the cow for UC Berkeley will be locked in.
So far, the one adaptation, because of Rakan being banned, you don't have like that Zai Rakan cat like duo combo, nor do you have the ability to sort of use it as a threat point for Simon Fraser to try and challenge with any of that. So I think UC Berkeley with that ban gives them that little extra lap of luxury to sit in, just to with the laning and sort of with the flexibility that the engaged supports can sort of come into play with. Of course, we don't get anything spicy like a Poppy support to like really mess with anyone, but overall, it's a good counter pick. Create some space once it comes down to those more multi-dimensional team fights, right? Because that's where these two supports, though outside of the lane, they're going to try and roam, get those advantages with Ricky once again, or sort of to stabilize Stabsy's laning phase in the mid lane as well for UC Berkeley. Once it comes to those team fights, I feel like Zalstar might have just a couple more tools in his side to try and isolate some of the targets.
The LeBlanc was the first pickup for UC Berkeley in the second phase, and immediate pickups are going to be the Silas and the Wukong for Simon Fraser University. So changing up a little bit from game number 2, but still very strong pieces all nonetheless.
So far, this is the first LeBlanc too that we've seen all out of this series, and it's usually just a mainstay for a lot of these.
They're bringing it back. They're bringing it back. It looked so good in game number 1.
And it's going to go up against the Wukong, which has some tank killing capability off of his ultimate, but not as much to really deal with a Scion. And if you're playing front to back, just put a Juggernaut in the very front. I think you got a lot of room and comfort for this more slippery damage output team that UC Berkeley has cooked up for themselves. Now they don't have like a consistent damage source, right? Because Jin's still he has the reload mechanic, much more focused on trying to kick crit strikes and lock down burst an individual target. So with that end, I'm curious how much time Simon Fraser is going to have in these team fights to sort of dish out damage, ramp up their carries of both the Silas and the Zaya, and then really wreak havoc on the backline of UC Berkeley. So I'm still very worried for Berkeley's composition when it comes down to the 5v5s, but the way that they've been playing throughout the last 2 games, side lane pressure, trying to force 1-3-1s around objectives, and forcing Simon Fraser into a kill zone bubble rather than anything else, is going to be a question that I think needs to be not just answered but also defended to a point, right? Of we play the style because we're stronger at it, and we go have a more difficult to execute composition. The individual pieces are inevitably going to be more valuable than this 5v5 composition that Simon Fraser is good at.
And speaking of that composition, I feel like it's a little rough for the Silas here. Obviously, you have the Unbreakable that you can grab from the Alistair, but it's not, I feel like, the same avenue of success that Simon Fraser found in game number 2, right? And that's always going to be so when you get some pieces taken away from you. But it's that amazing chain of CC in the target calling from last game is going to be a little bit harder to come by, I feel like, in this 3rd game.
Sure. And what else? I'm overall looking at not just the lane matchups as well, but I'd have to be saying, like, with Ricky again on this in Zhao, this just feels like a strong Simon Fraser early game victory once again. Like, sure, he got a little bit of a handout with Rex messing up on the roam with Rakan with that engage, but even then, it's just throughout this series he's been faster on the draws for scuttle contentions. He's been faster to objectives, been faster to trying to isolate specific targets. The only thing he hasn't really been faster on is like sometimes gank pressure. But even then, I feel like he actually has been. I feel like he's been in the lanes more than Crucios has been on this Lee Sin, who was a little bit inactive during the first game just because of how oppressive his team was in the laning phase. But in the second game, he was losing out against Cobb and Ricky's Leona Xin Zhao combo when it came to pressuring down mid lane and trying to get Stabsy or brain farting here, Jinsol online as it comes into ramping up a utility mid laner.
And especially with how like the mid lane has played out in both games so far, like it's a very volatile area of the map. But for this second game, right, I guess the thing I'm looking at specifically is this support matchup again, because I do feel like it was super, super crucial last game, specifically for Cobb, who was, it just feels like on a roll with the Leona, the roams, the target selection, the lockdown, and really just pulling his team into the fights. And now you have the Alistair response from Rex on the other side, who has shown the aggressive tendencies, even on the Enchanter Lulu in the first game. And it's going to be a lot of butting heads, rightfully so, with the cow.
Yeah.
But I still think that is also, in terms of the volatility of the mid lane and the way that this game is going to play out, a very integral piece.
Integral at that, to be fair. Bummer, man. Sorry. I don't know. I'm just a little too excited. Like,
are you all right?
I'm just gonna say, I was watching you, like, do some cast and finesse. I was just like, this is just a completely different meta, man. Collegiate always hits different. Collegiate always hits different when it comes down to the different drafts and such. And I feel like at this point, both of these teams have showed their strengths and how they like to play the game. It's just a matter of getting onto the Rift and showing who's more of the consistent team, right? Because it's the first seed for second seed. UC Berkeley, sure, had Simon Fraser in game 1, but game 2 was all Simon Fraser from the get-go. So
Yeah.
it's just one of those scenarios of, sure, y'all are the best in the West Conference at the moment, but you got to show up on game day every single time. And to this end, this is game 3. This is the challenge of consistency. Will you be able to come out on top of running the rift, running your composition, executing on your proper markers, hitting the timer rights, constant line of communication, strong communication at that, and working with each other and day in and day out when it comes to game 1, game 2, game 3s. And the tenacity of players is crucial when it comes down to being the best and being a champion of not just your region, but also of a nation as well.
Trying to,
Yeah.
at least. But it all does come down to this for both these teams, and it's been exactly how you would expect it to be in Collegiate League of Legends, where one game was a smash and a half, the next game another smash and a half on the opposite side, and now we get whatever game 3 is going to end up being, which always is a great time in itself. And I love that this is the kind of action we get to finalize this conference, and especially to bring us to a close, right? Because I think it's always so interesting. We talk so much throughout the season about the growth, the development for each one of these programs, everybody on different levels, everybody at different states of play. But that doesn't matter when you get to this moment, right? It matters what happens on the Rift. It matters about who's showing up on the day, and that's what competition is all about.
Improve your
Yep.
skills.
As we loud out
Then
onto the
find
Rift,
me again.
game 3, final point here
Improve your skills. Then find me
for
again.
the West Conference Championship. All on the line, all or nothing. And it's a battle of philosophies, battle of tenacity. At the very beginning of this game, it's a battle of the junglers. Crucios has been sort of slow to the call on a lot of these changes, a lot of these scuttles, objectives, turrets, fights. It has been Ricky who has had the better of him every single time. But it is
At least the game 2.
I don't know. Game 1 was kind of the same thing. Like I feel like Ricky on the Graves was like faster to the objectives. He was faster at power farming. Of course, it's a Graves as it is, but like when you're a Lee Sin and you need to pressure these lanes against that Graves in game 1, and Crucios is sort of matching Ricky in that, he's not exceeding him in that pressure. That's where it's like, okay, you're getting the run for your money, and you're at this place where a lot of it was a lot more just like stabs he's winning it out. But and the bottom lanes have been the most volatile between every single game. That's the part that is just like, you know where the first punch is going to happen first, and it's always between Rex and
Indeed. Unfortunately for a Jin, you don't have a lot of damage early on, so just getting some poke down with the top, gonna have to burn those healing potions as well. So a little advantage for Cal in the bot lane so far in that volatility matchup you're talking about. But again, the spotlight goes towards these junglers, both starting on the top side of the map. You know where their eyes are looking.
seeing if we can get to that level 2 quickly between these teams. Unfortunately, that level 2 is just going to come a little bit later as we have a pause coming in as well.
Wouldn't be Collegiate Legends without it. League of Legends without it.
Honestly, like, it's just one of those things. You have a little bit of a ping spike. You never know with these Western ISPs, but challenge it. But alrighty, they're trying to fight for that level 2 here, trying to win out, trying to push the other duo away from those final melee minions to get that level up. Rex gets his. He's just got his as well, so they're able to win on that too. That sort of tells the tale for both of these teams for just a little while to situate how they're going to be able to win pressure over for their junglers. So this is where I think Simon Fraser might have a little bit of a deficit when it comes down to the first blood challenge, but with both the junglers padding down to this bottom side, it could blow up at any second.
Absolutely could. It was a full topside for Ricky, and just skipping the Krubbies for QCS, which is normal. Samza Actually get a ton of pressure put on him
Yeah.
by Millennium Fox on the top side.
Something about this Scion, man. It's just, it hits different
Rex.
with Millennium Fox.
Oh
This is
no,
the challenge.
the level 3. Rex does have flash, he'll be able to get over the wall here. No, he doesn't. First blood to Ricky. TP now coming in from Millennium Fox. Does have a lot of follow-up with Issus here, but he backs off and Issus gets re-engaged on. Millennium Fox just baited his ADC. But at least QCOS is able to get in here. Now TP is just being burned across the map.
And I don't know why those final 2 TPs from the mid laners decided to come in. The fight was pretty much over at that point. And I understand Millennium Fox for a little bit because he came in just at the time where he could try and grab one more kill off of Cobb, who didn't have flash. But Issy's just trying to keep them interested was very.
He got baited.
Yeah, he
I'm
did.
here for Issus. I'm here as an ADC. I'm gonna represent. You just baited your ADC into that fight.
You kind
He's
of
like, you're gonna commit, right? You're gonna commit, right?
Yeah, it's like, I'm using this TP, it better be worth it. And like, all this while, Sam's is up in the top lane, like, all right, well, I'm just gonna try and catch up on CS because I'm struggling out here. Able to get that and some solo XP too, so already bumped up to level 4. Overall, a big win for Simon Fraser across the board. Like, nothing else to say when it comes to that. Outside of also open, you know.
Double knock up the mid lane. Now they have QCOS here as well. Cobb getting very, very low. One auto attack will do it. Is it enough? QCOS gets the kill, but TP now with the advantage from Samza. They found Rex, and they might find QCOS not following it up under tower.
They're able to get at least 1 kill and showing back out a 1-for-1 trade. So it goes over to QCOS. And the more that these kills go over to these junglers, the more I start favoring Ricky. Just because the Xin Zhao is going to be the better fighter on the day. He's going to have that better objective control. Sure, the Lee Sin on QCOS has that executability to try and jump in and get and secure the objectives. When it comes down to challenging them and creating a pressure point around them, this Xin Zhao is going to have the upper hand on that. And matter of fact, Ocean Soul is now, or Ocean Dragon, excuse me, is now up and available. So, don't think it's going to be something that either of these teams are going to be eyeing for a little while. Mostly because those junglers are just starting their re-entry of the jungle padding down into the bottom lane to prepare.
The pulverize used by Rex, not going to have a nice little engagement if Cog wants to go in, but she's going to be calm and steady, at least in this bottom lane for now. Dragon available for 30 seconds at least now, but no focus up that or towards that way, at least for either of these junglers, as QCOS actually passing down towards this bot side. Might be looking for it, but an early Ocean Dragon would be super, super pivotal. I mean, a little bit of reason not to go.
Other thing too, with these bottom lanes, Issy's being the Jhin, trying to make sure that you have that initial burst, you have to start poking and prodding a little bit more. And it's difficult to do that against Cobb because that Leona will jump immediately on top of you, and when it happens, Ninsin is going to win those trades. So, being very careful with choosing your battles here for Issy's is crucial, and it is giving so much room for Simon Fraser to try and access this river, access this dragon, and with that, with the push in from Jinsoul as well on the Silas, they have the inside track to try and look for a kill. Thing is QCOS is down here, they're actually looking for a kill instead and possibly steal away a blue buff.
They do, in fact, do so, and now Rex has found the flank. You get the double knockup. They've been split apart. Issus has to flash over, but there you go. The Blast Cone gets him out. Here comes the Unstoppable, but it's not going to be nearly long range enough. Blade Caller stops the follow-up, but Jhin still dies. Jin's soul goes down to a killing spree, and now the Pulverize seals the deal. Double kill for QCOS, and this is looking good for Cal after the early slip-up. This is no slip-up at all. Cobb dies. That's a huge boom for Cal.
We had to make a little bit of a mess in the early game for UCal to go ahead and get the mop out and start cleaning up Simon Fraser University. And a wonderful back-end flank there by Rex acquired. Sure, Issy's had to use that flash to get over the wall to just be in a safe spot, but it was all just this Alistar who has the exact amount of tools to get into the middle of the fight, keep people there, keep people in that kill zone, and keep them away from stabs. You keep a QCOS in a place where you can maneuver on this Lee Sin to get to the proper targets. and also that use of terrain just around the edge as well, just to stall Jinsoul Silas that little bit more from getting on top of Isses. Was very crucial in that fight, turning around into the Golden Bears' favor. So with this 6 kills to 3 and encroaching on that 2,000 gold lead, you're starting to get to that point of getting to those mythic items maybe just 30 seconds or a minute ahead of your opponent, and using that power spike to double down onto this Rift Herald and onto the rest of the map when it comes down to opening up this this Rift a little bit more and getting into those lane assignments that can properly execute that 1-3-1 split or that 1-4-1 split that you see Berkeley is like.
See if it works out for them this time around, though. That's the biggest question. As we do see Rift Herald potentially positioned on by QCOS up here in Rex. As it's actually a bit unfortunate for Ricky. He's on the other side of the map. Maybe looking for a dive onto Issus, but it does have a couple camps that he could invade on against Cal. He'll be spotted out here, though.
Even though Kuzios is 4-0, he's still
He
getting...
stole it.
Oh, well
He's-
done.
What a masterclass. Issus. They lose a lot of plates on the tower, but
That's why you go to math class, though. You just like
Oh
count it
my
down, you know, how much damage you do, bam, hit it right there. Perfect timing. So, yeah, like you said, you're losing a lot of plates, so it's kind of a victory because of how valuable Krug is. So actually, it might just turn out a little bit better.
Oh!
That's a little bit worrying.
Cobb not
Rex
doing a
Required has
great job
flash.
body blocking there.
He's very close. There he goes.
There you go, Feather Call. Feather Storm, plus the Blade Call is available.
Yeah,
But Nin gets out with the use of his ulti, not having to burn the flash.
that is so close to the chest. And Kusios is here with that Rift Herald now. This turret is as good as gone because of just that literal shot that Istis was able to weave past Cobb. Gets him this first turret, I believe. Sure, Ricky's down here to
Always
try
the
and
little
challenge,
things.
but exactly, it's the little things that count here.
Oh, they
TP's
see
coming in
Ricky.
too. Now it's the big things.
They saw Ricky and they're like immediately, no, we don't want that. But Decimating Smash comes in now onto Cobb, and Cobb has to flash away. Ricky and Jinsoul are the front line here, and Jinsoul does have that Unbreakable Will. Utilize it to really turn this tower fight. This is just an outer tower, but they are committing to this fight. They might just lose it. TP is also coming in from Stabsy. They have found Rex Required, cooking up some beef on a Saturday. But is it going to be enough? Jinsoul is burned out here, and the next wave's crashing very soon. There you go, Millennium Fox going in. Cuse has found Jin, but he flashes over the wall and gets out. The health bars from SFU are just not strong. And now QCOS goes unstoppable with a kill onto Nin.
They're able to finally get that first turret. All the while, Samza was there on the top side of the map. He had TP available this entire time, but he was deciding to push for the turret. This Wukong could have been very impactful in this fight for this first brick, but deciding to try and challenge for the race instead. I'm curious on how many turret plates are left there as we just sort of go through another ping pause as it is. So, yeah, he was pretty close. Okay, so that gives me a little bit of confidence on that call of Samson saying, like, you guys survive, try and hold him out as much as possible. I can look for this first break, but unfortunately, it was UC Berkeley that was able to actually win out on that one. So, for them, bit of a bummer. And it's one of those. I think this is a moderate. It's a moderate risk to moderate reward factor of like, okay, you get a bunch of gold onto this Wukong, and you get that first brick as well victory, at the risk of two people's lives or one person's life and that first brick as well. The moderate level of that comes into play of just how you're going to now apply this Wukong. He's cashed in on that Divine Sunderer. This Wukong can start to really become that chaotic divider in those team fights. You just need to now apply that. You need to get him out of this lane and into these objective fights. Dragon's up in a minute, in 50 seconds. So at this stage, it's at this point of saying, all right, you've been passive in the top side of the map where Millennium Fox has been out farming you and has been more active. You need to start making an argument for this Wukong, and he needs to start becoming this dominant fighter as he is already taking a brutal brunt of damage from Millennium.
Millennium will flash away from the solo play of Cobb. They were full and ready to commit a fight to Millennium
Ugh.
Fox, try to take him down, but not able to. Is this now maneuvering to the mid lane? Will find a plate for himself. Not going to be pounced on by the SFU hopefuls. The bottom lane is the focus right now for Cal, as Dragon's coming up in 10 seconds. And they are looking for a dive onto Nin, who is in some trouble if we can get the camera down there.
Uh-oh.
As he is in alcove gameplay mode right now and dodges out. Oh my god, no.
Dude, he's got the happy
Okay,
feet.
he's dead.
Oh,
He dies.
doesn't have that mythic just yet to like Gale Force in the Foe Storm and then like get some execute.
Millennium Fox is taking a 1v3 up here.
Is he taking it or is he tanking it? There's
Both.
a yes.
Porque
yes,
no los dos.
yes is the answer. This is Simon Fraser is I don't think this is autopilot. I think this is damage control now. This is not looking good for them because of just the fight that went awry. That was very much just Rex getting that back flank and doing a phenomenal job in isolating targets for the rest of UC Berkeley. But then
He
that
does
turret
no
dive
damage.
gamble, it's just well,
Oh no, even the fourth shot. Oh gosh.
what is the AP scaling on the Jin Silas?
Nothing. There's no.
Well, like you get.
I'm pretty sure it's full AD.
Well, it is full AD, but like you get
get a
an AP
percentage,
converter,
yeah.
yeah.
But obviously not enough. I mean,
yeah.
he hit Issus at
Well,
the fourth shot and did like sub 200 damage.
Well, the problem is that you don't have the Jin passive, right? Like you don't get the Jin passive
Yeah.
with it, whereas like your crits technically do more damage or whatever.
I mean, at this
It's
point, you're
obviously
literally just looking for Rex Required's ulti.
Yeah, like this is very much just like Rex requires ulti, and that's it. That's the only one you should be stealing for team fights, because that makes like Silas pretty much unkillable. Which is broken, yes, but at this point you're 0-1 on the Silas, and you have a 2-0 Stabsy's LeBlanc and Crucios's Lee Sin, which is 5-0, which honestly has been stealing the kills from everybody, to be fair. It's just Lee Sin base damage. So to that end, UC Berkeley is getting to execute their 1-3-1 comp splendidly. They're getting everything that they're asking for. But the thing is that it was just an awkward journey to get here. It was very much just Rex Required having that phenomenal flank, and just being able to stabilize with this top side, which has been much more aggressive. I think like Millennium Fox, this has been a Millennium Fox and Rex Required diff, like 100% in this game. Like Samza has been inactive in this top side, has still been losing out in the farming department for the most part. Yes, he's 110 to 113 now, but he has not used his TP as often, and the times he has used TP is to catch waves. So that just leaves to me that whole that question again of just like who's going to have the stronger line of communication and the more consistent energy and communication as well throughout the series. And so far it is UC Berkeley that is going away with flying colors.
Rift Herald started up by Ricky, but will be moved into by Cal. They take pretty much, I guess at this point, if they take this Rift Herald, it's 100% objective dominance.
Yeah.
In this third game, and a far cry from what we saw in game number 2. Even though Cal gave up those early bloods and the early kills that we saw in last game, they took control towards that 10-minute mark, and they have found a lot of presence around the map, I feel like.
Yeah, if they can finally break open one of these other turrets, I'd be looking at this top side of the map. Though that mid lane is very, very appetizing just because of how low it is. Break this open and then potentially force for 2. I think they can actually get 2 turrets in this mid lane if they really try and gamble for it.
Yeah,
They got TPs. They can threaten. Just didn't time it.
Cobb
with the wave, I
and Nin
guess.
are pretty scary, though.
Well, yeah, the wave clear
does-
from Nincison is right.
It does look like they want to dive onto Samza, and SFU realize what's happening. Go ahead and commit the TP from Jinsoul. Here comes the curtain call. They've already found Samza almost. No, he dashes, gets away just for a little bit longer. Rex Required gets the kill. Q actually gets away, and Issus comes in to get the kill. My goodness, the execution level for Cal is just on another one.
In a phenomenal T-fight, or turret dive.
Where was
or
this
Yukon.
game too?
I don't know, man. Well, okay, hold on. Ricky did get like a double kill in the first 3 minutes.
He got a double kill in this one.
And well, But where has Cobb not been though?
Where is he not?
Cobb
It's
is-
just one of those
Cobb
like,
has not been on the
games you.
well. Cobb has not been on the map. This is a lot been Simon Fraser being a little bit more less active than that of the Golden Bears. Like the Rex required has been in the right places at the right time. Cobb has been sort of isolated to trying to play defender rather than attacker on this Leona, and that leaves a lot of room for the rest of the Golden Bears of Stabsies and Crucios to be a little bit more mobile and be more flexible with their early game decisions. And I will reiterate this again. I'm sorry, but like 5% of the time that this is true, top gap is a thing. So, like Millennium Fox's Scion is just running a masterclass on this right now, and Samza has been one of the most inactive players in the series so far.
Rex, look at this.
Despite that
They go for the solar flare though, but immediately on the flank is Rex required, and now they're just taking the front to back. That decimating smash does just that, but here's the AoE combo from SFU, and they could get a double kill now with Nin. Can they follow it up? It's split from Cal, and Cal lose the team fight.
And this was that moderate risk, moderate reward factor that I was discussing here, Mazel, is the fact that all of this change up from Millennium Fox primarily focusing on getting this bottom lane online for Issis and Rex, and then Samza not going to any fight, farming up as much as possible, getting as many turret plates as he can, and just focusing on himself on this Wukong to become the stronger team fight champion on the day is one of those big game changers. And you saw the majority of UC Berkeley, 4 out of the 5 members are sitting right on top of a double Wukong ultimate. And that just rends the entire team apart. And then sitting within that little kill zone allows Ninsasin to get the blade recalls. You get Jinsoul to sit there with that Alistar ultimate to be unkillable on the Silas. And you then have that chaotic team fight composition that Simon Fraser has cooked up for themselves to full effect. Everyone is a fighter that is durable enough to survive, but does just enough damage to be considered a threat. And then Yukao doesn't have the consistent damage to deal with that. They have the burst damage to pick off one by one. Now they're struggling with anything else, but at least they're finding another pick here to try and swing themselves back.
Oh, it's this. He canceled the auto, still gets the kill in the end of it. Samsa not able to save the day for his support. Cobb went down now. Hex Flash over the wall. And you got the headbutt pulverized combo. Samsa gonna go down. Cusio gets stunned up under tower though and falls immediately. Ricky is now here with some backup as Jinsoul putting in the work here. And they have found this. Rex just left his ADC there, but TP's comes in as well as the unstoppable onslaught. And there you go. The fight turns around in favor of Cal just because of the amount of bodies they have, and Issa is able to get back in here as well at the end.
Well, and also just just remember how that fight started out. It wasn't a full 5v5 setup. It was trickling in members of Simon Fraser and of UCal as well. It was initially a 3v2, and then it inevitably became this 4v2 that we're seeing here on the map now, to where the burst damage that UC Berkeley has with the Jin, with the Lee Sin, and with the LeBlanc have the capability to take out Simon Fraser's fighters in the front line in bite-sized chunks, right? It's like, all right, we can focus on to Ricky here first. All right, we can now isolate Samza. Now we can move on to Jinsoul. All right, now there's no front line for Ninsasin and Cobb to be defending behind, so now we can pressure onto them as well. And that is what UCal has been able to do successfully on the side lanes, is to isolate multiple members and then be able to take them off one by one. They don't win in a full 5v5 because of just how much raw damage and durability that Simon Fraser has. And if we see that happen again, which we have Baron up available, yes, but we're looking at the Dragon in the next 2.5 minutes, where if Simon Fraser, once again, gets that 5v5 front to back fight, or even finds a flank in there with Cobb or Samza, then this conjunction of every member together will be in their favor. But if UC Berkeley goes into the sense of, all right, continue to side lane pressure, let's look for vision control, and pressure individual members of Simon Fraser, they'll be able to win by that death of 1,000 cuts and by playing the map more than playing Simon Fraser man-to-man.
That's where you can find that success, but the setup from Simon Fraser is looking pretty strong at this point. All about finding the right targets for Cal and not letting Isis get caught out.
Look for that mid lane control. I'm looking for vision control here too as well. Like, we need to make sure we have those flanks covered here for Simon Fraser. You do not want to see Stabsy or Crucius being able to get onto the back line when you're trying to set up for that full 5v5 fight. You also need to know how people are transitioning between these lanes, right? Like, you need to start seeing early on, all right, Millennium is going to top side, Stabsy's going to bottom lane. They're going for that rotation now. Let's see if we can brute force ourselves onto this mid lane and break it open, swing ourselves back into the driver's seat, and so slowly crunch away at the 7,000 gold deficit that they have yet to fly back into, that UC Berkeley is currently working with. And you look at the gold that they have on their members, we finally are getting some kills onto Issies and onto Stabsies. So this massive burst damage that they're having and that's coming into play is going to start to be a very daunting task to deal with when it comes against these more niche team fights and these skirmishes that they're going to be looking for.
I mean, we are just ramming it up right now. Make sure we got priority over mid lane before this 30-second dragon timer comes up. It does look like Cal will try and keep priority there towards this dragon, at least in the river, but Samza has now shown up to the fight, and we're just going to get a dance for the next 15 seconds.
Again, 5v5s are more beneficial here for Simon Fraser.
Oh, they
Look,
caught
that's a
out
good
Min,
pick by
and the
Stabsy.
chain still connects in the Featherstorm. He dies!
this is
That's huge, but look at the back. They have a huge re-engage now by SFU, but it's enough to do anything. The healing for the Kingslayer gets Jinsoul back up. A curtain call now comes out as Isis can get back into the fight, find more as Millennium Fox can't get Ricky, but Isis does. And after a long tried and true battle from SFU, they just get picked apart. They don't get a single member of Cal, and Cal will take that straight to the Baron Bank.
And with that fight, that pick from Stabsies to start everything off, what a wonderful catch there to isolate that member, force the rest of Simon Fraser to answer when they are not prepared to fight. And though they were able to get onto the backline of Isis, the Stabsies Crucius were left to their own devices and be able to disengage, and barely any summoners were used outside of the Flash and Gale Force that were needed for that Jhin to survive. And after that, it was just left to Simon Fraser scrambling for some sense of equal trade, of trying to look for Issy's Jhin and then trying to divert themselves back onto the fight. So now they're just trying to grasp at straws here, trying to catch out all the stragglers.
They might be able to do so. Stabsy just dies in a shutdown. 1,000 gold to Jinsoul. Ooh, reconnection on that Sonic Resonance. This is gonna be too much though. Oh, Cusio still alive, goes golden, heals up a decent amount. Now you got Isis putting in the work here. Oh no, it is tragedy. It is an ace, and Cal, Baron buffed up, will be pushing down mid lane of SFU.
And with that fight, I think we can go ahead and say this.
They're TPing on the top side. They're going to get split push going.
Yeah, they're going to be breaking in as many turrets as possible. They're going to try and get as many inhibitors because they want to close this game out as fast as possible, right? Like, you have this Baron power play for the next 2 minutes or so. Use it. Get as much off the board as you can. And so that when it comes down to that power play waning away, you have super minions coming in from 2 lanes. You can prioritize directly with all of your resources onto this bottom part of the map. And then from there, Simon Fraser is in a position where they can no longer challenge you man to man. The 2 final fights right there where they started off by picks and not as a full 5 is 100% UC Berkeley's territory. It's their ground to work with. And they're able to take this game by storm, now jumping to a 12,000 gold lead. They're looking to clean this up.
Second tier tower on the bot lane will be the focus now for Cal. They're able to get it, probably pull away after this one as SFU wanting to punish, but Cobb is the one that gets punished immediately. Chain CCs come down, QCS is in a 1v3. Might go down unless he can get some help, and there you go, Dragon Rage kick back from Jinsoul. He's still gonna make it out. Oh no, he's not. Jinsoul gets the kill. Millennium Fox got the re-engage though after everything. Stabsies is in there with some decent damage, as well as Isis is just still pushing. Now coming in, uses the Gale Force to try to get over the wall, but that doesn't work. And now you've got to try to just walk into this fight, which is just being tanked up by Rex and Millennium. And this could just be the final push.
This has to be the final push to end it all. You've got 3 members alive by the side of Simon Fraser University, and all and 4 members here by the side of Cal. All the important members to try and finish out a fight and tank it up. They're going after one turret. They look for the next, but those 2 cannon minions got a little side.
Yeah, they went for the inhib. Meanwhile, they're losing the fight for Cal, as Baron minions will help out a little bit longer. Jinsoul's still doing well, and Stabsy dies now, and Cal get deflected out of the base by SFU.
Not often do I see just 2 canyon minions decide to just completely diverge paths and go for the inhibitor on the side instead. It kind of that messes up.
They
the siege
didn't
for
even
sure.
get it. Wow. Somebody needs to talk to those
Oh, no.
those players, those cannon players.
Cringe cannon minions.
My
Man.
goodness.
My goodness. Oh my god. That
Honestly, I'm thinking
that
a
is
bench
kinda,
is
like,
in due.
I don't know. That's kind of tilting, to be honest. It's like if you're legit cannon minions that you have Baron empowered should be hitting the turret, and you saw like the rest of like the Golden Bear standing there, just like, all right, where's the damage being dealt to the turret right now? Because we're looking to just try and end this and like close it out. It's not happening. They're not able to push, and the members of Simon Fraser come in and sort of push you back for a little while. So with that whole defense, right, of what I was talking about, of being able to get the double inhibitors and then threaten for the single lane focus onto the bottom side of the map isn't going to happen. You need to do a little bit extra work to try and get there, or you rinse and repeat, try and find a pick, force a 4v5 fight, and then just run straight down this mid lane to look for the set.
And the fact that, like, they do get a lot of money because of the Super Radiant supporting of the base, does that really matter is the next big question. Because the final piece to the puzzle here for Cal is definitely this bottom lane tower, and you can see everybody's heading down that way.
I'm gonna finish this one up. It's within, the turret is within kill range of a Jin or even a LeBlanc. Like, I don't see the health bar just yet. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 shots with a minion there. But you only got that one caster minion that's gonna walk up and give it a good slap before the rest of the wave comes into play. So you're looking at this flank, trying to keep that vision open. Oh, double control wards there to make sure they have extra vision there. 20/20 vision on that pinch. Could be a place for Simon Fraser to try and look for a comeback. There's a lot of flashes available. Here comes the fight.
Yeah, Isis is in some trouble here, though. The double cyclone onto him, trying to get away, gets killed on the backside by Ricky, and this is looking like a really good fight from SFU. If they can try and get this backline down, it's not looking likely that SFU are going to lose this one just yet, as the team fights just keep getting turned around, and Millennium Fox now gets dragged back and dies afterwards. Jinsoul now on a rampage. The turtle prophecy is coming alive for SFU.
And that's that team fight once again. As long as it's the 5v5, SFU has a chance in this game every single time. But Baron, 10 seconds. Kujios is still alive though, so there is the potential to steal. There is potential to threaten this with 2 members. To poke and prod at this 3-man. But they got to play very careful. They got to play very close to the chest, because if Cobb catches one of them, if Cobb catches Kujios specifically, this is lights out for UC Berkeley for the next few minutes. Coming in as well from Samson.
Can he steal it here? Cobb is... Oh, he steals it. Oh, that's a nail in the coffin. He'll die afterwards, potentially, though, but Stabsy wants to get him out. Stabsy kills Cobb, and Kujios gets away from it all. Oh no, Rex is going in to follow it up as well. The triple pulverize comes in. Isis just wants to get in range for the quadra grenade kill at this point. Feather recall will be there, at least if they get the re-engage with the Cyclone, but there's the decimating smash, and Samsa is just out of the fight now. It's a 4v2. The last remaining members of SFU are just gonna get run and gunned down. They're losing their base this entire time. Gale Force comes in, TPs to seal the deal, and the championship will be won by the University of California at Berkeley. The Golden Bears resurge after losing game number 2 to claim this final of the Western Conference.
Blue team's inhibitor is respawning soon.
That a dominating performance, though rocky, throughout this best of 3 series, UC Berkeley is able to take that win and become the champions of the Western Conference. Very well played from them, but it does not go to show that it was an easy battle to be fought or won at that. Simon Fraser took it to them, not just in game 2 with an absolute stomp, but even in this game 3. They had a team fight composition that at 5-on-5, they won every single time. If it was full on equal heads bashing against each other, it was something that UC Berkeley was struggling with, but they were able to stick to their guns. They got a good early lead this time around once again, and being able to find those advantages to force the 1-3-1 side split focus and prioritize the individual members one by one. That is where UC Berkeley was able to be the more consistent and the stronger communicating team on the day, and that's what makes a champion here. Not just the strength of your players, but also the consistency and how durable the tenacity within them as well to take the win and fight for the trophy.
But I also gotta say, Simon Fraser University, I mean, on paper, right, this was supposed to be a 2-0 for UC Berkeley.
Sure.
They have 2 challenger players. The highest on Simon Fraser is master. That does not matter in collegiate. You saw in game number 2, they wiped the floor with UC Berkeley. And that gives UC Berkeley a lot to think about into the next series, into the rest of the season especially.
Yeah.
But Simon Fraser should not be upset, at least overall, for their performances, because I do think that they showed a lot of brightness and they showed a lot of strength. So kudos to them. It's unfortunate to fall in the finals like this to UC Berkeley, but they gave them a run for their money for sure.
Oh, definitely. You gotta hold your heads high as it is with that, because Simon Fraser, dominant performance. But to look on to UC Berkeley, this being the grand finals of the Western Conference, it goes to show the strength of this conference region as well, right? Because both these teams going tooth and nail in the game 3, and then also going into sort of pretty much the next year and into preseason as well, is sort of how much are they going to be able to adapt and then to learn going into those next changes, because with the timing of what NACE Starleague and the rest of this collegiate season is like, you're in this very fun situation of not having a defined meta for almost like half of the season. Like, yeah, you have like the world's meta to sort of rely on for a little bit, but then bam, preseason hits, bam, next season 12 comes into play, new champions get dropped and new items get released, and you start to become the sort of proving grounds of meta, and showing not just what your team can do, but also how quickly your team can adapt and change, and sort of how your program can really develop players within such a constantly changing environment.
I think that's the most important thing. We've harped on it all season long, and it's been a long one, but just that growth in programs, just seeing that kind of development over the season, and the fact that it all culminates in something like this, a full best of 3, full of action and wonder across the board. So it's been an awesome start to the day, especially, and we're going to get to talk to one of the UC Berkeley members here very shortly, but it's just been a fun day of League of Legends so far. And honestly, the surprising factor of that turnaround in game number 2 from Simon Fraser, and the fact that this is something we consistently see in the collegiate scene.
It is something we consistently see, and it's not just something we consistently see like in CLOL and sort of like the upper echelons. It's like in this sort of environment specifically, where it's just there is a massive body of teams and players to take from and to pick and choose and to discover those battles within them, and I think that's what makes it so unique with how well they're quickly able to develop these teams, and the program specifically, because UC Berkeley been looking around, like they've been around for a while as a team and as a program, but it's something where in these kind of situations, like you're always looking for that next step. So when it comes down to what not just the players are looking for, what their goal is in that, but also what the rest of the program is trying to look for. They want to become not just national champions, but international or continental champions, looking for that North American crown, and so on, is what you have to be really striving for when it comes to hitting season of 2022.
Yeah, it is always interesting. I do believe we are going to be ready for our interview. So,
Okay.
Coco, we got to talk for a minute.
Oh.
Because every 180 seconds, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer. And 40% of all pediatric cancers are blood cancers. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns lives upside down. And when this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS, is here to help. Since 1949, LLS has invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments that they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and most of all, support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it be a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most, today's LLS hero of the game is going to be Millennium Fox, joining us here now on the desk. Millennium Fox, my man, the Scion Wonder. How does it feel to claim a grand championship, a grand final in the West Conference?
Feels great. I think that we put a lot of work to get here, and I'm happy that we won it.
Hey, I like it. And the way that you got to do it, in fact. I do have to ask one little question, a little negative point. What happened game 2? What happened? Game 1, you guys were driving along. You were cruise controlling down the highway. But game 2 seemed to come across something a little bit different.
Yeah, the early game went south when we tried to go for a red buff invade after seeing that they were bot side. Like, we didn't have the correct information, and then the bot crab fight, we kind of just mis-executed, and that just made the game hard from there on. Yeah.
Now, what did you pull away from that, though, as a squad? I mean, obviously, the bounce back in game 3 was huge, but, like, what was the communication after that game?
I think the communication was just to play more standard, to not go for maybe the risky red play, and then we also got to choose side selection the third game, so red side is more of a comfort for us, and after like having a smoother early game, it was just much easier to pilot the third game.
Very well done. Well, sort of spanning out into a bigger picture here, now picking up becoming the winners of the Western Conference here in the NACE Starleague. What's the next step for you as a player, and maybe even more for the program there at CU Berkeley as we head on into the winter and into the new year?
Yeah, so we're definitely trying to place at least top 4 in the playoffs. And I guess for myself as a player is to figure out the new meta when the season ticks over. So I know preseason is going to be a mess. And other than that, we're also preparing for ULOL, and that will be a good experience to play against some of the other schools too.
I like that a lot. I do. Now, I do got to ask you about the Scion a little bit. Looked real confident on that pick game 1 and 3. Obviously was able to get you the dub, but what was your mindset going into this top matchup here today with all the volatility the rest of the map kind of had? What was it like for you going into it specifically?
Yeah, so I just enjoy playing Scion as a pick because I'm very comfortable with the champion, and especially those matchups for if I get counterpick. And I just know that I'll be able to get laden prio, and then once I tick 6, I just press my R, and then I can go anywhere on the map. So it's a champion that can
Makes it easy.
both, get those solo kills, and then also just impact the map, which is why I like to play it a lot. And it's also relatively easy to play.
There you go. The ease of execution definitely helps out for sure. I got one last thing for you, Millennium Fox. First of all, your name is amazing. But second of all, do you have any shout outs? Anybody you want to talk about here before we let you go?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to shout out the rest of my teammates, and especially our coaches, Revered and Apollo and Rafflecopter. They helped us a lot. They also did a VOD review of SFU and decided all our pick bans for us, so that was great.
Nice.
And yeah, shout outs to the entire program too. Go Bears.
I love it. Go Bears. Thank you so much, Millennium Fox. Go celebrate with the team or go celebrate yourself, whichever one you do, and have fun with it. Great job today, and we'll see you next time.
All right, thank you.
All right, everyone. Well, we're through our first series of the evening, and what a fun one it was, Coco.
Yeah, it was a banger, absolutely back and forth between the first and second seed of the Western Conference. But just because we're closing up on the west side, we have to check in somewhere else. We have to go up a little bit north and check up on our boys in the Canadian provinces with Toronto versus McMaster coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Both those universities going up against each other in the U Sports Gaming League of Legends JV Final. We're going to step away for a short little break, but we will be right back with some more action. Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the NACE Starleague Fall 2021. We are taking on the U Sports Gaming League of Legends JV Finals. And we've got some banger matchups ahead of us. And it's going to be a fun one here. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon, just same as usual. University of Toronto is going to be taking on McMaster University. But before we get to that, we got to talk about one of our sponsors because they are amazing. Monster Energy is an official sponsor of NACE Starleague Canadian events. Esports support is going to be the main thing that Monster looks for, especially, and Monster Energy has a mission to help legitimize esports in its own right, and is working with NACE Starleague to highlight Canadian collegiate esports talent, which is huge in the market of NA talent development. Not too bad. If there's any COD fans out there in the chat, NACE Starleague hosts COD tournaments, and Monster Energy actually sponsors French-Canadian Call of Duty streamer Achilles FPS. If you're a Warzone and Vanguard fan, you should definitely check out his channel. But that's one of our wonderful sponsors here at NACE Starleague. It's been a fun one all season long, and we got a heck of a banger coming up here, Coco.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, we've seen McMasters and Toronto play fairly often throughout the season and throughout the sort of Swiss bracket. It's been shipped passing in the night as it is, as they've never really run into each other just yet, even though we've had them on time and time again. But we've grown to sort of familiarize ourselves with these teams a little bit more. Danny Boy up on that top side for McMaster, pretty darn good. But we look mostly to Shahazi and Quiz Fanboy to really take control a lot of these games for themselves. Where on the other side, University of Toronto, sure, maybe not seeded as phenomenally, but this is an underdog story for themselves. Like you're looking at Pioneer, you're looking at Landcrease, those two powerhouse players in their own right do a lot when it comes to team fighting, and you might see sort of the reciprocation of the previous series, where it was very much like a 1-3-1 side lane focus versus an all-out team fight bout between these teams when it comes down to the drafting and the win conditions that each school is going to be setting up for themselves to succeed with.
Well, and what I love here is that we just have the family rivalry, the family battle of U Sports Gaming, right? Sure. And if you're ever curious about the origin story of U Sports Gaming, CSL Esports partnered with U Sports, the national governing body of the university sports in Canada, to create official designation within NACE Starleague so they can have their own personality there. And since the partnership began, there's been a 10% increase in U Sports member schools participating in NACE Starleague this fall. It's absolutely huge. And U Sports esports players account for over 80%, 841 out of 1,021 of all Canadian students participating in NACE Starleague this fall season. So a couple cool little pieces there and a wonderful partnership between the two.
Yeah, and it's just goes to show how much of a competition that these schools have sort of needed to go through to deal with getting to these finals, to fight tooth and nail for every single win, every single fight, and every single kill. But also, I feel like it was U Sports that pretty much solidified Riven as a ban.
Absolutely.
That 8%, 10% is so heartedly guilty for that Riven ban. So we're looking to see how volatile both McMasters and Toronto are going to be dishing out once again. Like I said, I feel like McMasters might go for a little bit more side lane focused compared to that of Toronto, but we haven't seen them for a little while, even though we've seen them fairly often. We're getting ready for those preseason changes, and that has adjusted the meta by a little bit. So I'm looking specifically to see if they're going to be trying to prioritize anything here for either Red Eclipse or for Spect early on for Toronto, where, Danny Boy and Jaeger, what are they going to be grabbing up for themselves first?
Indeed. I mean, there's just a lot of comfort taken off the board in all these bans. This is one pick that has made it through, and McMaster just scoop it up on the blue side. Pick number 1 is the Yuumi. And with all these comfort bans, especially the targeted bans by both these teams, this pick is feeling pretty crucial.
It is. Sure, you have like a Seraphine that you could go with, or I'm trying to think of the other changes that you could try and pair against this Yuumi. Like a Soraka could work as well. But to this end, the Yuumi leaves much to the imagination of which ADC they're going to try and pair it with. You can always go with the generic Ezreal. You could go with You could go with like a nice Jinx or a Caitlyn, something that's a little bit more safer along those lines, or maybe even more volatile. And that's the
Yeah.
curiosity that Toronto had to try and figure out. They said, all right, well, we'll figure out what you want to pair it with. We're going to try and leave our bot lane open to a full hard counter, and we'll get some own priority picks for ourselves with the Graves and the Blanc. Really enjoy those two in their own ways.
I think that's a deadly duo for University of Toronto, but the TF locked in. First time of the day, a highly prioritized pick in the general meta right now across the world will finally make its face shown with McMaster. They've gotten 2 very high profile picks right now.
And thank goodness that we're finally seeing this TF for today, right? Like we've had some side lane pressure focus from teams already, and to that end, you need something that can stabilize the mid lane by just a bit, like just enough to sort of farm underneath turret safely, and then disengage and focus on prioritizing stronger win conditions within the other points of the map. Misfortune is going to be the actual champion that is going to be paired with this Yumi for McMasters. I like this, though it doesn't leave you a front line, and so going into phase 2, I'm curious on what this front line is going to be when, man, you have so many tools already for Toronto to just jump right on top.
Absolutely. I think that's a little terrifying top trio of the map, I guess.
Yeah.
What I'm looking at here, though, is that MF Yumi. It's a nightmare of old at this point, but it's still something that I feel like can be terrorizing. And it also leaves McMaster with a lot of options going into the second phase for the rest of their composition, as we see these couple bans coming through in the second phase that sell. The Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin, taken away against McMaster. The Jin, and probably more bottom lane focus for bans of McMaster University.
And those aggressive junglers, just to sort of keep this Graves in a very comfortable spot, I'm thinking, wow, what are you going to now put here for McMasters to try and challenge with? Like your Lee Sin's gone. Your Kindred you could try and look for, like say, you know what, we're just gonna go double ADCs, Misfortune and Kindred, and sort of keep this like super survivable bot lane in play. Though I feel like at this stage, you pick something that is Bruiser's focused and can then be that next step for Yumi to get out of the Misfortune and focus on being that additional frontline supporter to create resets and create possibilities to happen. I'm looking at either Diego's, I'm looking at Kha'Zix. Like those are the two that I feel like those could actually cause some chaos, because at this point, what else are you going to choose outside of like, okay, I'm going to go like a tank and make sure that this is a front to back style. But like, yeah. I think at that end, there's so much.
There you go. There you go. That's what you need. My goodness, can you imagine the Wombo combo though with the bullet time? I mean, it's frightening in its own right when you're putting all your eggs into the use of a single ability. But to an extent, that's not completely true. That's a little exaggerative. But I think that bullet time is going to be very, very key to how they pull off a successful team fight, and to go against the kind of dip, dive, duck, and dodge composition of University of Toronto. I think this Kayn actually rounds it out pretty nicely.
Yeah, I think the Kayn is a possibility, right? Like it checks all the boxes of, if you go for the Rost, you have that more Bruiserish focused frontline, can disrupt some of the damage, and can sustain through a lot of the burst that University of Toronto has. Or if you go with Blue Kayn, you have that dodge, duck, dive focus like you were talking about, of being able to get into fights and sort of reassess and reposition for them properly. So curious to see how that will all go. It's just now with the Scion locked in, I wonder what this Twisted Fate is going to try and prioritize, because you don't get much kill pressure against this Graves that is going to be on the top. That is going to be on this top side of the map. Just trying to get my bearings here again, as I was like, oh yes, that's right, Talon is a jungler. I keep forgetting.
You can't forget. It's too strong.
Never forgetting.
Honestly, never forget. Elephant skin for Talon coming soon.
Yep.
The University of Toronto, though, like they have a lot. Like we put a lot of emphasis on target selection, communication between teams in last series, And if University of Toronto is representing any way that we've already seen them do this season with that clean communication, it's going to be terrifying because the amount of CC, the amount of jump on you and in your face capabilities, it's going to be difficult to deal with. But for McMaster, again, I want to highlight the fact that I love this wombo combo style. The fact that they have a lot of give and take in these situations and a lot of sustain with the Yuumi. I think it's going to be a fun matchup once we get to those objective contests.
And imagine trying to prioritize targeting onto the Samira once she pops Vernal Trigger, with everyone already dogpiling on top. Like, this is where I feel that the Kindred actually would have been okay, and then you go something more of a fighter-ish focus, is it's something where everyone, like, you know that University of Toronto is going to dogpile on top of you, and if you could just drop Kindred ultimate and nobody dies, and you can just sort of wait it out and then use that initial burst damage to just like clean house, then sure. But you're kind of playing fire with fire at that point, and we're dealing with a Kayn that is going to be, I'd have to say, slower than this Talon. It's going to be easier to lock down, and there's just the enigma if it's going to be, if he's going to go Rost or if he's going to go or Kayn himself, right? Like go blue or red, and it leaves so much to the imagination for myself to where I can't really put my finger on how well McMaster's mid-game performance is going to be just off of that, because so much of it also depends on the early game focus that this game wants. Because like you have the capability to try and get as much damage as possible onto this bottom lane, stack up with some orbs, or you can look to top side as well, where Sion has some capability to do lockdown. The only place I don't want you looking is this mid lane, because you're never going to touch this LeBlanc ever. Like, sure, you might get like a W in or like a Q or something, but you're not going to be able to like lock her down too much without this Twisted Fate either losing pressure or sacrificing some kind of freedom to guarantee a possible kill onto this LeBlanc. Which, like, yes and no. It's much more of a mid-risk, mid-reward. Because if you do lock down this LeBlanc, then it's like, all right, well, the LeBlanc can't kill anybody ever, so now we have one assassin off the board. Now we have to deal with the other three that are still coming at us.
I'm just excited that I get to see a Samira. One of my secret love champs. I absolutely love the mechanics that she can wield, and like the fact that she's one of the most different ADCs in the history of League of Legends. But like she fell off a cliff after they had to nerf her. So I'm very excited for University of Toronto's composition, but I'm still looking at the jungle again. Like it's tiring at this point, Coco. Like this entire season, it's just how does this early jungle look like for both these teams, and especially how do you find that early success? Because you need to find Essence as the Kayn. You literally have to become an actual champion, and you're going against a very fast-paced, very, very lethal jungle in the Talon, and they have to be going at it from the get-go.
For sure. I just think at this stage, it's much more of a jungler, like early jungle focus than even like last series, because last series is like bot lane was just volatile as all heck. Like UC Berkeley and SFU just went absolutely like hard in the paint during laning phases, and the junglers kind of felt a bit inactive unless they were able to participate and were able to jump in on those duels. This time is it's complete reverse. Like Misfortune Yuumi, yeah, they're gonna poke and prod at you, but Samira Nautilus, if they have a hard time getting to this Misfortune Yuumi, in like laning phase, how difficult is it gonna be once there's a Scion in the way, once there's a Kayn in the way, once there's a TF that's always like gonna be trying to side split, and so on. So it's a difficult cookie to crumble just yet, but overall it's just like we go back to the basics, right? Ease of execution and damage profiles. I feel like Toronto has slightly easier execution on this one. Sure, it doesn't feel like come down to like pen to paper, but it's just simplicity of the champions that translate into a more obvious tell of how to start fights and how to gain priority. And from there, the damage profile starts to take over, saying, okay, well, we literally have 3 people that have also burst and consistent damage. We can run away with these games and run away with these fights if we just put our minds to it and just properly set up as well. Because if they get that good setup, then there's not much that's going to try and stop them.
All I'm saying for McMaster's sake is Sion has a 100% win rate today.
True.
I mean, that's my big brain analysis here.
Also, ease of
but-
execution, you know?
Yeah. No, that leaning more into that for sure. But I do like, again, a lot of this composition is going to be who gets that lead early. If McMaster can kind of weather the storm and get to the team fighting potential, that's where we'll see them shine. But it's up to UofT to really get the ball rolling for themselves.
Oh, for sure. Curiosity on the gang patterns for Kane as well. I haven't seen a Graves Scion top lane just yet, so I will be curious to see how well that will be played out, because it feels very much a Graves favored lane, but if he doesn't use his true grit that efficiently, and if he gets caught in a dash with a decimating smash, then those fights can really go any way because of just how much raw base damage a Scion can bring to the table. And inevitably, that Scion will become very, very difficult to kill, even with all the damage that they have. But trading that for the damage profile that he eventually just sort of whittles away, then it's saying, okay, well, can we get past the Scion? Can we get past this front line and jump onto this Yuumi Misfortune, who... This is another reason why I feel like the Yuumi is just built up to detach away from the Misfortune, because you want the Yuumi to be in this front line to help push people out, and you want the Yuumi to be more mobile with everyone else. If Yuumi gets stuck into a position where she's on the Misfortune, you drop a big bullet time, but the bullet time gets immediately canceled by a great Talon flank, or Samir is able to get on top of you and deflect all the projectiles, and you die, then that Yuumi is stuck there with it, and there's now 4 assassins that are right on top of it. Don't have that mobility from that extra champion, and because of that you lack that priority and also that sort of perseverance to continue pushing through these fights.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess perseverance is key at this point.
Yep.
I am always a little worried about assassin junglers, I guess. I'm always on the fence because I'm like, it's a double-edged sword. Yes, it's really cool when it pops off.
Yeah.
But a Talon jungle that doesn't get ahead is also something a little less, or a little more lackluster, I guess, to an extent.
Same
And
with the Kayn.
Same. That's what I was just about to say. The same can be said with the Kayn. You've seen Kanes who don't get their transformation until 20 minutes in, and they literally don't do anything.
Yeah.
So I think that focus is going to be super key, and I've already put a lot of spotlight on the jungle, but it emphasizes that the fact that we do have to have that. And I do want to go ahead and give a quick shout out to Zip Chair Gaming, as they're an official sponsor of U Sports Gaming in Canada and America East and West Coast conferences in the U.S. So a little bit of love there. Students and faculty, go use discount code CSL-RIFT20 to get 20% off your next purchase. Visit zipchair.com now. And now we got a game on our hands, Coco.
You have to sit back, relax, prepare for what is to be probably the most interesting early game ever, in the sense of like, how quickly are we going to play the game of life here, right? Like, this is at the point where it's like, you could get off with a really good college degree, get like 6 figures going, get like the wife and kid buff, right? And then just like cruise through the rest of the board game, no problem. And that could all start within the first like 10 turns. But both McMasters and University of Toronto, like we were promoting before, it's like that's the risk of the assassin junglers. It's like you could pop off in the first 10 turns, but what happens if you don't? What happens if you get shut out early? What happens if you struggle a little bit trying to get those first bloods, or you lose some of that side lane control and you aren't able to counter jungle and be as aggressive as you want to be later down the line? So I'm gonna be curious to see how well they're gonna be able to dish that pain out. Also, just because one position needs to perform early on doesn't mean the rest can just sit back and relax. We need to see some action here from Explosion and Lane guys shut down this Yuumi and Misfortune, which they're already looking to do.
There you go. But that's the problem with the Yuumi is you have that single target, and what do Land Cries and Explosion Act want to do? Well, they want to explode that single target.
And it's one of the more immobile champions at that. Sure has extremely dominant laning phase, but this is where the whole discussion of like, yes, Misfortune is great with an Enchanter, but she's really good with the Seraphine. I don't know why people haven't been picking back up onto it. Like, the two of them just harass you from afar, beat you up with Make It Rain, and then you have two people to just sustain and focus up, and not one individual to focus on. I feel like this Yuumi might just be a very big handicap laning phase for Jaeger, and could have inevitably become this place where if your bottom lane just completely drops the ball, that whole philosophy of like detaching and then focusing on Shaw on this game is gonna get thrown out the window. It will become a moot point because, well, Kane's not gonna have a lane to focus. He's gonna get downtrodden, and then with his fortune also is gonna be start to become irrelevant. So there's a lot of high risk, high reward when it comes to that, especially when it was just first blind.
Yeah, and the blind picks in Collegiate are always so interesting because it's either sink or swim.
Yeah.
You're literally like, I either take it all, we win the game off of it, or, you know, I don't get to say a word the entire game.
True. Let's see where those paths go. Kane already going up to the top scuttle. Gentleman's agreement. They don't want to try and challenge one another when it comes down to these scuttles. So means look, just all the camps are cleared. We're 4 minutes in, just under 4 minutes in. Every single camp's cleared initially. They're hitting those reset buttons, looking for the cash-ins, so they can get this ball rolling, get themselves online. The pickaxe already for Shaw means to me that might be going for a Yomu's. Respect actually might be for a
That would be some spice. But they
oh, he didn't get the bleed
nice
off.
flash from Quinns. That was really good. You definitely don't want to get first blood to spec.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very, very dangerous there, and the fact that that bleed didn't get procced is huge, because that would have been death for Quinn on that Twisted Fate. But we'll call that one off for now, but does have to TP back, use that TP to get back into a farming position. Spect hasn't recalled yet. He's saying, you know what, I'm fine, chilling out for a little while, wait until my top quadrant camps get back up, and then we'll be looking to get back on the high horse here and reset. He actually says, you know what?
Yeah.
Serrated Dirk is the option here. Very strong lethality item already. I think, okay, here's a bold claim. Both junglers are going Yomu's first. I know it's not bold, but I just think that's the case. They're just going both Yomu's,
I mean,
and
at
then
this
they'll
point,
figure out their mythic later.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you'd have to. I mean, yeah. I'm just really interested in the choice for Shaw here because I feel like Red Kane would be very, very nice in terms of like playing for the team.
Yeah.
But Blue Kane, there's always a potential to pop off, especially against some squishier members like there are on the University of Toronto.
For sure. And like, if this Blue Kane, like you said, does get at least a good lead through farm and is just able to power farm to that mythic for a first item or so, yeah, that Blue Kane could just absolutely rip it to shreds and like call it a day. He has no way to get this thing. Vision already in river. Like, how are you gonna get a stack? How are you gonna get a stack at all? It's just like, why not focus? Because you could go topside. Like, you just need to start farming stacks. You just need, like, you don't even need to look for kills. And this is like the interesting diversion that like Kane's come in like with is the fact that they might not even try and look to kill you for a long time. They might just look to chip away at your health and focus on trying to get that essence up and look at that. But like, you're looking into the bottom lane where you have no CC lockdown just yet. They're not level 6, and the places that do, which is Quinn and Danny Boy in the top mid, are pushed in. Like, you can look there. There's a lot of flanks and avenues to approach. So
Yeah.
get those stacks, you can start work on it fairly shortly, as they go with the Iron Spike Whip, so it looks like it's going to be a Gore Drinker's focus, just because it's just a broken item, and still an enigma of
They're gonna keep you waiting. It's like a magical mystery tour. We'll see what happens. We'll see what Shaw decides to do, but it is again that it's that early game focus. What do we see coming out? And now that we're cresting level 6s, we're starting to get probably some influence from some of these lanes into some counter plays of objectives. Now that we have Infernal Dragon on the board, Rift Herald spawning in 40 seconds or so. I do wonder what the next play for both these teams are, or if they're both just comfortable farming it out.
I feel like they'd be just fine, like farming it out. Like, I think University of Toronto is probably the least favored in wanting to play slow, play safe, because of how volatile their sort of early to mid game damage is with their composition, and the fact that you don't want to just have this hyper scaling tank of Danny Boy and the lethal setup that a Yumi can provide in late game fights to just like ramp up by itself. Like, get some kills, get yourself to those items faster, because the faster you're able to cash in on assassins, we'll reiterate it time and time again, the faster you get there, the easier it is to win out, and the easier you are to grab those wins. So I'm curious of when that trigger is actually going to be pulled here, because Rift Herald's already starting, and it's by Red Eclipse, the top laner. It's not even the junglers.
Look at the cheeky mid lane startup here for both these mid laners, at least. Both starting boots for that extra mobility to get into side lanes, to get into these skirmishes. I absolutely love it.
Just to keep a flank over here and pinch off. So now, where is this Herald going to be used? They could use it mid. I feel like that might actually just be a decent option, just because like it looks like that's where Spect is setting his sights on the most. Oh, his Pioneer did take a decent amount of damage there from Quinn and Shaw, who was there for the counter gank. Though, I feel the other option there would be to use the Herald as a conduit to prepare for a bot lane. Just for like to threaten it and divert attention into the strike. It's a nice Infernal Dragon too, so you need to find a use for it fairly soon. Sure, you got about 2.5, 3 minutes now on the Rift Herald to still consider taking it, but there's other objectives and there's other things that need to be done as well for this assassin-focused composition of University of Toronto to get their boots off.
Indeed, as we see Shaw being able to take some of the top side scuttle. Still not finding any essence yet, but it will be Spec getting this Infernal Dragon. They also had gotten the Rift Herald, so very good, at least objective control so far from University of Toronto. But the next step is how they utilize that, how quickly they can get that gold back for themselves as well.
That everything's looking so far up for University of Toronto with their conditions. So the one big one, the one of getting the first blood on the board, getting some kills, winding up, is yet to be done. And looking at the scoreboard right now, it's just dead even. Sure, there's some CS discrepancies here and there. Red Eclipse is the big outlier there for the most part. But to this sort of very slow start of the game, I feel it just fails it just favors McMaster, just because of that. Though the extended laning phases is a little bit room for concern, because they want a team fight, they want to look for some pressure moves, and they want to get this Yumi out of the way.
Look at this!
Unstoppable Onslaught.
They got everything: the yellow card and first blood for Danny Boy.
Get that.
This is looking a little rough. Max range dredge line, and he is dead. Final chapter ain't saving you today, but Explosion Act dies to Swift Slug.
And they'll be able to trade 1-for-1 on that one, but also with the first blood going over to Danny Boy in that top lane. They got a good amount of gold there for the Sun to start ramping up. Also here, Spect says, alright, I'm going to go ahead and drop the Drift Drill plot to give lane price as much gold as possible with these turret plates. Possibly even a first brick here, because they have the wave crashing now with a cannon minion. This could be as good as gone, but Misfortune has strut. Oh no! But do they get out with their lives though? McMaster's coming to pitch in.
They are, but that's an early first tower in 5 place for Landkreis. They might look to turn it potentially into Jaeger. I thought Landkreis might commit Trying to get out of here. Blade Whirl utilized, but is it going to be enough? He has the Infernal Trigger to utilize the healing. There you go. Bullet time on top of it all. Jaeger gets the kill, but now the double reinforcement as UofT have shown up now and looking to take the fight. Explosion Act, I need to back away as Pioneer has already utilized the combo. That's some of the troubles that University of Toronto can have with the composition they drafted.
Yeah, UofT unfortunately didn't have the manpower to do just that, and they greeted for the first brick as well. Honestly, with that first brick gold, I'd have to say that that's still a victory for Toronto, just because, you know, you only lost 1 life, and there were some tools that were exhausted by McMasters to do it. If you look across the board, summoner spells, flashes down left and right. The only ones available for McMaster are Quinn and Danny Boy. But then University of Toronto, sure, you use the heal and the flash from Lancrise, but everyone else had already used their summoners previously, and Explosion has his flash online. So you could technically look for some more kills, some more threats with his Nautilus. The only thing now is sort of roaming around, and there you see the detachment already. Yumi's detached. She's with the Kane. She's gonna start roaming around, and Misfortune's gonna just be on her own. And that's where you can start to create a space of vulnerability for Toronto. Saying, all right, well, this Yumi's going to be with the Kane. If we know where the Kane is, we know where the Cat's going to be. But that means that it's not on the Misfortune, which is now very much an easier target, and it's not on the Twisted Fate. So keep whichever lane that is closest to this Kane stabilized, keep it safe, while Explosion Act and Pioneer and Spect are the ones looking at hunting around for those free kills on those weaker lanes.
The clock is ticking right now for me, though, for Shaw, who's still struggling to find Essence, and we're about to crest the 14-minute mark. I know we still got time, all right? We still got time, and that in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much, but Spect is starting to get on a roll. He's starting to get pretty quick, and Quinn Fanboy is about to die to that combo of Pioneer. He goes golden, buying a little bit of time, but it's not going to mean much. Spect gets the kill, and that's a bit unfortunato. As the final chapter now coming out for Shaw, and this is what I said, you need to find the essence. He's looking for the transformations. He's looking for the team kill as he gets a double kill on top of it, surviving for a little bit longer, but the Infernal Trigger does end his life, and a double kill quickly goes to Landcries.
And what a sloppy skirmish back and forth, but hey, they were able to get those kills online for Shaw. Oh my goodness. Already this game breaking into a bloodbath in just a few minutes. Yeah, it's slow to start. You know, we didn't have any kills until around 12 minutes. But this is where it's all about continuing to have that momentum for both of these teams. If you can constantly have this chaos all over the map for McMasters, away from Jaeger and away from Databoy, the two team members that are looking to really ramp up to that team fighting prowess that both of those champions are really renowned for, then they will win out in a little bit of the long end. Shaw, though, I think he's trying to choose which evolution he wants. I can't check if he is fully ready just yet, but might actually be a couple orbs off. Because, like, he's gotten kills, yes, but he hasn't been in long, drawn-out fights. And yes, you get more orbs the longer the game goes out, to sort of, like, you know, catch-up XP philosophy in that way. But he's been getting last hits, and he hasn't been in a long time. Oh, actually, as a matter of fact, he did get Rost.
Yeah,
so that
he
did
went
get
red.
Okay. Sadly, I didn't get to hear that. Is there like an? I don't think there's an audio signal, is there, when he upgrades?
I thought typically his picture changes.
Usually his picture changes, and neither of the
but
pictures have
not this
changed for
time.
me.
But anyways,
Yeah,
I like this
besides-
choice. I think it's a really, really solid choice to comp, especially with a little bit of struggling that they've had in some of the team fights. This will be the difference maker.
Yeah, and I feel like it forces University of Toronto to go heel cut because of just how good the sustain is for Rost, especially in this patch. Unfortunate for him, Landcries is literally going Mortal or Reminder secondary, so bit of a struggle there. But the rest of the team building lethality and being a more bruiserish focused Rost is going to be very helpful for him to be that beefy boy that lives in those fights longer and has that Yumi to have that proximity and that priority, right? Extra champion in your backpack to help out. See, actually, they might be able to find a catch here.
Shaw's here, though. Final chapter used just to try to save Quinn's fanboy. It's not enough. Pioneer able to help get the kill for Spect, but Spect immediately dies after.
But
To Shaw, and slowly but surely, Shaw is starting to be a bit terrifying.
Starting to be intimidating for sure. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but oh, this is what we were worried
Jaeger.
about.
They've got the CC combo. The Blade Whirl means the death comes out, and Lion Cries is on a killing spree. So differing win conditions making themselves clear for both these teams.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. If you can divert the attention from Masters to another place, still get the 1-for-1 trade.
Shaw's got to pull a miracle here, though.
Yeah, he
I
might.
don't know.
Actually, he could. He's got the power.
I mean, he's got the Yumi. Uncle Trespass not available, though, means he's going to die. And immediately afterwards, Swiftslug joins him in the grave. And Gold's starting to get in the right places for University of Toronto.
Yep, and on to Lane Cries specifically with this 4-on-1 Samira. Phenomenal job, again, on that catch of like, hey, we distracted the main body of McMasters. We're now, like, they're on the top side. We have this Twisted Fate and this Misfortune who are vulnerable to a gank. Immediately Explosion Act flashes onto Jaeger, gets that kill over to Lane Cries. And then from there, it's kind of a rinse and repeat factor. And if McMasters is going to adapt to it, or if they're going to start to read the tea leaves or like the signs, in a sense, which is like, okay, we know how they're trying to hunt us down. We need to play a little bit safer, draw back, get into a more defensive state, and start playing around Shaw a bit more. And maybe into a point of now we have the 4-1. We have to start cutting our losses because of how vulnerable some of those more solo players are going to be. So curious to see if they do make those adjustments. We're on the other side of University of Toronto. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep trying to prioritize onto these more vulnerable players. And when it comes up to these objectives, you know, Dragon is spawning in about 1:40. It is Soul Void for University of Toronto. And the fact that it's Mountain Soul gives them such a better argument because now you've got a slightly more durable assassin team that can start to take on this front line that McMasters has made.
God, so it's like that's so much damage. Oh my goodness, the Ludens.
That's
the
silly.
The Ludens Yumi. What? Who'd ever thunk it? I love it though. I mean, that's some serious aggression coming out there. And now Rift Herald utilizing mid lane by McMasters, trying to get this mid lane tower.
I think it'll
pop.
break it.
I don't think it will. No. It's gonna be close. Maybe they can press it up. They do have a lot of bodies here. I mean, they have 4 members.
Yep, they need to force a lot of this.
Of Toronto, and that'll be mid lane priority gain for themselves right before the dragon fight. Bullet Time comes out and puts down a lot of damage. They're just under towering. And now you've got Quids back on the side. He almost dies, does die to Red Eclipse. He flashes in with the shotgun shell. Shaw can turn this around though. Spec on the backside. Jaeger is all out by his lonesome. There's the Inferno trigger though, and Land Cries flashing the mastery. The confidence is key, and University of Toronto's got all of it.
Oh, better run Land Cries. That Danny Boy zombie might be able to take you out. He's able to disengage just in time. The second Infernal trigger, just to go ahead and heal himself up a little bit more as they go ahead and parade themselves to the Baron. Very well played there by University of Toronto, spreading McMasters' front line thin. You could see how far Quince Fanboy decided to Destiny in on that Twisted Fate. Try and get onto Land Cries.
Immediately got blown up.
Yeah, immediately blown up. And then the durability of Red Eclipse and of Explosion Act spent enough time for Pioneer and for Spec to come in on the flank, get those closeout kills, and be able to hit the resets. And Land Cries' positioning on that was phenomenal too on this Samira. Both him and Spec doing the magic and getting the kills when they need to.
They're TPing to this dragon fight here now as they do not want to give soul point to UofT, who are coming back with a vengeance to the pit. Let's see if Jaeger can get this down. They've already done the dragon about halfway now, as UofT is just going to flood in here. Spec on the other side of the wall is going to come over the wall. Who's going to get the dragon? It is taken by Shaw, but what about the fight afterwards? It is looking doom and gloom for McMasters. You might have gotten the dragon, but you will not get much else after it. Danny Boy falls on the top. Shaw is able to get away with Swift Slug in tow, but Spec does not want to make that so. Spec dies to it. The greed kind of biting UofT here. They'll eventually take him down, and so too will come the ace of McMaster University.
And a 5-for-1 trade there for University of Toronto. They'll be able to now parade with a bit of the Baron power play, still on 4 members, to take down this mid turret. Pop with the cannon minion because of that power play, you know, will enhance the range, sure. They need to wait for their next wave to continue trying to push. Gives some time for Jaeger on this Misfortune to at least catch that wave when it comes to the second turret. Call it disengaged now. And all the while, Red Eclipse is going to be catching those jungle camps, trying to take away as many resources as possible away from McMasters. And so far, those two fights that have gone University of Toronto's way, they've been close. They've been very, very close to the chest for both of these two teams. And you can see that if it's just one step too far, one missed position there from Landkreis on this Samira, or even a great patch onto Spec there with Swift Slug and Shaw, could turn a fight on a whim. So still very close, even with this 8,000 gold lead and this 10 kill discrepancy between them. McMasters is not out of this game anytime yet.
I do want to check in around the map a little bit and see where we're looking at least in terms of gold, right? Because there's about a 8,000 gold difference right now in favor of University of Toronto, and especially where that gold is, right? A lot of assists on Pioneer, but a lot of gold just in Spect and Landkreis' pockets, and the fact that you go with this multiple damage carry composition and you have multiple of those carries online is terrifying to go up against, and it makes these next decisions for McMasters very, very decisiveness needing, I guess. Words fail me, but the fact that McMasters is in a position where they don't really have a say on how they get engaged in the fights is really hard to play against.
Very true. Very difficult. And you're starting to lose that priority too, as you mentioned. So the one awkward stage here now is that University of Toronto doesn't have a very efficient sieging composition yet. So they need to draw McMasters out. This is a way to do it, but this is not the way to do a successful one.
Yellow guard land. Alright, he's just popping all over the place right now, able to turn back some damage too. Oh my god! Alright, getting away for a little bit longer. Did not dupe them. Will die. Umbral Trespass utilized there. Unstoppable Onslaught is gonna be burned by Danny Boy, and top tier 2 will die. Maybe even the inhib tower.
Nope, the inhib tower
they're gonna
will
back
survive.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, the Jaeger.
That's a good call. It's a good call. Buying into the aggression a little too much.
But as I said, like yes, Pioneer was able to draw people out of their out of the defenses, but in a very self-sacrifice, martyrdom kind of way, just to get some sieging going on. Because you saw like University of Toronto can't really siege well, even against the Scion. They're like, all right, we have to kill the Scion right here, right now, and then try and continue to push. We're able to force the Unstoppable Onslaught away, so that's a win, and be able to get that second turret. But if you think of another scenario of saying, okay, well, we have to focus. It's a 5v5. We need to look for like this inhibitor turret, and all members of McMasters are there. There's no way that you're going to successfully siege. So you have to draw out these fights of waiting for those neutral objectives to come into play, like the Mountain Dragon, which will be Soul Point again in Toronto. Second Dragon Masters. It gives a little bit of time for McMasters to try and catch up.
It does, and able to like maybe find picks, right? And you see Shaw's already looking for it here on the top side of these Pioneer, but they've tried this before, and yes, they were successful. They committed a lot of resources there.
But what's coming up in 20 seconds? And where is Shaw?
Very true. Very true.
Respect.
And we'll see if Pioneer can maneuver his way out of this one. There's 4 members up this way. Pioneer moves backwards. Unstoppable Onslaught misses, so Danny Boy can't get it, but maybe the slow will connect. Not just yet. Shaw is speeding towards him with the shadow, but is it? No. Pioneer gets stunned up, and there's the Destiny on the other side. Everfrost comes through. Jaeger gets the kill. Dragon Soul Point will be secured by University of Toronto.
And Baron will be up in 14 seconds. You could risk it. You could make a Hail Mary play here if you wanted to just straight up ignore this mid lane, sacrifice the inhibitor for a Baron power play, but no, they're going to look at this fight. It's 4v5.
Final chapter's already utilized, and bullet time over top of it. There you go. There's a wombo combo, but they haven't got the health bars down. You have no damage after this, really. And now that's where University of Toronto feel comfortable. Landcries has to flash away. The zombie from Danny Boy is doing some work there, and it split the team comp of University of Toronto. They might still go for the under tower. Spec thinks better of it. And University of Toronto actually come away with a decent fight and the Dragon Soul point.
Result, they just lost a 4v5 from McMasters, struggling to keep that alive, and that Blade Whirl denied so much damage away from the backline of University of Toronto. Or at least the Squishy Bomber. There's really no front or backline in this team. It's just a mixed match of assassins just sort of dogpiling on top of one another. But because of that, they get the now contested Baron. He does walk over wards, so McMasters knows this is happening.
They're 10,000 in the lead right now almost. Like, it'd be hard to contest this, but they're going to anyways. TP utilized by Quins. Pops the Ghost as well almost immediately, but Hook comes through from Explosion Act. This is where they need to turn it. The Baron getting low. They need to focus something. Landcries going down to half health now. He has almost the Infernal Trigger. They've got one already, and this is looking doom again for McMaster. As Danny Boy able to separate the space just a little bit, but University of Toronto don't lose a single member in the fight.
Yeah, they're able to quickly burn down that Baron with the mass amount of damage that they have in this composition, and then turn tail. Explosion Act did a phenomenal job cutting people off of the pass. Wonderful vision setup as well, and getting a good pinch onto Quinn's fanboys was made. Now they can focus all 3 lanes at once. The split push, the entire division of the resources of McMasters is spread way too thin.
Yeah, they've got every lane pushing at this point.
On to Jaeger. Ooh, forces the ultimate out of Yumi.
Caught out a bit here, but no damage really in return. Landcries goes godlike under mid tower, and now Pioneer gets away. No, not for long. He's going to die. No, he doesn't. Oh my god. And then they're re-engaging on the fight up there as Destiny quit. Quinn again gets duped. Yes, he kills Landcries and actually gets away from Explosion Act for a little bit longer.
No, he's dead.
But not for much longer. He's gonna die here eventually. Quinn's fanboy with the oh my god, he makes it out. Do they just lose the game?
I think they just lose the game.
Oh, he's killing Jaeger! Oh, he doesn't do it. Red Eclipse, a couple more shots. Now he needs to focus the Nexus, but Explosion Act is being chased down by Quinn's fanboy.
So sorry, Observer. The fights are all over the place, but you're able to catch most of the kills, getting all of it. And Pioneer is able to also
going
get
for it.
On the back end.
He's going for it. Is he
gonna?
No, he's dead.
No.
Yep, there we go. All right.
But okay, off of all of that, they boost themselves up to almost a 13,000 gold lead. Take all the 2 of the inhibitors, all of the inhibitor turrets, and both of the Nexus turrets as well. Nexus is open for the taking. They just need to wait for the respawn timers to come up. And honestly, I'd say they're totally fine with saying, you know what? We got 90 seconds until Mountain Soul. We're gonna go ahead and coast it. If McMasters tries to poke their heads out of their base, then we kill them. That's what University of Toronto is pretty much like saying. But we can just farm up, play it safe, get the Mountain Soul, and have the guarantee of closing this game out easily. And again, yeah, like if someone tries to challenge us, so be it.
So be it indeed. Dragging about a minute from now, McMaster can try to capitalize on something there, maybe catch them out in transition, but it's looking like a soul right now for University of Toronto.
There's a soul for sure, also getting red buff. Pretty much a full item Samira at this stage. Deciding not to go with the Mortal Reminder instead. Still has that Executioner's Calling, just for that heal cut. There's Red Eclipse who has the heal cut for himself, fully equipped heal cut it is Mortal. And keeping everyone spread out, making sure that McMasters doesn't stick their head out, sort of teaching them like, no, don't try and challenge us at this dragon. We're gonna take this for ourselves, call it a day, and then we're gonna come and take your base later. Sit where you are. We'll do this on our time. McMasters hoping that Toronto tries to ego, tries to step over the line a bit too far where they can punish. It doesn't look like Toronto is even giving any room of error over to McMasters.
Goes the dragon, slowly but surely begins Red Eclipse. Waiting for the extra shielding to come through and maybe push in this top inhib. Trying to get double super minis going, but
Yeah.
honestly, I hate to say it, but I would like to see University of Toronto actually utilize their lead. They seem very
I think they
reserved
are.
right
Well,
now.
you're playing it slow, playing it safe, because like it's
You
been
do, you
close
do.
fights for sure. Every single time it's been close fights.
We'll see the third inhib go down now, though, on the top side. Is ready for the fight. Unstoppable onslaught plus the final chapter used. Bullet time not utilized yet by Jaeger because he can't use it. They are completely split. There goes the bullet time, but he's chained up by Pioneer trying to pop some shots back now. It's completely split. And again, University of Toronto just seem to be pulling away with it at this point. Jaeger goes down and a double kill goes to Spec, who so many health bars at this point are so low, but it doesn't matter. University of Toronto come out swinging in our game number 1 as they take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3.
And a phenomenal work on the side of University of Toronto as well. They are the 5th seed coming up against the 2nd seed here, if I recall correctly. And it's something where, in this situation, they ran the map splendidly. They picked a composition that, again, it's something where on paper it doesn't look like an easy to execute composition when it comes down to it, but it's the individual pieces. The champions are easy to execute. It's the Graves, the simple to cut laning phase, the Talon, quick clearing, LeBlanc, quick mid control as well, and even with the bottom lane, just very simple, jump onto a single target and blow it up. And the fact that they all dogpile on top of one another creates a very beautiful transition into those team fights. But it was very close team fights at that it was still very much a McMaster's team fight domination with the Yuumi and the Rost to rip apart a lot of this chaos sort of like death ball composition and try and out sustain them. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough damage coming from other sources to keep the engine running, and McMaster unfortunately fell to the wayside, and Toronto just taking this first game by storm.
They did indeed. Well, you know what, Coco? Your team, your chair, your game. Got to give a shout out to Zip Chair Gaming here as one of our sponsors. What a wonderful time it is. Zip Chair Gaming is an official sponsor of U Sports Gaming in Canada and America East and West Coast conferences in the United States. Their patented interchangeable logo panel system allows the users to have the flexibility to change logos on X-Zip-It furniture in seconds. So you can have your favorite teams, you can have whatever you want as long as it's available. And the fact that they do have a 20% off promotion on your next purchase right now if you're a student or faculty of a university, if you utilize CSL-Rift20 in their shop, you'll get that 20% off any purchase you want for zipchair.com. So make sure you go tune that in and check those out because they are some very impressive chairs. I know I'm very excited to have mine coming soon, I believe. So it's going to be a fun one. We are going to send it away to a little break while we do get ready for game number 2 of this final series of the evening. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the U Sports Gaming League of Legends JV final between University of Toronto and McMaster University. I'm Mazel, joined by the one, the only, the Coco, the Dragon. Just gonna add those little bits in there, and it's an exciting one because we also got to throw it again to one of our sponsors, an amazing one itself, and the fact that we here, get to talk a little bit about U Sports itself. And the fact that U Sports Gaming is huge in Canada, right? They are the national governing body of the university sports in Canada. And the fact that they also have paired up with CSL to partner in that and to increase the amount of esports competitiveness in Canada since the partnership began. 10% increase in member schools participating in NACE Starleague, which is always a fun one here. And esports players account for over 80% of all Canadian students participating in NACE Starleague this fall season. So it's a fun one. And the fact that we have the grand final here between these two teams as well.
And it's insane with University of Toronto coming out at this 5th seed and really showing up on the day already in game 1. And McMaster's is in for a tough bout, as a matter of fact. And I think this is where, looking at the draft going into game 2, we're going to have to see a little bit better application of specific win cons. I don't think the Kane was a problem. I think the Kane did great. I think innately it was the fact that you first picked a Yumi and pretty much gave the pick of the litter for University of Toronto to draft threats against you nonstop. And you sort of put yourself in this corner that was very difficult to get out of. Like, I feel like if it was an Ezreal, like if you put Ezreal instead of Misfortune, maybe you have some success, but then just like, all right, well, you're losing damage, so you need something a little bit higher potency, but you have to have a front line, so it's like a lot of things back and forth that McMaster just sort of like ran into the ground with, and unfortunately they weren't able to get their ship off of the ground either and into space. But as it is, going into game 2, they decide to ban the Yumi instead, so Toronto does not have this time around.
And these bans, obviously very targeted.
Yeah.
Especially for McMaster. And on the red side, I do expect a little bit more creativity from McMaster in the first 3, and especially with their counter pick at the last. And want to see what they adapt from game number 1, right? Because there was a lot of control had by University of Toronto. Even with that kind of double-edged sword composition, the execution was there. They were able to utilize that crazy weaponry that they drafted. And it worked out well for themselves. And talk about weaponry, that Aphelios lock in first is going to be huge for their team fight potential.
And I think this is it's a great start off to this game 2 for University of Toronto. You're already putting down the chips, saying you're wanting a team fight bottom lane focus with potential enchanter or engaged support. Thresh is still on the table, so Aphelios Thresh is very much alive and well so far. Though that Karma does put a little bit of an inkling and concern, right? Because Karma going to oppress you. If you're trying to go something engaged, she's just going to constantly harass you from afar and make it to where your front line is not going to be beefy enough to try and survive. And with that Varus lock in, that's a lot of poke that you're running into. So you're either saying, all right, we're going to go with a roaming support, and you're just going to leave Aphelios in a poke lane that has kill potential, or you have to match with an enchanter. Unfortunately, Lulu is gone, so the next really best thing is sort of off the table for them. So I'll be curious on what Toronto is looking to pick.
Well, there's one of them. We saw last time the Rakan was picked away from the Xayah. Didn't look too great. Didn't go so well. But against this Karma, Varus has a lot of setup to set up the Aphelios. And as his theme here today, apparently, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Talon locked in for University of Toronto.
Yeah, that should be fine. Had a lot of priority in the mid lane, and with both mids still yet to be picked in the second phase of the draft, you now know that, well, depending on what McMaster's picks here and now. Oh, Karthus! Interesting! Okay, so you're picking an inactive. I feel like this is a jungle pick. Like a hyper farmed jungler that has a very small health pool against a power farming assassin.
To be fair, it's going to be hard for the Talon to get onto him without taking a ton of damage, right?
Sure, kind of. It's a little interesting way in the sense of now what McMasters needs to do is they need to fight for lane priority. Like, really fight for it. They need
Mhm.
a strong mid lane and a strong top side of the map to really make this Karthus a thing. Because again, it's the whole thing of Karthus is a win more champion. If you are able to get some winning lanes and get some priority on the map to where you can always have river access, always have neutral objective privilege as well, then this Karthus will always be able to run riot with it. And it's sort of investing into like the Karma Varus, right? It's like you're going to be poking, you're going to be harassing, and you're going to get them within Requiem range of just hitting the R button whenever you want and then taking them out. So it is a bit risky, but this is where heading into the second phase, you are focusing solely on those solo laners. Aurelia, Kennen, LeBlanc, gone.
A lot of individual focus. I do like the Aurelia ban away.
Uh-huh.
I think it would just provide a lot of unlocking potential for McMasters because, right, when you have the Karthus who's farming, you want to be up front and center. You want to have a lot of presence on the map. You want to have a lot of priority in the lanes. So that's going to be nice. We'll get an update on what that last ban is. I didn't see a hover beforehand. Usually we can tell with that, but that will not be the case this time around. And we'll see what McMaster want to pick for their first pick before the counter that they get in their last pick.
And fortunately for them, they had to blind one of those. It looks like that was a J span as well. So for us, that's a lot of top lane focus.
Oh,
And a top lane blind, it is McMaster's picking the Darius. We were talking about win cons. We were talking about getting that lane privilege. Darius does just that. There's a couple other champions on the board that I feel like could throw him for a ride. One of them starts with the letter T.
Vayne locked in. That's got to be it. That's the one they choose. And a scary prospect in its own right. Backing into the double ADC composition here, and also the TF coming in. So a lot of just mobility around the team to make those team play calls. Now the counter pick is super important for McMaster, but how do they do so?
And part of me looks at this game and it's sort of a revert. It's sort of like a reverse of game one draft where it was a lot of reactionary picks and bans, and this is where University of Toronto, their reactions are straight up because they know that McMasters needs winning lanes, and it's like, all right, well, we don't need to have a front line anymore if we could just straight up win every single lane, because then McMasters can't formulate what they want. And also, here's the other problem with that final lock-in, and here's the drawback of a Darius. There's no engage on McMasters. There's no true engage, and the engage that they have is very short ranged with the apprehend and with the cage and the rune prison coming in from McMasters. There is also like the Varus ultimate as well. That's like the one real great point that they have to lock in, but you have to be very consistent with it. And it's also the same thing of the kind of like the Malzahar discussion we had in game one of the first series, is that you have to be out in front. You have to find that vulnerability, and and University of Toronto or your opponent has to kind of grant you that access to get there. Yes, you could look for it. Yes, it can lock someone down and it bursts out a single target, but it also forces the fight. And once that happens, I'm not sure if McMasters will have the capability to do that, to really follow through an extended out fight after the laning phases sort of come through. That's just a superstition for myself.
Just the super. Are you superstitious?
You know, sometimes when it happens.
When it involves League of Legends competition.
When it involves League of Legends and like trying to do things that sometimes are fantastical in their own rights, but like I've seen Varus's carry games before with these ultimates, and I feel like they have the advantage. They're the one lane that I think has like real guaranteed advantage in the early game. Once it goes to mid game, it's like, all right, Ryze eventually just starts beating the crap out of Twisted Fate when it comes to farming. So this TF needs to get out of lane quick. They have a Vayne TF topside that is straight up just there to make this Darius have pretty much a nightmare of a laning of like a level 6 phase of not knowing where the Vayne is, always getting outranged, and then just like a Twisted Fate in the back pocket to like guarantee kills and just CC stack application. So that sort of drives us back to that next question, that sort of old question of this Karthus, the win condition. What, like, what are those lane priors, and will they be able to do win more on this jungle?
Yeah, exactly. But it's again down to execution. And from game number 1, University of Toronto just looked good. That talent looked good, and that's what's terrifying here with that farm heavy, sit back, get level 6, then get involved jungler for McMaster.
And then you got to look at like the talent as well. Yeah, this is again the thing is like if it's counter jungling, it's just insane. To look if this talent could just take out this Karthus, because if this Karthus falls behind, it's almost over. That's a lot of the back end damage, especially in late game damage, that falls through inevitably. That this front line, this zombie Karthus will need to provide.
Well, we'll see how that all works out. University of Toronto, one step away from claiming the grand finals, as McMaster University just want to bring us to 3 games. We got 3 in our first series. Let's see if it can happen this time around as well.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with some more action. I still look at this bot lane for volatility. And speaking of, we get a lot of trading between the two sides down there. And especially when we're looking at next pathing for junglers and Spect especially, as he passes towards this top side, there's really going to be no love down here to this volatile bot lane.
No, it should be pretty 2v2 focused for the most part, unless people get really within that lethal range of just either that Karthus ultimate, or if Spect with the Predator can just like jump in very, very quickly and then dip out for like a quick burst. So it leaves a lot up to the imagination and for the flexibility of these 2v2 players to sort of mind game one another as the junglers are more focused amongst themselves and amongst these solo lanes. Because if you can slow down this Darius even further with this talent, that's better. Or if you can get this Darius back into the game with Shaw and the Skarthos. The exhaust does give that additional also boon to his gank prowess.
Absolutely.
With helping lock down some of those more slippery champions.
Gotta get the lockdown. Although this is one game where you don't see a lot of that CC spread everywhere. Jaeger getting knocked up here. Landkreis has the Gravitum double as the root almost connected for Swift Slug. There's another Gravitum shot to burn. The shield is enough there. I think the burn was ending anyways, but Swift Slug barely makes it out alive. It has to leave Jaeger at this point unless he wants to just chug these potions.
Yeah, I gotta chug those potions. You don't want to leave Jaeger left to his own devices because he had already used Cleanse, and Flash is the only summoner left available for him. So Karma needs to hang around in the backside just to help catch XP and be that safeguard, be that extra health insurance for Jaeger when it comes down to this. And Explosion Act and Landkreis are doing phenomenal on this Rakan and Aphelios combination against the Varus Karma. The fact that Swift Slug is that low is already showing that this bottom lane of Toronto is a force to be reckoned with, and that they are not afraid to try and take the fight to you, even if you try and play these more pokey focused bottom lanes that try and fight with the distance.
He was so close to finishing that back, decides not to. Still hovering under 200 health here as well. And we got some we got some hungry junglers looking around here, I'm sure, very soon, especially Spect himself, and has the Predator on the Talon as well. So waiting to get those boots when he gets back, but I wonder if he's gonna try to strike first.
Yeah, well, I think it's gonna be a recall first. Like,
yeah,
usually you try and rush those boots to enable the Predator Summoner, Predator Keystone as fast as possible. Also, like, he knows he doesn't need to compete with Shaw on these jungle paths, because Shaw's just gonna sort of stay to his own side of the map, so he can farm up a little bit safer in that own right. It's just more of a question of how confident is he when he wants to jump in and try and challenge Shaw when he tries to cower jungle or look for these objectives. Or look for some of those lane pressure as well, which Shaw covering this top side with the Krugs. He's pretty low, so he needs to hit that reset button now, which does leave a little bit of room for vulnerability for Spec to try and abuse.
I wonder if Shaw actually comes up here to help Danny Boy a little bit. No, okay, both backs just going to come through. Spect is here. Shaw stops the back because he realizes Spect might see him. TP going to be utilized by Danny Boy, but Red Eclipse not having TP on his side, going for more the in-lane summoner spells. Will not have that.
Well, I don't think you would really need it. With the Ghost Flash that Red Eclipse has, it's going to be very, very difficult. Even with that Phase Rush for Danny Boy to stick onto him. But for myself, with 6 minutes into the game and with only that first blood that happened very, like, pre-1 minute, almost, it's that question of, okay, where do these teams start to find their early leads? Because all the early leads that McMaster is looking for, the lane dominance and top and bot, are starting to fall through. And mid lane is that one neutral, stable spot, which is so far doing alright for itself. But how do we get Shaw ahead? How do we get the Danny Boy and Jaeger to recover? And this bot lane might just be the opportunity for them to do just that.
It definitely could, and Shaw is looking bot lane at least. Run into Spect as this is going to be the first big skirmish. We get Destiny on the backside. Realm Warp coming in as well. That's the utilization of both mid laners. Double Grand Entrance comes in, but Shaw has enough damage to back him off. Gets the Scuttle Crab too.
Wow.
McMasters, I like it.
Able to get away with pretty much a crime there, being able to steal that away. Ooh, Abraham almost hits, but Red Eclipse is able to duck out. Though, with all that, you also lose river control. Sure, you got the scuttle. Sure, you got that additional gold. But that just stalls the inevitable of Toronto of trying to prioritize this dragon. And looking at how that fight went out, the nice 3-man knockup that Explosion got with that grand entrance on Rakan could have spelt disaster if Landkreis was level 6. If he hits that 4 3-man ultimate with the Aphelios for the Moonlight Vigil, that fight could have gone disastrous. And that's just an inkling of concern for myself when McMasters comes to try and challenge these neutral objectives later down the line.
I mean,
they don't really have a front line. They have to play back.
yeah. And Red Eclipse is just now getting his first back off at 30 CS up, right? So this Vayne is going to be a little scary in this top side. And unfortunately for Danny Boy, means it's going to be a little bit harder to play this Darius. But First Dragon will also go over to University of Toronto.
Give them some extra ability haste. Help get some more kills and to help Destiny on Pioneer to be up a little bit more every now and then. So he'll go ahead and TP back to this lane to go ahead and catch it. Just very neutral stuff here. Though that's all they want here at University of Toronto. Once we see a little bit of room open up here in this mid lane is where maybe some more kills will start to flow through as well. Because then you sort of enable Pioneer on this Twisted Fate to start using that Destiny more aggressively. That last one that he just used, the first one of the game, was that it was in that line of defensive and aggressive of just backing up Spect and then looking to try and pressure onto the rest of the team. But from here, with motions to the top side of the map, I'm just curious where Explosion next can go. He's going to go ahead and go back to this bottom side, which means there would be a 3v3 if it comes to contesting this Rift Herald, which Spect has already started.
Very true. I wonder if actually they do want to do that. They're roaming up towards mid just to meet up at least with Shaw. But we're also seeing at least a decent amount of advantage for Landkreis in the bottom side. And the fact that you're trying to get out of lane, trying to, oh my god, Danny Boy.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Tower.
Go for
He
it.
flashes. Oh, guillotine Danny Boy!
Oh, the Decimate hits just on the edge. It gives him that missing health HP regen and makes it to where you do not get the kill with Red Eclipse. Jumps right on top of it. Very well done from Danny Boy, but unfortunately dies in the end, but we got to fight.
We got double fights. Shaw in some trouble, dies to Explosion Act, and the opposite side play put on by McMasters ends up in a kill, couple kills going over, at least in whole, as UofT, yes, Danny Boy gets the outplay, but it's still Toronto up.
Yep, Toronto was able to get this kill. So a 1-for-1 ain't too bad on the top side of the map, and I think that goes to show that you're going to be slapping Red Eclipse's hand right away. He tried to ego check onto Danny Boy with the main Darius matchup, did not succeed. So he's going to play a little bit extra cautious next time he tries to look for that fight. But it also means that, you know, double reset, 28 CS up, he ain't complaining. Sure, he gave a kill over it. It just sort of neutralizes him, sort of makes the gold difference between those two players a little bit closer. So it's already a 3,000 gold lead in favor of University of Toronto. They've gotten some turret plates on that top side. They've gotten those first blood. They've gotten multiple kills here. And they've gotten the Dragon and the Rift Herald to boot. They have so much already going for them within the first 11 minutes of the game. And I'm looking at this Rift Herald. Let's go ahead and break open this bottom lane. Already seeing Spect here on this bottom side of the map as well. Just to use that, break it open, force Rakan and Aphelios into this mid lane, make that lane assignment transition, so you can then enable once again that 1-3-1 that Toronto loves to exit.
See some more turret plates going over to University of Toronto down on the bot side as they're trying to get as much damage as they can on the tower before the Rift Herald gets spawned. There you go. It's going to be set up by Spect for Landkreis.
Okay.
I wonder if Jaeger maybe wants to commit a ulti to this one to turn this around, but the Rift Herald will not get the tower, but plates aplenty for University of Toronto.
It's a lot of gold, bumps them up a good amount for Landkreis and Explosion, who have been doing very well for themselves in the farming and harassing department.
Realm Warp used by Quinn's Fanboy from the mid lane to about halfway up the top side river. Maybe expecting Spect to be there.
That's a little odd that they thought that when they had just had the Rift Herald drop there a while ago. I think maybe they were trying to make a play somewhere else.
And he
No
gets
Shaw.
over!
Oh no, Shaw!
Oh man, that's the power of the talent. Doesn't matter what your blast cone does. Luckily, the exhaust immediately used by Shaw will deter Spect from following up.
Yep. That is an exhaust gone, and the Ignite is back up there for Spect, but oh, Shaw might be trying to do something here on a Red Eclipse. Flash is not available for Danny Boy, but other summer spells.
Red Eclipse committed to this fight. He does have a lot of damage to be dealt here as this Vayne, but is it going to be enough? TP utilized. There's the guillotine. The bleed is enough, but Danny Boy now in some trouble of his own. Requiem is coming down early. Spect is going to die to it. And Explosion Act is all alone up here now against Quinn's Fanboy. The Pioneer Destiny will turn it around, though. Pioneer dies immediately after Explosion Act. Still the only one up here. Is he going to get out? One more flash, and that's it. Explosion Act gets away. Meanwhile, the 1v1 continues bot side.
Very close call there. Could have equaled it out to 5 kills to 5 for McMasters. But that was very close to the chest.
Oh my god, he's got the angle.
Does he win?
He doesn't have the damage.
Oh, he
Chains of
dodged it?
Corruption misses. Moonlight gets a missing flash! Oh my goodness, he dies. That's the ADC gameplay I want.
And with that too, smart call on not trying to get out of the turret range, just lets the turret kill him, so Danny Boy does not get the assist or the kill for that matter. And a phenomenal job there from Landkreis to solo Jaeger with flash for flash. Both cleanses are still available though, but that means we're going to be looking back to this bottom lane. Danny Boy is very far forward. He's greeting for these plates. This is not a good idea.
Danny Boy
He's trying to distract the dragon.
Trapped on by University of Toronto, and they will take him out. Pioneer gets the kill. Dragon secured by McMaster. Shaw smited away 8 health. Okay, he secures it. First Dragon for McMaster. Red Eclipse continuing to farm topside.
I think Toronto is totally fine. Even though it's a dragon given over, it's kills also. That it's more the economy advantage that Toronto is looking for. Sure, the Infernal Drake's nice, but it's just one Infernal Drake. Now you can stack up 3 Ocean Dragons this time. And if you have 3 Ocean Dragons, sure, on a squishy team, it doesn't feel like much. But just that extra HP, that extra bump to keep them that little bit better when it comes down to these fights is going to be huge later down the line. But now that those turrets are starting to fall and transitions are being made, you see the lane assignments have switched. Cries and Explosion now piloting this mid lane as Pioneer can grab this turret for himself.
We get side lane tower, a little bit more gold, and more of a lead for University of Toronto, who are now at just over 5,000, or just at 5,000 rather.
Yeah, almost on the mark, which is nice. When you think of like where that gold is right now as well, is that huge discrepancy between Danny Boy and Dead Eclipse. Even though it's a 0 and 2 to 2 and 4, it's a lot of the turret plating. There's a lot of that isolated gold experience that Red Eclipse is getting on this Vayne that's just making it very difficult to try and deal with them. As everyone else on the board, the other thing too is this bottom lane. Landkreis has a lot of gold from that Rift Herald Siege, and being 2 and 1 on the Sibelius, starting to slowly outfarm that of Jaeger on this Varus. See that just the single discrepancy between these teams could be just the mythics themselves, but it's the Muramana and the Menamune that Jaeger is trying to invest in first.
Trying to get that extra damage layered on top of it, but now we see the change up of lane assignments. At least Quinn's Fanboy has now been assigned to Red Eclipse duty. I don't know how that's gonna go. I also love that Red Eclipse is playing the Red Vayne Dragon Slayer skin. Does get rooted up by the Everfrost, and Quinn's Fanboy just gets away from that one. Actually goes back in. Oh my god, Red Eclipse is a Chad on the Vayne. He doesn't care. But it's now Shaw making his way up here, having the Requiem, only a little bit of damage needed. They want to get this one. He's got the angle here. Red Eclipse is going to have to pull something. Some magic here. Flashes over the wall paint. We'll make it away just in time. He's baiting Shaw here. Exhaust comes away. All right, Shaw, playing with your food a little bit there. I like it.
Yeah, but that's a lot of attention diverted to the top side of the map. They didn't know, but Swift Slug was also up there, and that means that there's some freedom here to chip away at this mid turret, but also bottom lane to just get some extra priority. And they're looking to take a lot of the camps there on that bottom jungle. Shaw, though, knowing that Spect is in this bottom quadrant of the Rift, saying, all right, well, let's get this Rift Shield, something to help us start breaking open the defenses of of Toronto, because McMasters hasn't picked up a turret just yet for themselves. They're down 2 turrets, so they're looking to try and grab their first with this shell.
Yeah, they are, and at least trying to grasp back a little bit of gold as they do find themselves over that 6K deficit still. At 17 and a half minutes in, but another dragon spawning in a minute 40. I would expect McMaster want to try and contest this. It's the first dragon of the Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul for both these teams would be a huge matter of importance. Rift Herald utilized top lane to take the top tower, and they still are positioned actually around here. Looks like it's just going to be the local gold, or no local gold, but the gold.
Yeah, just the go for it. You don't want that to happen with the second tier tiers, because that local gold is
It's fat.
really nice. It is really nice. It's a nice paycheck. That's the paycheck we're really waiting on, is the second tier gold. As it's punching forward into the next minute, we're going to be looking for vision setup for this Ocean Dragon. It's not going to be soul point for either of the teams, which is pretty nice for McMasters. It allows them to have some time to either reciprocate macro play that University of Toronto is distributing on side lanes at the moment, to sort of equalize the gold a little bit more, or to try and challenge it, force a fight, and say, hey, it may not look like a good team fighting composition, but we're going to prove to you that we are a team fighting team, and that we can take it to University of Toronto. So we'll have to see
30
what the
seconds
decisions
though,
would be.
and there's not a ton. You've got Spect is
Where's
split
Spect?
pushing
Yeah.
top side. He's finally backing now. 20 seconds until the dragon spawns. Destiny popped for a play top side. Yellow card, and Quiz fanboy is dead. TP from Danny Boy. He's gonna get jumped on by Red Eclipse, who does get dragged back in and needs to get away from this fight. Guillotine comes away, but just pops the shield, though. Getting away from the root is Red Eclipse. Yellow card comes back out. A decent amount of damage. Look at Land Cries. He's got the Infernum. He's got the AoE. He's got Moonlight Vigil. Can he pop it? There you go! 200 years! University of Toronto will turn it on its head. Requiem comes out, but it's too little. It's too late. And it's McMaster getting wiped off the board.
That was the most alpha Felios I have seen in a while. Flash Infernum directly point blank at the McMaster's lineup.
You didn't
and
think Aphelios had a
obliterates it.
shotgun now, did you?
No, well, dead. He is the new Graves with the Inferno with all that burst, which is absolutely insane. But very well played from McMasters. First off, starts the fight with it being, from Toronto to obliterate McMasters. They start off the fight with a 4v5. They get that pick on the Quiz fanboy, who really is the crucial keystone of these team fights because of how well Rise can lock down, reposition around this fight. They get that kill, force Danny Boy into an awkward state where he is having to run tail away from members of University of Toronto, from Red Eclipse and from Spec, and then they run straight into the jaws of Land Cries. Though it looked nice for McMasters for a while with how sustainable that Darius is, the backline of Jaeger and Swisslog do not have that durability, and they fell straight face first into the ground and into that gray screen. Now bumping to an 8,000 gold lead here for the side of University of Toronto and getting that Ocean Soul. I'm looking at this Baron. You could burn it very, very quickly, but you are a very squishy team, so you need to find those picks, and you need to find those fights first, before you look for that next neutral objective, unless you're looking at that dragon. You're looking at kills instead.
Yellow card not going to connect there, but the AoE will. Oh my god, Spect is going into a 1v4 almost. TP on the backside here, red and white, but it's going to turn into green. Oh no, Quince fanboy's just caught dead. Shaw, the next target. Moonlight Vigil coming away, but it's going to be a decent amount of damage. Chakrams. Pioneer gets the kill. It's just kills left and right for University of Toronto as they are just rolling away with this game right now, Coco.
Yeah, they're rolling with those two kills. This is where it's like, all right, now you can put the Baron because there's only 3 members available from University of Toronto. They can take this quick. They've got an Aphelios and a Vayne. This thing burns down very, very fast. Don't even need 10 seconds in the microwave for this Baron to be crisp.
Here on the other side, maybe you can try and steal the piercing arrow, but the yellow card is there. They have the ward in the bush, and you're just an ADC, says Red Eclipse, the other ADC. Oh my god, they're just finding.
Oh, he's
it all
hunting
over.
for more.
Red Eclipse
He's just
is
egoing on
Chad gaining right now, and so is Pioneer, who himself goes on a rampage, and the scorecard is looking very one-sided in favor of University of Toronto. Danny Boy maybe taking a 1v2, does have a decent amount of damage here. Guillotine is available, but the CC was just too dang. And Spec gets the kill.
That is now jumping over to a 12,000 gold lead, encroaching on the horizon for University of Toronto. They have taken this game by 2 team fights and just rent it wide open. Break So now all they need to do is take the base, take the inhibitors, right? So in this end, it goes back to game one of just like, well, their composition, though very volatile, though high damage, though very chaotic to deal with, does not have a good siege. So how quickly can they close these games out once again? Will McMasters take the baits, take their heads out a little bit too far, wander from their base to an unsafe position? Or will they be able to turtle up and survive this first onslaught of this Baron power play? Looks like they are choosing a little bit of the latter. Oh, they are dealing with the former. Oh, Shaw does not look like he's going to be the half.
Nope. What's he gonna do? Is it gonna be the Rage Requiem? No.
Never Rage. You never Rage.
Never Rage Requiem.
Never Rage Requiem. I can understand Lee syndrome sometimes of like going in for the kick, but Rage Requiem, never. Never.
Let's get a little dark gem here for University, or McMaster's University, rather. Another move comes in, and Spec just comes over the wall.
Goodness.
The trapeze is in town. University of Toronto are the shining members. Unfortunately, Spec realizes he's on the wrong side of town and dies to the guillotine, but Danny Boy also dies. That's another ace. This is just consecutive fights over and over, going very one-sided in favor of University of Toronto. They now are on the inhib towers, and they're looking to take 2 inhibs.
Yeah, University of Toronto is in McMaster's head. After that, after witnessing what had just happened with Shaw getting caught out.
Oh my God, Shaw just dies again. There's the
Rage
Requiem.
That's a Rage Requiem.
That's a Rage Requiem. That's what we're looking for.
No.
2 inhibs down though, and now University of Toronto can back, reset, get all the gold spent that they had, and push down bottom lane, get the dragon, get everything they came for, and try to put the game on ice.
This looks like a clean list of things to do here. Grocery list is pretty short for this trip. University of Toronto. They're going to be very timely. They're actually going to arrive at the dragon pretty much on point when it spawns. Except for Vayne. Except for Reticle, just vibing. That does mean that they can, again, look to use these waves, look to crash this bottom side. It is Soul Point. Be able to claim it for themselves, but I don't think we're going to be around in the Rift for any longer for the Ocean Soul to become fully active. So, from here on out, oh no, Shaw
just immediately pops his golden just to make sure he can cover a little bit at least. He still doesn't die! They don't get him!
Ooh, close.
He pops up the emote just for the icing on top.
It's to keep the ego stable. Drop those emotes. Make sure that your mental is all right. Know that you're having a fun time. Is it his 30 kills on the board? 23 of them are Toronto's. Curious why they're still doing the 1-3-1 split. I feel like they could do 4-1. Like Red Eclipse can do whatever he wants. I do not care where he is. He's fine. But the rest of the team, I don't see a reason why to be spread out, taking other things. Just focus bottom lane, rip it wide open. But it looks like they're trying to pinch her out. Everyone else is trying to stick to the bed.
Oh my goodness! It just is not the day to be a Karthus.
Nope. Get more. It. Jaeger does have an ultimate now. You could try and fight fire with fire, but this is very dangerous.
Oh, he looks misses, and now they just re-engage. This is the final death knells of McMaster. They get pulled into the tower, but doesn't really matter. Destiny comes through. Quinn's fanboy is gonna die. Eventually, Red Eclipse is just in the base, and University of Toronto have made quick work of McMaster University. They will claim the Northwest Conference Championship, Northeast rather, sorry, Conference Championship, and the U Sports Gaming League of Legends JV Final goes to the University of Toronto in dominant fashion, Coco.
And by Lord, what a dominant fashion it was. It was each game constant macro play and tempo control of the Rift by University of Toronto. And they're the 5th seed, by the way. This was the seed that was the underdog in this grand final, and they came in and they made it look like a completely different story, rewrote the entire script for us, and with that, it's just a huge shout out to every single one of those players. They put on a masterclass of performance this time around, and it's honestly, there were a couple mistakes. Sure, like,
Yeah.
you know, kills happen, egos do flare, but overall they showed the versatility of their team, the flexibility of their drafts, the strong communication and understanding of each other's strengths, and also the knowing of their own limitations. And I think specifically, like, if I want to point fingers at anyone, I'm going to be pointing fingers at the bottom lane of Landkreis. He did a phenomenal job on that Aphelios in game 2, and continues to prove worthy, especially even with the Samir performance that he had in game 1.
That flash Moonlight Vigil, my goodness.
Oh, it's so good.
All right, well, it sounds like an interview is ready. We're going to be speaking with Explosion Act from the University of Toronto. Explosion, how you feeling after a Chad gameplay game on the Rakan after it's banned away from you in game 1?
Oh, it felt good. Yeah, for sure. We really enjoyed playing very fast templed, and we were able to get in the picks we won in second game, and we just speedrun the whole thing.
I got one question for you. I'll let you, Coco, take it afterwards. Do you need like to calm your ADC down occasionally? Is there anything you do to talk to him? The chat is flashing forward, Moonlight Vigiling, shotgunning people to death. How does that bot lane communication work?
Yeah,
between you two?
next time I gotta pour like a bottle of water on him or something because he was on fire the entire series. But yeah,
I like it.
I do.
We'll see next
Everybody
time.
performed well, and then I really think it was I think this finals was easier than the quarterfinals that was streamed 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Well, you know, bold words coming out from that, but you know, every single time, you know, it just depends on the players that show up on the day and how well the performance comes in. Which you guys all played immaculate to that. I want to look a little bit more into game 1, which was was unique because it's like you just got to pick a Nautilus into and a Samira into a Yumi Misfortune. So you don't see it often because people match like Enchanters versus Enchanters a little bit more. So what was the change up going in with like 4 Assassins and then a Nautilus to hook everyone together?
Okay, so the Yumi pick, we were kind of expecting it, and then we came in prepared with the draft, and we knew we kind of had a mindset of how to play around their comp in the first place, and we were confident that we can beat them, especially with how well Landkreis performed, as you guys can see. So we were very confident going into the lane, and then we trusted everybody else on the team, and we were able to pull through with a win first game.
Yeah, and of course with the season 11 wrapping up here and with 2022 around the corner, what's the next steps for University of Toronto for the league team, and also, well, just for you going into next season?
Well, we'll be looking forward moving on to the playoffs for CSL, that's for sure. And in terms of next season, we will be getting ready for the collegiate League of Legends season as well in next semester, and as well as the local tournaments in called OPSC. So I think we're in good shape, and we're ready for the upcoming games and upcoming season as well.
I like it. I got one little last question here. I just want to know what this means to you specifically, and then on a grand scheme of like what this conference championship means to the team, to the program.
I think it means a lot for all of us because we literally formed the team this year, and we were able to pull through and get the win. And for us, I think it was a good achievement. Like it's gonna be a highlight in my university, for sure. And then I look forward to making more highlights in terms of league and in terms of everything else throughout the university as well.
That's the mindset. That's the mindset, man. I absolutely love it. I want to give you one last moment. Give any shout outs, anybody you want to call out or anybody you want to talk about before we let you go.
Okay, same as last time. Shout out to everybody who hyped us up in the Twitch chat. I was very happy when I saw some of those comments, and as well, of course, everybody else who cheered us on and helped us support, and also everybody on the team who showed up and performed well. So thank you.
Appreciate you as always, man. Thank you for stepping in and chatting with us. Go celebrate the dub with the boys and go have a good one.
Yep. Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, Coco. Well, our day of action is all over. My goodness.
Yeah.
It feels like this is the first 2-0 we've had in a while, so it feels a little bit different. But the fact that we had
Best of 3 going the distance
Yeah.
for our first series. We had 2 games back to back of sheer dominance from the University of Toronto.
Mhm.
It's been an absolutely fun day, and I look forward, that this isn't the only action. We continue the action into next week, and we're going to bring up the graphic here shortly, I believe,
Yeah.
just to give you a little look at that. But it just doesn't stop. NACE Starleague is a wonderful place to be.
Yeah, like you said time and time again, it is something that just NACE always has something going on, and I don't know what it is. Like if I don't have work sometimes, or if I'm a little bored, or if I've watched Netflix for like the 3rd time over, I can always come back to NACE, and it's like, hey, I've got some League, I've got some COD, I've got some Rocket League and Overwatch on Mondays. I can always catch up with. So the action with the collegiate scene is immense. It is populous, and it is something that you should not skip a beat on watching.
Indeed, indeed. Well, the action continues, but to be tuned into that action, you got to make sure you have good chairs. And Zip Chair Gaming, one of our sponsors here of U Sports Gaming in Canada and America East and West Coast conferences in the U.S., are amazing. First of all, Students Factory, go ahead and use that 20% discount while you type in CSL-RIF20 in the promo code option at zipchair.com to get 20% off any purchase of your next purchase, rather. And the fact that you get a chair that has so much customizability, you have all the different backgrounds you can have, and they just slip right on and off is incredible because it's your chair. It's the way you want to game. And I can appreciate that one. So thank you to Zipchair Gaming for sponsoring this. It's been incredible to have such a wonderful background of sponsors, but especially Zipchair. And that's I thought you might have something to say. Okay, just gotta leave it hanging there.
It's you just signed it off so well. I think you just needed a little bit of silence to tie the bow off. Yeah.
I needed that. that. But it's been an incredible day of action. I hope you all enjoyed this wonderful show. Got to give a huge shout out to our production team behind the scenes who have to stick here and listen to us talk all day long and make us look decent. Thank you all for being there with us. Audience, we'll see you next time in the competition of NACE Starleague. You better be there.